power for offense, so if they don't score a lot of runs, they have to execute, and they have not been doing that.
Hey, wouldn't it be ironic if Marquise Grissom and Jermaine Dye, these guys live together, they communicate every day, and they didn't on that play. And if it cost them a series, that'd be something. But on the other hand, Joe Torre said specifically to Bernie Williams in August, he said, you are a man, you are a leader, people look up to you, we want you to take charge. And that's exactly what Bernie Williams doing right here. And that's a perfect example.
Hey, it's amazing to me. Jermaine Dye actually said, hey, the crowd was too loud in my home ballpark in Atlanta for me to hear Marquise Grissom's call. If he thinks Atlanta's loud, he hadn't heard anything yet here in New York.
Yeah, well, we're sitting right out in the left field bleachers. We know how loud it is, and that's the problem. I mean, it is the World Series. You're going to get crowd noise from all angles, and when you have a situation like that, a center fielder has to have a verbal sign and a visual sign. We saw the verbal sign did not work for Marquise Grissom. We saw Bernie Williams come in, throw everyone else out of the way. When the center fielder says, I got it, you get out of the way, he's the one that has to catch the ball.
Yeah, it's amazing. The Braves have been shut out now over the last 14 innings of the 1996 World Series. And it's amazing, Steve, time and time again we talk about it, the inability to bunt in big situations has really hurt Atlanta.
Well, you think about it, too. Mark Lemke's the kind of guy you want to have in a bunt situation for the Braves if it comes up there. Generally, he will get that situation down. Here you have a game 5, 6th inning, guys on first and second with nobody out. Here he bunts a ball to the opposite side of the field. You're supposed to be bunting to the left side of the field. Cecil Fielder's right there ready to get going. Here's Charlie Hayes creeping in on the infield. He's ready for the bunt because he knows it should be bunted to him. He's the one that has to make the play. But instead, the pitch from Pettit, Lemke bunts the ball right back to Pettit. That's a mistake. You see Felder coming in here. You see the ball right back to Pettit. Because he's left-handed, he doesn't even have to spin and throw. He just waits for Charlie Hayes to get back to his home position. He throws over there, and Smoltz is out by a hair. If they don't get that play, it's bases loaded, nobody out. Of course, Chipper Jones comes up as the next hitter, bounces into a double play, and they're out of the inning. That's a lack of fundamentals, and the Braves can't do that.
Yeah, every time there's a seemingly inconsequential miscue, it always seems to open the door for the Yankees, gives them momentum, has enabled them to come back.
Yeah, you talk about momentum. The Jim Leyritz home run, certainly a huge play in this postseason and the World Series. I think the biggest play of the World Series might be the booted double play ground ball to Rafael Belliard. If he makes that play, Leyritz's home run might have been just a 2-run shot, and the Braves might have held on to win that ball game in Atlanta. So that's a big play not made by Rafael Belliard. It's something the Braves know they have to correct tonight in Game 6. Earlier, we talked to Braves third baseman Chipper Jones about the Braves' fielding adventures.
All right, Chipper, this is a team that relies heavily on their fundamentals and their pitching. Have your fundamentals let you guys down a little bit the last few games?
Well, I don't think you've seen us execute maybe a few bump plays like we did in the first couple of games, and it got us some much-needed runs early in the game. We've had a little trouble executing those plays, and bottom line is we just haven't got the clutch out or the clutch hit at the right time to break a game open, you know, for the last 2 or 3 games, and that's been the difference.
So Joe Torre and the New York Yankees try to take advantage of the Braves' miscues in the field, and what a ride it has been for the Yankee skipper. He tries to become the first native New Yorker to win a world championship with the Yankees. Dave Winfield will chat with Joe Torre when we come back to the World Series right after this.
Hey, you're a guy, and guys want to be cool. Hang out with other guys who are cool. But even cool guys sweat. 40% more than women, in fact. So how you gonna stay cool? With something new, Speed Stick Gel. No other gel keeps you drier, so you always feel your coolest. It's unbeatable gel protection, and guys, no matter how cool they are, need all the protection they can get. New Speed Stick Gel. It's just for the guys.
Aluminum. Most new car radiators are made of it, making them a big target for pitting and failure. But Prestone Antifreeze bonds with aluminum, forming the Prestone Zone of protection against corrosion. This winter, protect your car in the Prestone Zone. And now there's a new Prestone Antifreeze with a new low-tox formula for an extra margin of safety around pets and wildlife. New Prestone Low-Tox. It's extra protection in the Prestone Zone.
Campbell's has just come out with a new soup that's so good, so intensely flavorful, so incredibly delicious, so exciting, so distinctive, so downright mouth-watering that you can't eat it. Well, by itself. Introducing new Campbell's Healthy Request Creative Chef. It's soup that's specially prepared to cook with, loaded with premium herbs and spices instead of fat and salt. It turns a normal meal into a masterpiece.
Hey, this is good. Yeah, almost too good to eat.
New Healthy Request Creative Chef soups makes ordinary meals extraordinary.
If you don't know Ned Dorsey...
Look, I'm a well-dressed sea turtle.
You should.
Do you think I'm pretty?
The season premiere of Ned and Stacy, November 17th.
Jimmy Key, 28-14 here, lifetime at Yankee Stadium, could be the key to a Yankee victory. The New Yorkers look for their first world title since 1978. Well, it's not just the Braves and the Yankees battling here in the World Series. By extension, it's the managers, Bobby Cox and Joe Torre, battling it out. For more on the managerial chess match, let's join our trio upstairs of Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, and Bob Brenly. Hello, guys.
Hello, Chip. Thank you. Getting ready for Game 6 with my partners Bob Brenly and Tim McCarver. Well, a lot has happened on the field already in the first 5 games. A lot has happened in each dugout with each manager. And because of that, we thought we'd show you a couple of decisions, key decisions, each manager has had to make. Turn to Bob Brenly first. A big decision, really, for each manager came in Game 4.
Game 4 score tied 6-6 in the 10th inning. Runners at first and second. And Bobby Cox elected to walk Bernie Williams and load the bases. At this point, Joe Torre has only Wade Boggs left on his bench. Boggs pinch hits for Andy Fox, comes up, works a walk from Steve Avery. I believe this is a decision that both managers felt comfortable with. I think that Bobby Cox felt with Steve Avery on the mound, a left-hander against the left-hand hitting Boggs, that he had the advantage, plus it takes down the last position player. I think Joe Torre felt he had an advantage because Steve Avery had not pitched much in the series, and Boggs had the tremendous eye at the plate, and we all know he worked the walk, got the go-ahead run.
Yeah, which was a key win for the Yankees, but by far the biggest win for the Yankees came in Game 3. Down 2-0. Joe Torre went with his starter, David Cone.
And as far as I'm concerned, Joe, that was the turning point of the series. It was the 6th inning. The bases were loaded. The Yankees were up by 2, and David Cone had to face Fred McGriff, Ryan Klesko, and Javier Lopez. He wanted the truth from David Cone. David Cone telling us that what Joe Torre asked him simply was, you know the significance of this game, tell me the truth. He did. He allowed only 1 run, and of course the Yankees went on to win.
They went on to win that game. They went on to sweep in Atlanta, so they have a 3-2 edge with 1 to go, maybe 2 to go here at Yankee Stadium. Right now, let's go back down to Chip.
Okay, guys, from our trio upstairs to our trio out here in left field, Steve Lyons, Dave Winfield, and yours truly, Chip Carey. Dave, this is an amazing story, Joe Torre. The trials and tribulations of his family. He lost his brother Rocco during spring training, his brother Frank recuperating from heart transplant surgery, and for Joe Torre, 30-plus years in a baseball uniform, he's getting his first crack at a World Series this season.
Well, I've known Joe Torre a long time as a player, a broadcaster, and a manager. When he lost his job in St. Louis, he was heartbroken, but he got another chance here in New York. He got a chance to come back to his city. He got great players on the field. Now, it's been an emotional roller coaster ride, and you can see it in his face when they won the ALCS.
That caught me. You know, they asked me a question about my brother and my brother that passed away and my brother Frank in the hospital. And I'll tell you, what gets me choked up is thinking about my family. And I let my mind go to think in the 8th and 9th inning of that game in Baltimore about my family, my sisters, my sister-in-laws, brother-in-laws, everybody sitting in the stands wanting this thing probably more for me than I wanted it for myself. And it just choked me up. And especially my brother Frank, who is, you know, at the time was waiting for a heart to show up to get transplanted. He's pulling for me, and it was just a very emotional time for me. And you know, people keep wondering why I don't smile. At least they know I can cry now.
You've been in uniform about 35 years now. First World Series. Has it lived up to your expectations?
Every bit of it. Every bit of it. The games have been a little stressful.
Jones scores, and it's 6-0 Atlanta.
Game 4 of the World Series. Does this kind of epitomize what this Yankee team in 1996 is all about?
Ooh, I tell you, I think in a single word, yes. Our ball club, we were biting and scratching all year long, and that game was a perfect example of it.
It's a 6-3 game.
To come back from a 6-run deficit against the Atlanta Braves, come back from a 3-run deficit against Mark Wahlers.
Back at the track, at the wall, we are tied.
A If that doesn't do something for your confidence, I don't know what will.
3-2 pitch. The Yankees take the lead. And this series is tied at 2 games apiece.
Your family's been a baseball family, and Frank played professional baseball. Now, this year, have you talked more baseball with him?
Oh, no question. Frank, he's tough. He throws around those compliments like they're manhole covers. I mean, it's not that easy to get one from him. We talk strategy a lot, and he'll say, what are you going to do with your lineup tonight? You know, give me a call tomorrow. What is it going to be?
Right. Has it boosted his overall feeling, his confidence, just the way he feels?
No question. A lot of people are paying attention to him now. It beats the heck out of just sitting there waiting for 3 months, and I think it's really taken a lot of the time off his mind as far as when is this thing going to happen, as far as getting this new heart.
After 4.5 months on the waiting list, 64-year-old Frank Torre got the word at 4:30 this morning that a donor heart had become available.
Wow. When I got a call, it was startling to me. First of all, I was tired. We had just flown in from Atlanta. And they say that we're going to take your brother down into surgery. And right away, you think of something negative. Oh, he's going to surgery. But then you realize this is what we've been waiting for 3 months. And we got excited about it. Of course, Frank, being a baseball person his whole life, picked the off day to do this. You know, he didn't want to interfere with the World Series. I thought it was wonderful timing.
Joe Torre's done a fantastic job in one of the most difficult places to manage in all of baseball, and under a year where it was most difficult personal situation. But I'll tell you, one thing he says, he gives so much credit to his coaching staff. He couldn't have done it alone, he says. Guys like Willie Randolph, who's worked with Jeter, Don Zimmer, his bench coach, Chris Chambliss, even Bob Watson. These guys have been there before. He didn't want these players to do as I say, but do as we do. He's been riding on cloud 9.
Yeah, a big smile on Joe Torre's face in preparation for Game 6. But, Steve, you know, this hasn't all been wine and roses for this manager of this ball club. I really think that the poise and dignity Joe Torre showed during the tough times this year is a direct result of his being born in New York and managing the New York Mets.
Hey, this guy's a New Yorker. This town isn't going to get to him, and they take care of their own. But the one thing you think about when you talk about Joe Torre is respect. That's the word I think of when I say Joe Torre.
And how about that Torre family? Frank Torre, again recuperating in the hospital, told Joe, he said, hey, I've won my World Series. Now it's time for you to win yours. That's what this big crowd at Yankee Stadium is hoping will happen tonight. It's the Atlanta Braves and the New York Yankees in Game 6. They try to wrap it up here in the Bronx, and we'll have more here on Fox right after this timeout.
Fox, the exclusive home of the 1996 World Series.
Are you all right, sir?
Isn't that heavenly?
I don't smell anything.
Precisely. Because Delta is the first U.S. airline to fly totally smoke-free worldwide. So it's clear skies anywhere you go.
Are you hyperventilating?
No, I'm English.
This is a scary sound, but this can be a scarier sound. It might be just a small transmission problem or one that'll take a big bite out of your wallet. To tame your worries, AMCO centers have expert technicians with state-of-the-art diagnostic tools. Fact is, half the cars serviced by AMCO centers don't need a new transmission. Bring your car to AMCO. It can be a jungle in there. AMCO, AA MCO.
There's nothing more important than educating our kids. But Dick Zimmers joined with Newt Gingrich to cut education. Zimmers voted to cut Head Start, to cut school lunches, against the Safe and Drug-Free Schools program, to cut $12 billion in funding for math and science, to eliminate direct student loans, to cut school-to-work programs, to abolish the Department of Education, against every education bill for grades 1 through 12 in the last 6 years. Dick Zimmer, too extreme for New Jersey.
Your own private cabin on British Airways First doesn't just give you the best night's sleep in the air. It gives you all the privacy you could dream of.
Improvement, weeknights at 6 and 7 p.m. on Fox 5.
The Bronx Bombers are ready, and so is a rabid crowd tonight here at Yankee Stadium in New York. Greg Maddux of the Atlanta Braves will try to stymie the New Yorkers' chance at the world title. Jimmy Key, a terrific pitcher here, will try to put the Yankees into the winner's circle for the first time since 1978. Speaking of the winner's circle, George Steinbrenner loves his Yankees and loves his racehorses as well. His horse Acceptable today raced in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, mile and a 16th. Acceptable finished second in the horse race, something George Steinbrenner hopes his baseball team doesn't do in the next 2 ball games. We're just about ready for baseball. Now it's time to join Yankees PA announcer Bob Shepard.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise and direct your attention to the microphone behind home plate. Let's welcome 8-year-old singing sensation, the Yankees' own angel in the infield, Christina Lynn Skleros, who will sing our national anthem.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed. And the rocket's red glare gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet
An electric atmosphere here at Yankee Stadium. It's Game 2 winner Greg Maddux going for the Atlanta Braves, an 82-pitch effort in Game 2. His opponent, left-hander Jimmy Key. It's the Braves and the Yankees, Game 6 here in the Bronx. We'll have more right after this.
Hello, I have your son. Give me $2 million. They thought they had him. I can't help him. Right where they wanted.
Dad, help the dog!
Until he did what they never expected.
I'm offering this money as a reward on your head.
Mel Gibson.
You still have a chance to do the right thing.
In a Ron Howard film.
If you don't, then God be with you, because nobody else on this earth will be.
I will never, ever quit. Give me back my son! Ransom, rated R. Starts Friday, November 8th.
1874, the first transatlantic cable connecting Ireland and America. It was made by Siemens. That was then. This is now. Today, phone companies and businesses use Siemens switches to send and receive voices, images, and data together for desktop video conferencing, wireless communications, and high-speed internet access. Siemens technologies keep you in touch and on top. Siemens, precision thinking.
When cars pull up to a stop sign, do they check each other out? Do they admire the way the other cars move? Wonder what's under the hood? Do they fantasize about the Aurora? Long for its dual overhead cam V8? Or do they just think, yeah?
And now, a baseball moment from The Simpsons.
Dad, do you remember where you were when Kirk Gibson hit his famous homer?
Do I ever? I'll bet you $200 he strikes out.
It's do or die time for the Atlanta Braves. We're just about ready for Game 6 here from Yankee Stadium. And with the call tonight is our trio of Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, and Bob Brenly. Hello, guys.
Hello, Chip. All right, be honest. How many of you thought we'd be back here after the first two games at Yankee Stadium? Come on, be honest. Joe Buck along with Bob Brenly and Tim McCarver. The first two games did not go well for the Yankees here. Everybody wrote, it's a mismatch. Well, in Atlanta, it was to a certain degree as the Yankees come away with 3 wins. What's going on with his team? They've won all 8 on the road in the postseason.
Well, maybe Andy Pettit, Joe, said it best. He said, we get too hyped up when we play at Yankee Stadium. Maybe we better learn to tone it down, and perhaps they do. I mean, after all, they've played 14 postseason games. They're 2-4 at home and 8-0 on the road. And think of the 2 games that they've won at home. Second game of the divisional series against the Texas Rangers. Bottom of the 12th inning, first and second, nobody out, and they win the game. It was tied up to that point. They win it on a throwing error by Dean Palmer. Game 1 of the American League Championship Series, trailing 4-3. In the 8th inning, they need the assistance of 12-year-old Jeffrey Mayer to bend over, make the catch. It was ruled a home run, and Bernie Williams ends up winning the game in the 11th inning. As far as Greg Maddux is concerned tonight, Joe Torre telling his players, tone it down. Don't think. Use your instincts. Use your reactions. Don't try and outthink it.
And you can talk about the Yankees all you want, but the Atlanta Braves have to be thrilled that Greg Maddux is ready to pitch in tonight's game. And for the Yankees, Joe Torre has to be thrilled to be able to run a guy like Jimmy Key out there.
Well, actually, this is a rematch of Game 2 when Greg Maddux and John Smoltz, or rather Mark Wohlers, combined to shut down the Yankees. Excuse me. There's a key reason for that. If you look at these numbers right here, first pitch strikes. Greg Maddux, 24 first pitch strikes, pitching ahead in the count all night long. Jimmy Key falling behind in the count. Also, Jimmy Key gave up 3 leadoff hits to start innings. 2 of those guys scored. Greg Maddux gave up 1 leadoff hit. The next guy hit into a double play. We talked to Yankee catcher Joe Girardi and said, what are you going to do tonight with Jimmy Key? He said, we're going to do the same thing, only hopefully we'll do it a little better.
So here we are, Game 6 at Yankee Stadium, ready to go. Will there be a Game 7? We're about to find out. Good pitching matchup, the Yankees and the Atlanta Braves. Coming up after this from your local Fox station.
Tonight, after the game, don't you touch your TV because the 10 o'clock news has a few things to tell you about the Yankees you won't hear anywhere else. After the game on the 10 o'clock news tonight.
Cathay Pacific now takes you closer to the pulse of Asia with a same-plane daily direct service from New York to Hong Kong. Welcome aboard Cathay Pacific, the heart of Asia.
This Halloween, Blockbuster Video has a special treat for your whole family. You can take home any of these great Halloween classics for just $7.99. Or rent 2 movies and get them for $3.99. Now, if that's not a reason to scream, what is? Make it a blockbuster fright.
It's in all of us. The basic human instinct to protect oneself and one's future by holding on to life's certainties. For more than 130 years, Travelers Insurance has answered this basic need. With the comfort of our experience, the strength of our assets, the security of our products. What we all want is what Travelers Insurance provides. Something to hold on to.
Do you play?
You bet I play. I love to play the lottery. Sometimes I let the computer do it. Sometimes you get a hunch and I do it myself. It's fun to think that you might win. 52 down.
Taxi, 89 Madison.
Never know what can happen for a buck.
I just broke up with my boyfriend.
She sort of dumped me.
And I'm really in a hurry.
And you always have that little expectation of winning. You got a job to make a living with. Nobody should look at it as a way to get rich. The odds are high, but you do it for the fun. Hooray! You never know.
The Simpsons, weeknights at 6:30 on Fox 5.
Well, we're glad you're with us on a Saturday night. It's Game 6 of the 1996 World Series. No, that's your answer. Look at the Atlanta Braves starting lineup. Marquise Grissom will lead it off in center field. Then it's Mark Lemke batting second at second. Chipper Jones hitting third at third. Fred McGriff is playing first, then Javi Lopez batting fifth. Andrew Jones in left, Jermaine Dye in right. Terry Pendleton the start, he's the DH. Jeff Blauser is at short, batting ninth. The defense for the Yankees, Tino Martinez back at first base. Now that we are able to use the DH, 95 consecutive games errorless for Tino Martinez, and that defense works behind the left-hander Jimmy Key.
Well, we saw Jimmy Key in Game 2. He was having some control problems. He likes to work that sinker on the outside corner to right-handers. Big overhand curve, a sharp little slider, and a changeup. Just had a lot of problems getting the ball in the strike zone. Fell behind in the count early. The Braves were able to take advantage.
Jimmy Key much the same as Greg Maddux. He must keep the ball down to win. Anytime he elevates from the waist or above, he's hittable, especially in the fat part of the plate.
Jimmy Key was on the mound back in 1992 when Toronto defeated Atlanta 4-2. He was the winning pitcher. He is making his third World Series start, which includes that effort here in Game 2 on Monday night. Marquise Grissom is set to go. He has a hit in each of his first 11 World Series games. The numbers for this World Series outstanding. The .455, and he's ready to lead it off for Bobby Cox's Atlanta Braves. Glad you're with us. Game 6. Jimmy Key gets it going with ball one.
A lot depends on home plate umpire Jerry Davis and whether he gives the outside pitch to Jimmy Key or not.
First one missed outside. Now another. It's 2-0. It's Jerry Davis behind home plate with Jim Evans at first, Terry Tata at second, Tim Welke at third, Ripley down the left field line, and Larry Young down the right field foul line. 2-0 on Grissom. Golf shot into left field for Strawberry. One away.
Well, did you ever think you'd be talking about Darryl Strawberry's defense in a World Series? He's come up with some big plays, a sinking, hooking line drive here. Once again, uses that great reach to make a nice sliding catch.
There have been 3 or 4 instances where the defense from Strawberry, whether it's been in left field or right, has been eye-popping. There's a strike to Mark Lemke.
The most memorable in the 1-0 game on Thursday night when he made the catch off Jeff Blauser late in the game to prevent extra bases.
Leadoff man is gone for Atlanta. Now a breaking ball. Grounded to Jeter. 2 up, 2 down.
The Atlanta Braves, knowing that the New York Yankees have the momentum. I'm reminded of a saying that Earl Weaver used to say, or used to have, that your momentum is only as good as tomorrow's starting pitcher.
2 good ones hooking up here tonight.
Man, I'll say.
Ball 1 to Chipper Jones. You know, the Yankees are now past having to see what a young Andy Pettitte will give them, or what will they get out of Kenny Rogers. Now they've got Key tonight, and if there is a Game 7, they've got David Cone tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Braves, they have Maddux tonight, and if there is a Game 7, they have Glavine tomorrow. Maddux getting ready, evidently, for his start in the bottom of the inning. 2 balls and a strike on Chipper Jones. So all that back and forth, the Braves pitching this, that, and the other. The Yankees are beyond that. They have a 3-2 lead, and they have Key and Cone on the mound if they need both in the final 2 games. 2 balls and a strike on Chipper Jones, 2-2.
I think that's an excellent point, Joe, because what is happening right now in this game, and if there is a game tomorrow, they can match the Braves as far as starters are concerned.
Down the right field line, long run for O'Neill, inning over. And a much better start to game 6 for Jimmy Key than game 2. A half inning complete, no score.
Just up from 40 Deuce and Dream Street, there's a joint that jumps with solid swinging and hepcat scat. Where the Heidi-Ho Man and the Godfather of Soul hit the high notes with every cool in the pool. It's a house on fire called the Cotton Club, where every night the vibe is hot and live gigs aren't the only things that cook, because the club chases up some of the best chaff in town. So if you're hip to the scene, grab some threads and bring your Visa card, because the club jives and jukes at a shake, but never with American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Behind me, Niagara Falls, where 2 million
pounds of copper and 300,000 rivets hold together this.
Our Congress, which is met here.
There are a lot of interesting things to see in this country.
On your right, you'll see the marriage of the body and the chassis.
Who would have ever thought a car factory would be one of them?
Over to the left, dashboard assembly.
All we know is the more people learned about Saturn, the more they wanted to come and visit us.
Our polymer panels bend and flex.
So each week we show folks around the place.
You can stop on us all day.
Pointing out crowd pleasers like lost foam casting and seat installation.
Go ahead, get right in there. Note that we've added skylights here to add to the cafeteria setting.
Well, we're flattered by all the attention. We're just a little baffled by it. I mean, we are just making cars, right?
Next stop, Saturn Gift Shop. Now if you look over
here. Bottom of the first inning at Yankee Stadium. No score. The Yankees come to bat. They'll lead it off with Derek Jeter at short. Wade Boggs back in the lineup batting second. Bernie Williams hitting third. Big Cecil, the DH. What a World Series he is putting together. Then Tino Martinez at first. Darryl Strawberry in left. Paul O'Neill in right. Mariano Duncan at second. Joe Girardi catching and batting ninth. The defense for the Atlanta Braves. Why not? I like Greg Maddux. We know he can pitch. He can hit a little. He has 7 Gold Glove awards. And here he is, Greg Maddux. 2-1, making his 4th World Series start. A 15-game winner during the regular season.
And we've seen Greg Maddux enough to know what he's going to do tonight. He's going to work that sinker on both sides of the plate. He's going to throw the changeup, mix in an occasional curveball, an occasional cut fastball that looks like a little slider. Very rarely does he stray from his game plan, working that outside corner to right-handers.
Bob, he certainly didn't do that in game 2, when of the 24 outs recorded, as you said in the opening, 19 ground ball outs. 19 out of 24.
The Yankees come to bat in their half of the first inning with Jeter, Boggs, and Williams. If anybody gets on Cecil Fielder, here is Derek Jeter. He has set a rookie record in 1996 with postseason hits. He has 21 of them. No surprise, first pitch, strike one.
Got a lot of movement on that strike one, and that's the dilemma that a hitter faces when you're up against Greg Maddux. He throws so many first pitch strikes, you might ask yourself, well, why doesn't the hitter go up there and swing at that first pitch strikes? The Yankees did that in game 2. Maddux pitched 8 innings through only 82 pitches. If you hit it, it's going to be a ground ball.
1 ball, 1 strike up the middle. Told you he has 7 Gold Glove awards, 1 away.
He had 5 assists in game 2. Looked like a little slider on the outside part. Greg Maddux always in a position to field the ball. All of the Braves starting pitchers, excellent fielders.
That will bring in Wade Boggs, making his first start since game 2. And he takes a pitch just high from Maddox. Boggs won game 4 with that bases loaded walk he drew off the bench for Joe Torre. Charlie Hayes, at least at the start, will sit this one out. 1 ball, 1 strike for Maddox.
The defense on the left side of the infield. Chipper Jones way off the line. And Jeff Blauser at short toward the hole. The middle and third base line are open for Boggs.
Well, we talked about Greg Maddux. He's going to throw any pitch to any location at any speed. Doesn't overpower hitters, but that great movement, particularly on the sinker and the changeup.
Took care of Jeter on a comebacker. Now the 1-2 to Boggs, and he stays alive.
You know, that middle point, that he doesn't have great velocity. What he has is what the hitters refer to as late pop. He may be throwing an 86-mile-an-hour fastball, but at the end, he has late movement, and that's one of the key ingredients of getting guys out.
Has Boggs set up. Wouldn't chase. 2-2. Already you can see the Yankees getting a little better look at Maddox and maybe taking a pitch or 2 more than they did in game 2. Maddox threw only 82 pitches in that 8-inning effort. That's into right. Easy for Dye, 2 out.
There's no easy approach to Greg Maddux. You attack him early in the count, you hit a lot of ground balls. He has a lot of low pitch innings. You wait till late in the count, a lot of times you'll find yourself with 2 strikes, and with his ability to expand the strike zone, you're just as deep as hole. But the more pitches he throws, the better chance he has of making a mistake.
Yeah, Bob, that's what we were talking about in the opening. Joe Torre telling his hitters to hit what you see. Don't try and think with this guy. See the ball, hit the ball.
2 out, nobody on for Bernie Williams. Has only 2 hits in this World Series. And behind on the count. His 2 hits, however, did combine to help the Yankees win that very important game 3 in Atlanta, when he drove in 3 runs and hit his only World Series home run. Nothing in 1, the count from Maddox. 1-1. Bernie Williams trying to extend this first inning for Cecil Fielder. Even though he's only 2 for 20 in the World Series, still hitting .333 in the postseason. There's strike 2. Mentioned the home run hit by Bernie Williams. It came in game 3. 8th inning off McMichael. And that helped the Yankees along to their 5-2 win behind David Cone over Glavine. Wetland would later get the save. Cecil up next. Those hands go up. Pitch barely missed inside. 2-2.
That's his strikeout pitch to left-handers. He tries to get the arms up. Ball tailing back over the inside corner. It just missed inside. Bob will see him come back in there. If Lopez moves inside, that's the pitch he throws with 2 strikes, the Taylor.
Here it is. Missed again, full count. Jeter bounced back to Maddox. Boggs fly to right. To McGriff. First inning over here in game 6 at Yankee Stadium. The Braves will try to take an early lead tonight. Get this crowd out of the game. Second inning, no score.
No two
GM owners are alike.
We drive a lot of different kinds of cars
And trucks for a lot of different reasons.
But when J.D. Power and
Associates
ask new vehicle owners about the quality,
sales experience and delivery of
their vehicle, the different GM owners
wound up
mostly saying the same thing.
same thing.
General Motors is rated highest in satisfaction right from the start.
People in motion.
How'd you do on the math test? What happened?
I tripped over this.
Where do you think it goes?
It's that way.
Well, let's follow it. Oops.
Can you confirm a signal loss?
Houston, we have a problem.
Roger. Must be a couple of gremlins down here.
It's not TV, it's HBO.
Today, more than ever, business isn't conducted in just one language, nor does it rely on a single currency or a universal set of rules. So what makes you think it operates at just one speed? That's why worldwide, UPS gives you more guaranteed on-time delivery choices than anyone else. After all, business today may know no boundaries, but when it comes to deadlines, it has plenty. UPS, moving at the speed of business.
Aren't there enough reasons in your life to talk to your doctor about Zocor? Call 1-800-MERC-75 for your free Zocor guide to healthy living. Zocor, be there.
Witness the most incredible disasters caught on tape in the special everyone will be talking about. When disasters strike, Monday on Nonstop Fox.
Kaiser Sose and Matt Dillon checking out the action here in Game 6. Yeah, it's Kevin Spacey and Matt Dillon. All the stars are out in Game 6.
Two unusual suspects there, huh?
Matt Dillon going blonde on us. Here's McGriff with Lopez and Jones to follow. Second inning, no score. Jimmy Key back to work. And a perfect pitch over the outside corner.
Well, Fred McGriff is one of the hitters in Game 2 that hurt Jimmy Key on pitches up in the zone. They were going to really concentrate on staying down on Fred McGriff.
Down and away, and it's 1-1. McGriff has had a very strong World Series. 6 hits, including 2 home runs. Comes up empty, 1-2.
Fred McGriff, we've talked about how he loves the ball away, especially the left-handed batters. In my opinion, the Yankees have not done a good job coming inside to McGriff enough.
2-2.
You can see from McGriff's approach, he starts out well off the plate, particularly against left-handers, and then dives in towards the plate, looking to shoot a pitch to the opposite field.
Up the middle. Jeter, what a play. 1 out. On the first base side of second base, Jeter comes up with a play, 1 down.
That was a good play because he was well positioned. You can see Boggs almost halfway between second and third. They're giving McGriff everything on the ground to the left side. He does have good power in the air. Good play by Jeter.
Well, we've seen the Braves use some unusual shifts in this series, and now the Yankees are starting to get a little more aggressive defensively in their positioning.
1 out, nobody on for Javi Lopez. Javi only 3 hits in this World Series. Still hitting .282 in the postseason. Had a terrific National League Championship Series. Against St. Louis was the MVP. Say .542 isn't a bad NLCS.
13 hits, the most in any series in postseason history by a catcher.
2-0 the count from Jimmy Key. Can't get the corner. It's 3-0.
I would imagine Bobby Cox will have Lopez hitting here as you look at Andrew Jones on deck.
Never had a chance to swing. A one-out walk. And the first base runner of the night belongs to Atlanta.
Well, Jimmy Key kind of feeling around that outside corner, trying to find how far he can work off that corner and still get the strike call. He said he felt in game 2 that it worked to Maddox's advantage to have a National League umpire behind the plate because they were familiar with the movement on Maddox's pitch. Terry Tata was working the plate in that game. Jerry Davis tonight behind the plate, a National League umpire.
So 1 on, 1 out for Andrew Jones. Andrew Jones broke into World Series play with a bang here in game 1. 2 home runs, 3 hits. 6 RBIs in this World Series. Borderline pitch. Key got the call. 1-1. Andrew Jones back in game 1. Second inning. See you later. Off Andy Pettit, a 2-run shot. Then off Bowringer, a 3-run shot. In a 12-1 Atlanta victory in game 1. Now Andrew Jones out in front of the count, 2-1.
And you're going to get a lot of balls on the ground against Jimmy Key. We'll see if Bobby Cox puts the runner in motion here. Favorable count for Jones.
Change up, 2-2.
Pulls the string on this pitch, gets Andrew Jones, a young hitter, in an aggressive hitting situation, and throws him a changeup.
Full count as Key misses up and in. Jermaine Dye waits on deck. And again, Ryan Klesko is not in the starting lineup for Bobby Cox.
Jimmy Key has a great pickoff move to first base. Bettered only probably by Andy Pettit in the American League.
There's a look at it.
Yeah, if you're the runner on first base, it's just like a hit and run. 3-2, a hit and run's the same thing. You must make sure the pitcher pitches. It's up to the hitter to put the ball in play.
Runner breaks late. They have Lopez caught back in time. And the inning continues. Lopez got such a late break that he was able to get back ahead of the relay throw from Jeter.
Making sure he pitches. Here comes the pitch. There goes Lopez. And he didn't get a third of the way down there. Nifty base running by the Atlanta catcher. One thing, Joe Girardi has to stay back to make sure he gets the strike. He can do that since Lopez doesn't have great speed. And plus, it's a 3-2 count.
I said Jeter, it was Duncan who cut across. Made the throw. Good effort, but Lopez was just too close. And he's on at first with 2 out for Jermaine Dye, who took a ball. During the regular season, hit .281, 12 home runs, tying Todd Hollandsworth for tops among NL rookies. 2-0. Trying to pitch around a 1-out walk to Javi Lopez. Mel Stottlemyre, the Yankee pitching coach, on your right. Jimmy Key behind on the count, 3-0, 3-1.
Key working exclusively on the outside corner here in the first 2 innings of the ball game. It's very important that at some point he establishes inside so that the Braves hitters don't lean out there and start shooting the ball into right field, which is what they did in game 2.
Into the Yankee dugout, full count.
He relies on his control, and you've seen him nibbling around that outside corner here early in the game. He changes speeds on all his pitches and usually makes up for the lost velocity with great command of his breaking balls.
He's 3-2 on Jermaine Dye. Into right field, O'Neill is there. And after an inning and a half, Game 6, Yankees looking for their 23rd World Championship. No score.
The American Cancer Society says a healthy diet including Florida orange juice could reduce the risk of some cancers. The American Heart Association has certified Florida grapefruit and grapefruit juice as part of a heart-healthy diet. And the March of Dimes tells us the vitamin folic acid in orange juice could prevent certain birth defects. And don't worry, there are 96 million more trees where that came from. 100% pure Florida citrus. Are you drinking enough?
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
Vortec, the most powerful line of engines ever in a Chevy truck.
Like a rock.
Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Hey, Dad, what are you doing up?
Reliving your mother's stuffed peppers.
Heartburn again, huh? What are you taking?
Tums, and I'm back for more.
You still taking that stuff? Look, Dad, take a Pepsid AC. One tiny pill controls acid all night.
So I can get some sleep.
Next time, take one before dinner, and you can stop heartburn before it starts.
Before it starts?
You don't see me suffering, do you?
What are you guys doing now?
Nothing, dear. We were talking about your peppers.
Peppers, yeah.
I got some in the fridge.
You can sleep heartburn-free with Pepsid AC. Cowboys take on the Dolphins. Coverage begins noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball's World Series is brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. By HBO. It's not TV, it's HBO. By the Florida Citrus Growers, 100% pure Florida orange juice. Are you drinking enough? And by Pepsid AC Acid Controller. You could be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
Back at Yankee Stadium into the bottom of the second inning. Yankees went in order in the first. Greg Maddux back to work, no score. It will be fielder Martinez and Strawberry for New York. Cecil has had a terrific World Series, hitting .421. It's interesting that the Yankees are relying now every day on Cecil Fielder and Darryl Strawberry, two players that came to this team in the second half of the season. Fielder grounds to first, and the first four Yankees have been retired in order.
You may have seen this before, but we're going to try to bring it back. What Greg Maddux can do, he can make X's on both sides of the plate. He runs the ball away from the left-hander. He tries to hit the outside corner with the breaking ball. He can run the ball in on him, and then we've talked about that two-strike pitch that he tries to bring back, and players refer to that as making X's on both sides of the plate. Nobody does it better than Maddux.
Here's Tino Martinez. He looks at a strike, and what's amazing about Maddux is he does all that with variations on that fastball.
Like a nice recipe. A little salt here, a little pepper there, a little oregano.
Up and in, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Leo Mazzoni told us in Atlanta that basically he does it with finger pressure. He puts a little more pressure with the index finger to make the ball sink away from a lefty. A little more pressure with the middle finger to make it cut back into a lefty.
Strike 2 on Tino Martinez. Tino has had a rough postseason. No RBIs in this World Series, only 1 out of 8. And trying to get it back together facing Maddux, and behind in the count 1-2. Two and two.
He's missing inside. with that tailing fastball. Hey, remember, he tried to do it with Bernie Williams, then he missed to Tino Martinez. If you miss inside, you want to miss inside.
On the inside corner, 2 away, and the first strikeout for Maddox.
He finally hit. 5 pitches in this sequence. A fastball away. This is vintage Maddox. He misses inside. Fastball away. He misses inside. Bingo.
The first strikeout, the second out of the inning. Martinez now 1 out of 9 in the series, and here's Strawberry. The other half of that 1-2 punch the Yankees brought in the second half of the season. Strawberry hitting only .214 in the World Series. His defense has been outstanding. Joe Torre telling us just his mere presence in that lineup makes a difference for the Yankees. Want to know the count? Dipping low and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bob Watson, George Steinbrenner, very instrumental in bringing Darryl Strawberry back to the Yankees. Joe Torre has done the job on the field. That is a manager trying to suppress a yawn. Hard hit right at McGriff. They had it played perfectly right down the line. And the second inning is history. No score after 2. Back to Yankee Stadium after this from your local Fox station.
Up here, there are no ground rules. So go ahead. Think. Build. Create. Do something amazing. You're going places. And that's why we're here.
You mean Hertz helped us earn these free airline tickets?
Exactly. Triple miles from Hertz.
Triple miles just for renting with Hertz?
Exactly. On weekly and weekend rentals.
And we still get computerized driving directions, emergency roadside assistance, and all the Hertz service?
Exactly. It's Hertz.
So, I guess I can stop thinking about how much we're saving and start enjoying our vacation.
Exactly.
At 2 a.m. Sunday, a Chase service representative was available to help Dr. Troy Hamblin transfer the money to cover his student loan payment. 24-hour phone banking, one of 7 ways to connect with us. And another way, you're worth more at our bank. Chase, because the right relationship is everything.
Hey, what's happening? I was checking you out from over there.
Stay over there!
You are so beautiful!
Shut up!
I was just, maybe you and me.
No!
Oh, you are so hot! I was the dress on you and your hair and the light coming and seeing you and your eyes. Like, are those sandals?
You're an idiot!
All right, have a good night.
Good Day, New York. Weekdays starting at 7 a.m. on Fox 5.
Well, these beautiful shots from above are brought to you by the Alta Vista on-site computing airship, doing business over the internet from wherever you are. Pilot is Captain Terry Dillard from Orlando, Florida. Cameraman is Nathan Crawford. They're out there doing business.
Yeah.
Just like Maddox and Key are doing down below. They're back to work. Jimmy Key ready to work the third inning. Delivers ball 1 to Terry Pendleton. Now 1-1. Pendleton has had a postseason he would like to forget. Only 1 out of 13 in the postseason. His 1 hit coming in the World Series. Mariano Duncan kicks it with a backhand. Can't recover. And we'll see how they rule it. They rule it an error.
I don't think Duncan saw that ball right away. He got a very poor jump. Looked like it hit the heel of the glove. Nope, just closed the glove too quickly. And Pendleton beats it out.
Well, Duncan's not out there for his defense. He's the offensive player at second base. If the Yankees have a lead late in the game, you will see Luis Sojo replace him.
So a leadoff error. And now the number 9 hitter, Jeff Blauser, digs in.
Maybe bunting here. Excuse me, Joe.
I was going to say another Atlanta Brave player who has not hit well. Runner is going. Pendleton never looked back, and he is the first out here in the third.
I think that was a quasi pitch out. The reason Pendleton ran, it was the hit and run. So in lieu of the bunt, Bobby Cox elects to hit and run. It looked like either a quasi pitch out or a pitch out. Joe Girardi waiting until Derek Jeter gets over to cover the bag, and he throws out Pendleton easily.
It appeared to be a broken hit and run. Blauser started to swing at the pitch that was well up and out of the strike zone, and then tried to check his swing. Broken play.
You see Terry Pendleton, if you can read lips, he said pitch out. It looked like a pitch out.
Yeah, it did.
Blauser started to go after it, then decided he wouldn't offer it the pitch. And Pendleton was an easy out. You could see Girardi double pump before he got rid of it. And Pendleton was out by plenty. So an error, but Pendleton erased running the bases. And now a 3-0 count on Blauser.
In a running situation, some pitchers and catchers would prefer, instead of pitching out, just throw the ball up and away. Give the catcher a good shot at the runner in case he's running. And that appeared to be what Girardi was doing because he got outside late. So he sets up outside. He gets out there late. If it was a pitch out, it was an odd one.
Now Blauser trying to shoot the gap in right center. Bernie Williams can't get to it. Up against the wall, and it's a one-out double for Blauser. So the Braves lose Pendleton on the bases, and on a 3-1 pitch, Blauser shoots the gap in right center.
McKee continues to work that outside corner, has yet to come inside on a right-handed hitter. Blauser gets a pitch down and out over the plate. A lot of room in the gaps here at Yankee Stadium. 385 to right center, 399 to left center. Even Bernie Williams can't catch up with that bullet.
So for Blauser, only his third hit in this World Series. He's at second, one out for Grissom. And Marquise out in front, strike one. For Blauser, that is his first extra base hit in this World Series. And it comes as a one-out double as the Braves try to take a third inning lead. Pendleton on the error. Then out, caught stealing. Grissom looks at a ball. It's 1-1. Who else would the Braves rather have at the plate than Marquise Grissom? 10 out of 23 in this World Series. Getting a good look at pitches that barely missed. 2-1. Grissom has driven in 4 runs in the World Series, 7 in the postseason. To the left side, the broken back grounder, Jeter. 2 out.
That seems to be the equalizer, Bob, that he's going with tonight, the breaking ball instead of the fastball inside.
And that's a very effective pitch, particularly when you're behind in the count a lot. If you can throw this curveball for a strike, which Jimmy Key does on a 2-1 count, no way a hitter can be looking for a breaking ball.
So the runner at second, 2 out, and it's up to Lemke. Batting right-handed, he takes ball 1. Mark grounded out to short his first time up. 6 out of 22 in this World Series. He went 1-1.
Well, the Braves hitters are getting a dose of the medicine that is dealt on other teams. Away, away, away.
Yeah.
Lemke has come up with one big hit after another for the Braves. Here he pops it up into right center for Bernie Williams. An error, a double, no run scoring for Atlanta. Bottom of the third inning, Yankee Stadium, no score.
The Chevy S10 Sports Side. The coolest thing to come on the back of a truck since the Nutty Buddy. Chevy S10 Sports Side, like a rock.
There's nothing like being ranked #1. It takes a whole lot to get there. Man, you've got to eat it, drink it, and breathe it. Well, you know, it always comes back to fundamentals. Fundamentals, fundamentals, fundamentals. You know what I say? You got to put a fire under them. And once you get a taste of it, man, you don't want anything else. We're the only game in town. You gotta want it. You really gotta want it.
This holiday season, Arnold Schwarzenegger is on a mission.
I'll get that toy, I promise.
But Sinbad is in his way. On November 22nd, get ready to shop till the last man drops.
Oh, poor baby.
Jingle All the Way, rated PG. November 22nd, only in theaters.
Getting squeezed every month by too many bills? Hi, I'm Dan Marino for First Plus Financial. Call First Plus now at this number for a debt buster loan and consolidate those bills with one low monthly payment you can handle. You don't need equity, there are no application fees, and the interest may be tax deductible. Call First Plus now to apply and get an answer before you hang up. Remember, you don't need equity, you just need a phone.
The X-Files has been abducted and moved to a new night. The X-Files now on Sundays at 9, 8 Central.
We get into the bottom of the third inning here at Yankee Stadium. No score. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without express written consent. Joe Buck, along with Bob Brenly, Tim McCarver, our producer John Filippelli, director Bill Webb. Happy to have you with us on a Saturday night. There's a strike to Paul O'Neill. O'Neill, Duncan, Girardi, 7, 8, and 9 for the Yankees, looking for their first base runner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Paul O'Neill with that bad hamstring. There is no doubt that affects him at the plate. He is only 1 out of 9 in this World Series. Strike 2.
Well, he made the great running catch on the ball hit by Luis Polonia to end the game the other night and then limped all the way back into the Yankee dugout. Yeah, things don't seem to hurt quite as bad this time of year until the game's over.
And Paul O'Neill with that very unusual tapping of the right foot. Very unusual timing device. Check it out right there. Check his right foot out.
Checked his swing, 2-2. And you're talking about a guy who hit .302 during the regular season. But as the year has progressed and his hamstring injury has worsened, he has really struggled at home plate. Only 6 hits in the entire postseason. Down the right field line, curling into the corner. Extra base bases for O'Neill. Bad hamstring and all. It's a leadoff double.
You saw that pigeon-toed approach of Paul O'Neill. What that does with your foot, it keeps your shoulder in. It's a reminder to the hitter to keep locked in. O'Neill did, and rips one down the right field line. His second hit of the series and his second double off Maddox.
He started out very pigeon-toed. That toe pointed back towards the catcher, and as the pitcher started his delivery, he slowly opened up until the pitch was delivered.
So the first hit for the Yankees is a double. Paul O'Neill doubled off Greg Maddux in Game 2. He's done it again in Game 6, and now Duncan offered at it as he showed the bunt. That's strike one.
Tell you what the Braves have to look out for right now is a double bunt. A bunt by Duncan, a bunt by Girardi. Girardi with 5 RBIs this year on safety sacrifice squeezes. So if Duncan can get O'Neill over, look for Girardi to possibly try to get him in with a bunt.
Like Mariano was trying to go to right. He was late in the count 0-2.
Well, obviously trying to hit the ball to the right side of the infield. One thing the Yankees have to be concerned about, because O'Neill's hamstring, he is not able to get the kind of acceleration that he's going to need. A hard hit ball right at Lemke or McGriff. Well, now they have both backed up, but until 2 strikes, they were playing relatively shallow to try to cut the runner down at third.
To the right side, Duncan does his job. 1 out.
Well, what a terrific job by Mariano Duncan to move O'Neill to third on a ground ball the other way on an 0-2 pitch.
Now Girardi. Infield is in for the play at the plate. Into center field. That will put the Yankees on top. It's over the head of Grissom. O'Neill scores. Girardi is chugging for 3. It's an RBI triple, and the Yankees lead by 1.
Girardi gets a pitch up in the strike zone. Marquise Grissom playing a very shallow center field, and he just drives it over his head. One of the few mistakes you'll see Greg Maddux make up high in the strike zone, and Girardi wasn't about to let it pass.
I'm going to say it again just to make you 2 guys mad. He can run for a catcher.
Well, he didn't bunt either. So if he didn't bunt, somewhere in this game with a runner on at third and less than 2 outs, look for the squeeze play.
Duncan set it up with a ground ball to the right side. Girardi gets it done with the RBI triple. Now the runner at third, 1 out for Jeter. So the Yankees have done in 2 1/3 innings what they couldn't do in 8 against Greg Maddux in Game 2, and that is dent home plate.
You see Maddux is missing consistently high right now. Lopez had moved out onto the outside corner and gave a good low target. Maddux threw the ball back over the plate and up high out of the strike zone.
Even the double hit by Paul O'Neill was up.
Base hit, 2-0 New York.
as our booth is shaking.
I think the whole city is shaking. Woo.
A single, a double, a triple in this inning. When's the last time that happened with Greg Maddux on the mound? 2 runs are in, 1 on, 1 out. Boggs, pitch out, nothing doing, ball 1.
Many times a manager will take advantage of chaos, and right now for the Braves, this inning has been chaos. Derek Jeter looked like he wanted to get a jump and steal the base. The Braves correctly guessed and pitched out. Jeter didn't go.
So many things Joe Torre can do here. Hit and run, steal. You've got the lead, you take more chances.
There he goes. No throw.
Maddux gave up 21 stolen bases in 26 attempts against him this year. Jeter with a tremendous jump. Doesn't even draw a throw from Javi Lopez.
Now a base hit can mean another Yankee run. Runner at second, 1 out. And a 2-0 count on Boggs. Into right for Jermaine Dye. Jeter will stay put. 2 out. So a big out picked up by Maddux. Boggs is 0 for 2. And the inning will continue for Bernie Williams.
It looked like Derek Jeter on that slide at second could have hurt the lower part of his back or his shoulder on his right side.
He's been trying to stretch out ever since. Jeter at second, 2 out for Bernie Williams. Only 2 out of 21 in this World Series.
Maybe 2 out of 21 in the World Series, but I'm pretty sure Maddux is going to pitch him very carefully here with a base open. Going to get a look at Jeter going into second base here. It's a great break off first, great acceleration, takes a quick peek at home.
Looks like when he put his right arm down, when he slid, he could have jammed his shoulder, pulled the muscle the right side of his back.
He's at second, 2 out. Bernie Williams at the plate. Into right center, base hit. Here comes Jeter. The throw is no good. 3-0 New York.
Usually, when an outfielder makes a throw this bad and this high, the ring finger of his right hand becomes involved. Marquise Grissom with an excellent arm. You don't see him uncork a throw like that unless he just did not have a good grip on it.
Puts himself in good position, charging the ball, momentum going straight to home plate, and then just airmails it to Greg Maddux backing up the play.
Let's face it, Marquise Grissom has had a rough postseason in the field. He's committed 3 errors. One was huge for Atlanta, helping the Yankees get back into the ball game. In fact, win that game 1-0 on the unearned run in Game 5. Grissom has been outstanding at the plate, but he's had a tough time in center. In Game 5, Marquise Grissom in right center. And to his defense, Jermaine Dye, there's no doubt, got in his way and was definitely in his vision as he dropped that ball in right center. The error went to Grissom, and the unearned run scored. It was the only run of the night on Thursday night. Driven in by the man at the plate, Cecil Fielder. Runner at second, Williams, 2 out. Strike one.
The ball to Bernie Williams was up. Greg Maddux is uncharacteristically up in the zone this inning.
Fortunately for him on that pitch, it was so high that Cecil couldn't catch up to it, but that's not a trend that Bobby Cox enjoys seeing very much.
Nothing in 2 on Fielder. It's been a 3-run, 4-hit inning for the Yankees. A big part of it, Joe Girardi with an RBI triple and a run scored. Bernie Williams, the 2-out RBI hit. He took second on the throw home. There was no error charged on the throw. One and 2 on Fielder. Jimmy Key has 3 runs to work with here in the 3rd.
And he may have only 3 more innings to work with because Joe Torre has a very healthy Mariano Rivera and a rested Rivera. He may be going back to that 6-2-1 formula.
Runner at second, 2 out. It stays fair. Lopez, very good play to end the inning. In the first 2 games of this 1996 World Series, the Braves were able to take the crown out of it here at Yankee Stadium. That is not the case tonight.
To this gas station.
Oh, classic oversqueeze. Watch this. Release the hounds. Perfect pump.
2037.
Even at the gas station, you can do more with the American Express card.
Chevy Blazer, the only sport utility vehicle with a driver control system. It's nice to know it's there.
Trust. We are not born with an instinct to trust. Trust must be earned. Trust must be proven. We earn it with integrity. We prove it with sound advice. Trust is the ultimate measure of our success. And at Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time.
Today, people who didn't send the money Western Union and the heartbreak it caused. Meet Sue and her boyfriend.
Ex-boyfriend.
Ex-boyfriend, Mike. What happened, Sue?
My car broke down. I called Mr. Wonderful here. Send money, I said.
And he didn't use Western Union.
No, and it took forever. I had to spend hours with the tow truck guy.
Meet Sue's new fiance, the tow truck guy, Lyle!
Hey, it's your money. Use Western Union, the fastest way to send money worldwide.
Last night, millions experienced the series premiere of Millennium. This Friday, see what all the excitement is about. Millennium, a brand new episode, Friday.
Evidently something happening to Mariano Duncan during that bottom of the 3rd inning. He heads out. And we're going to need a new second baseman.
Maybe Billy Crystal play second base for the Yankees. He'd love that.
Guarantee it.
Not so sure Joe Torre would like it very much, but Billy would dig it.
So we're going to get an early look at Luis Sojo, and we will pass along exactly what happened to Mariano Duncan, who had a big at bat in that 3-run 3rd inning. Soho takes over. He's normally slated for later in the game as a defensive replacement you talked about earlier. But now here's Soho on in the 4th inning. Evidently, when the Yankees went back out, while Key was warming up and the infielders were taking their ground balls and throws, he was hit in the mouth by a ball. That's the early word we get, and that's why Duncan has to leave here in Game 6. So Mark Luis Soho down on your scorecard, batting 8th, playing second base. And Mariano Duncan finished for the rest of the night.
It looked like Chipper Jones might have asked Joe Girardi what happened. They were trying to figure out themselves what happened with Mariano Duncan.
Chipper Jones will lead it off, then McGriff and Lopez. Big inning for Atlanta as they try to get back into this game. 3-0 Yankees in ball 1 from Jimmy Key.
It's a huge inning for Jimmy Key and the Yankees. If you can put up a 0 after your team has scored some runs, it goes a long way towards keeping your team mentally in the ball game.
Braves have the right guys coming up to do something about that 3-0 score. There's ball 2, and it's 2-0 on Jones. Two and 1.
Once again, Jimmy Key staying away. A very defensive swing on a 2-0 count from a very good hitter.
Three and 1. Chipper Jones trying to get on base somehow, some way to get it started for Atlanta here in the 4th. Into left center field, not well hit. Strawberry there, 1 away. Monday on nonstop Fox, Jane used to be the nice girl of Melrose Place. So why is she setting fires and chasing other women's boyfriends? You want to know? You'll have to watch Melrose Place Monday on nonstop Fox. It's Andrew Shue of Melrose Place and the professional soccer team out in LA. With wife Jennifer checking out the action here in Game 6. Here is Fred McGriff with 1 out, nobody on. McGriff grounded out. With the shortstop Jeter, his first time up. And again, Key falls behind 2-0.
We talked in the opening about how important it was for Jimmy Key to get ahead of the hitters. 10 first pitch balls, 13 first pitch strikes so far.
To first and just foul.
Let me correct myself. 10 first pitch balls, 3 first pitch strikes, and he's gotten away with it. You wouldn't want to continue that trend throughout the ball game.
Just hooks foul.
And the count 2-1. 1 out, nobody on. McGriff pops it up. He'll get back and out of play. And it's a 2-2 count. One of the reasons Key has been able to get away with it, falling behind, but then able to get that breaking ball over. That's how he got Grissom with a runner at second last inning. Now the 2-2 to McGriff. Full count. Javier Lopez waits on deck. A 1-out walk, and the second walk issued tonight by Jimmy Key. He walked Lopez back in the second. He walks McGriff with 1 out here in the 4th. And it's 1 on, 1 out for Javi Lopez. Lopez only 3 hits in this World Series. Takes a strike. Only one RBI. One and one.
Javi Lopez, a dead low ball hitter. You see the bright red across the bottom. That's where he really likes the ball. Hot, hot. He will hit hanging breaking balls in that blue zone occasionally, but he likes the ball down around the knees.
1 on, 1 out, 1 and 1 from Key. 2 and 1.
Most low ball hitters are good breaking ball hitters because most breaking balls, to be effective, have to be down in the zone.
3-0 Yankees here in the 4th inning. To the right side, a base hit, a walk and a hit. And the Braves have a rally cooking here in the 4th inning.
Good hitting by Lopez. Fastball away right on the corner. Rifle to right field. Bobby Cox telling us about Andrew Jones and talking about the good power that he has the other way. I think if he hits Jimmy Key, he's going to have to hit it hard the other way, because I don't think Key's going to come inside on him.
2 on, 1 out. Out in front. Strike one. He has been able to fool Andrew Jones with a couple of changeups, and he does it for strike one. The 2 men aboard here in the 4th inning.
Struck him out in the 2nd inning with a very good changeup down low and away. Really planting the seed in Andrew Jones' mind about that changeup.
One ball, 1 strike. Jimmy Smits is here.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was too.
They're all out. Waiting to see if the Yankees can wrap it up in 6 games. Braves have it working here in the 4th inning. It's 2 and 1 on Andrew Jones, and we have yet to see a pitch come inside to Andrew during this at bat.
He may get the breaking ball here if he's consistent with the other right-handed hitters. Nope.
To the right side, headed for foul territory, and out of play. 2 and 2.
You know, in Jimmy Key's defense, he is missing the strike zone, but not by very much. Throughout this World Series, we've seen a lot of those pitches just off the corner called strikes. Jerry Davis not going way out there off the corner.
Now 2 and 2 on the rookie, the 19-year-old Andrew Jones. A walk to McGriff, a hit by Lopez. Into right field. O'Neill can't get there in time, and that will load the bases. Andrew Jones gets his first hit of the night, and the bases are loaded for Atlanta here in the 4th inning.
It was the breaking ball. He finally got it, and he hits it hard in front of Paul O'Neill. O'Neill does keep it in front of him, and McGriff had to hold at second base, Lopez at first, so naturally nobody scores.
Talked about the Braves being a very good team at making adjustments on the fly, and you can see this inning, Lopez, Andrew Jones both going to the opposite field.
Here is Jermaine Dye from one rookie to the next. Dye lined to right his first time up. Bases loaded, 1 out. Into right field, down the line, trouble if it's fair. It is just out of play for strike one. Got to give Bobby Cox credit for being patient. He stayed with these rookies throughout, especially against left-handed pitching. They're back-to-back in his lineup tonight. Andrew Jones got a hit to load the bases. Now the 0-1 to Jermaine Dye. 1-1.
Now finally, Jimmy Key does come inside. Really needs to do that to establish in there, not necessarily for a strike, just like he does right here to keep Jermaine Dye and the rest of the Braves hitters from reaching out and poking that ball into right field.
Can't catch the corner. 2-1. Our Fox box, top left-hand corner of your screen. The bases loaded with Braves, McGriff, Lopez, and Jones. 1 out in the inning, and Jermaine Dye ahead in the count. 2-1. 3-1. And Jimmy Key is staying stubborn.
Borrowing from Tommy Glavine's theory of staying stubborn. David Weathers up and throwing. Ideal hitting situation here.
3-1 pitch. That will force home a run. A bases loaded walk. 2 walks, 2 hits in the inning. It's a 2-run Yankee lead. It's 3-1 here in the 4th.
Well, it appears Jimmy Key is really staying away right through the count against the Braves hitter, not willing to challenge anybody. Fastball away that Jermaine Dye fouls off. The 1 pitch during the sequence inside was called a ball. Away. Ball 4 appeared to be a slider in the dirt. Didn't want to give in on the 3-1 count with the bases loaded.
So that makes it a 2-run game, and the base is still loaded. 1 out for the number 8 hitter, Terry Pendleton.
And again, it's an ideal hitting situation because a guy who is missing consistently outside, if he doesn't continue to stay stubborn like he has done, what he's going to do, he's going to make the adjustment over the middle of the plate.
Throughout his career, Pendleton has been outstanding with the bases loaded. He pops it foul. Strike 1. Lopez, the runner at third. He has a hit in the inning, as does Andrew Jones. Jermaine Dye, the bases loaded RBI walk. One and one from Jimmy Key. The bases loaded, Terry Pendleton in his career, a .335 hitter with 4 grand slams.
Jimmy Key has not given up a grand slam in his career.
And again outside, 2-1.
And he probably won't unless he gets the ball in the strike zone.
Mel Stottlemyre watching Key on 2-1, miss again outside. It's 3-1. David Weathers should be ready in the Yankee bullpen. Double play ball. Jeter steps and throws, inning over. A golden chance for Atlanta. They get only
1. Your cheating heart will make you weep. You'll cry and cry and try to sleep, but sleep won't come. Your cheating heart will tell on you.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't.
Feeling safe, being secure.
No, I won't.
It's why more families rely on Buick LeSabre than any other full-size sedan.
Stand by.
Peace of mind from LeSabre.
Bayer. Powerful pain relief and so much more. Also try Extra Strength Bayer. Nothing stronger for everyday pain.
Time marches on. And if you haven't planned for your retirement, you're losing ground. If you're like most Americans, you probably haven't saved enough, long enough, to retire on solid ground. That's why there's Sun America. Ask your financial advisor about Sun America today. Because the only thing that goes faster than money is time. Look to the sun. Sun America.
Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball's World Series is brought to you by Sun America, the retirement savings specialist.
The old blue light special at the Empire State Building. Blue lights commemorating the season for the New York Yankees. We get into the bottom of the fourth inning, and the Yankees up 3 games to 2. Lead 3-1 as Tino Martinez looks at a ball from Maddox. One out of 9 so far for Martinez as he pops it foul.
One guy we have not talked about in this series is Don Mattingly, who retired from the Yankees last year, an icon in this city, and probably nobody on either team to begin the 1996 season was under more pressure than Tino Martinez. Hard to replace a guy like Mattingly.
He responded so well. Hit 25 home runs, drove in 117 runs, and this postseason has got to be the most frustrating 2 weeks of his life.
Well, the big thing about the postseason, though, regardless of what's happened up to this point, you have a big Game 6 and/or a big Game 7. It's all forgotten.
So far, he's struck out and he's set up here to ball and 2 strikes. Leading it off in the 4th. Into center field. Grissom drifting. 1 away. Right now, let's go down to Steve Lyons for an update on Mariano Duncan.
All right, Joe, I'm standing outside the Yankee clubhouse. Mariano Duncan was taken out of the game at the top of the 4th inning. He strained his shoulder while warming up for that inning. Luis Sojo takes over for him at second base. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, Steve. So not hit in the mouth as was originally reported to us, but instead the strained throwing shoulder. Here is Darryl Strawberry. Grounded out to first, his first time up, and he takes a ball from Maddox.
There's that little cut fastball, almost like a little baby slider. Usually after he throws that, he comes back with the sinker inside off the plate.
One and one.
Alex this time to come back with a good straight changeup, although it's not straight by any stretch of the imagination. You see the downward movement on the ball.
Now the 1-1 to Strawberry. Strike 2.
You could drive a fleet of trucks from Chipper Jones, the third baseman who's playing the shortstop position, to the third baseline.
Maddox has Strawberry 1 and 2, and he strikes him out over the inside corner. 2 out.
Well, Maddox first pitch, little cut fastball inside just off the corner, comes back with the changeup to get the swinging strike. Sinking fastball, sinking fastball.
2 strikeouts tonight for Maddox. 2 out, nobody on in the 4th inning. And here is Paul O'Neill. O'Neill has only 2 hits in the World Series. He has 2 doubles against Maddox. Lemke has plenty of time, and the Yankees go in order in the 4th. After the first 4 in Game 6, Yankees trying to wrap it up. They lead by 2.
Silver Bullet. It's shipped cold to tap the green taste of the Rockies. Tap the Rockies! The new Coors Light Wide Mouth can is here with a giant opening for a smoother pour.
At Cigna, we care about people who have babies. We care about companies that make steel and about companies that make bread. We care about life and about all that makes life great or possible or just better. At Cigna, we care because it is our business to care. But we also care because, well, we have babies too. Cigna, a business of caring.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No,
Feeling safe, being secure. It's why more families rely on Buick LeSabre than any other full-size sedan. Peace of mind from LeSabre.
Ever notice how some things look sweeter than they really are? Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat Cereal, 98% fat-free. One side's sweet, but one side's wheat for a surprisingly delicious sweet, but not too sweet taste. Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats. Don't be fooled by the frosting. Try it.
The new America's Most Wanted. America Fights Back. Now there's justice for all.
Premieres Saturday, November 9th after Cops.
Atlanta trails by 2 after the first 4 innings here in Game 6. It will be the number 9 hitter Blauser, then back to the top of the lineup. Grissom and Lemke against Jimmy Key. Ball 1 from Key to Blauser, who doubled his first time up. Big scoring chance for the Braves in the 4th inning. They had scored 1, had the bases loaded, 1 out, and a 3-1 count on Pendleton. Grounded into the easy inning-ending 6-3 double play.
And what could have been overlooked is in the 3rd inning, Pendleton on an error, and then Joe Girardi appeared to have pitched out. It was an odd pitch out, but he was nailed at second base before the Blauser double.
2-0 on Blauser here in the 5th inning. There's a strike, 2-1. Braves never did panic when they were down 3-1 to the St. Louis Cardinals in the NLCS. They got to be feeling it a little bit now. 3-1 the count on Blauser. They trail 3-1 5th inning. Full count. Looked like Blauser was taking all the way on 3-1.
But Jimmy Key consistently putting himself in good hitters' counts. Not all these Braves hitters are going to be taking 3-1 fastballs down the middle.
Weathers getting ready again. 3-2 to Blauser. Off the end of the bat, 1 away. So Key battles back to get Blauser, and now back to the top of the lineup. This week, Fox NFL Sunday talks with former co-host Jimmy Johnson as he gets ready for his biggest game ever as head coach of the Dolphins. Then it's exciting doubleheader action highlighted by the most talked about game of the season when Jimmy Johnson and the Dolphins take on the Dallas Cowboys. Won't want to miss Fox NFL Sunday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Grissom is on with the base hit here with 1 out in the 5th inning. We'll be able to see that game, the Dolphins and the Cowboys here in New York. The only question that remains the baseball side now is, will that lead us into Game 7? Will there be a Game 7? Braves trying to win here tonight to force the deciding game here tomorrow night. A 1-out hit by Grissom. That gets away. Grissom headed for second. Got it.
was a great play by Joe Girardi, but I think Marquise Grissom was safe at second base. Matter of fact, I don't even think it was close. Looked like a high tag, and it looked like his foot was on the bag. Trying to be restrained there by first base umpire Jim Evans. Pat Corrales, the first base coach. We'll have to see it again, but the way I saw it, the tag was high, the foot was in there, didn't look like he was out.
Great athletic play by Joe Girardi as his right foot slides out from under him as he makes the throw, still gets it on target, obviously safe at second base.
It's a bad call right there. Straight in slide. Unless he tagged him in his left arm going down.
The swipe tag by Jeter after Grissom's foot had hit the bag.
Amazing that Girardi could make it even close.
Yeah, it was.
Off his back foot.
Not even close. Not even close. He's safe easy.
The only question was maybe if Jeter had tagged Grissom on his left arm as he put it up to start his slide, but you could see, and now Cox has been ejected.
And he's going to get into it with a third base umpire, Tim Welke, who he has had problems with this entire series.
Welke, you may recall, was the right field umpire that obstructed Jermaine Dye's attempt to catch a foul ball that led to a big inning. In the fourth game.
That followed the game the prior night when Andrew Jones was called out on a 3-2 pitch that looked well outside, and Tim Welke rung up Andrew Jones, which started the little history we have going on here.
The last manager that I can remember that was run from a World Series game was Whitey Herzog back in 1985 in Game 7. As you can say, he's in there right there. It really wasn't close to play at second base. He was safe.
Well, the umpire at second base, Terry Tate, is a National League umpire, so I'm sure Bobby's had his run-ins with him during the course of the season or the last several seasons.
But it was Welke who ejected him. As Cox was walking by, who knows what was said. But it was Welke who bounced him. Now Lemke flies to center. So after the long layoff, Key throws one pitch, and the top of the fifth inning is history. Yankees bat, they lead by 2.
Someday, my office will have a window. Someday, my boss will be me. Someday, I will meet the man of my dreams. Guess not today.
The Chevy Camaro's 200 horsepower 3800 V6. Therapeutic, isn't it?
You've been thinking about getting a digital satellite dish. And thinking some more. Well, think about this. The people at Radio Shack can answer your questions. Plus, now they've got great deals. Like a Prime Star satellite system for only about $1 a day plus installation. 95 channels of Prime sports and movies with terrific picture and sound quality. Think about it. Better yet, stop thinking about it. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
You need a home improvement loan, but the banks think you already have too many bills. Hi, I'm Dan Marino for First Plus Financial. Call First Plus now at this number for a Buster Plus loan. It combines home improvement and debt consolidation into one low monthly payment. You don't need equity, there are no application fees, and the interest may be tax deductible. Call First Plus now to apply and get an answer before you hang up. Remember, you don't need equity, you just need a phone.
When disasters strike. Monday on Nonstop Fox.
And now, a baseball moment from The Simpsons.
When I grow up, I want to be a baseball player. Get paid $7 million a year to spit and scratch myself.
God bless a little boy's dream.
Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball's World Series is brought to you by the new Coors Light Wide Mouth Can. Tap the Rockies with a smoother pour. By Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust. By Advil, advanced medicine for pain. And by Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
We get into the bottom of the 5th inning. Here at Yankee Stadium, tonight's aerial shots being provided by the Alta Vista on-site computing airship, demonstrating that business can be done over the internet from anywhere, even from 1,000 feet over Yankee Stadium. That's what's going on up above. What's going on down below. The Yankees out in front by 2, and Bobby Cox has been ejected. There was no doubt Cox had his reasons for his argument. Replays clearly showing that Grissom was safe. Got into it with a second base umpire, Terry Tate, and as he walked off, may have said something, may not have said something to Tim Welke, who bounced Cox out of this game. Jimmy Williams, a third base coach. Sure, it will be a consortium between Jimmy Williams, Jim Beecham, and Leo Mazzoni over on that Braves dugout bench.
Maybe Jim Beecham will make the pitching changes. Jimmy Williams has had prior managing experience. So has Pat Corrales.
Here's Soho with his fly ball to right for Jermaine Dye. Fitting that Dye would catch that fly ball off the bat of Soho. This is the second incident between Bobby Cox and Tim Welke, the umpire, who was down the right field line in the way of Jermaine Dye. That was with Derek Jeter at the plate, who would later single, which led to a 3-run 6th inning in that crazy Game 4 in which the Yankees came back to win it 8-6 in 10 innings. The previous night it was a 3-2 pitch with Welke behind the plate, where Andrew Jones was called out on a breaking ball from John Wetland. 1 out, nobody on, and Joe Girardi with a count of 1-1.
Well, the good news for Bobby Cox, after a shaky 3rd inning when Maddox was getting everything up in the strike zone and the Yankee hitters were wailing away on him, he now seems to have found the zone again.
Off the end of the bat into shallow left, and that's going to fall in for a hit. Girardi 2 for 2. Came in 0 for 7 in the World Series. Tim, you're right about the last manager being ejected from a series game. Whitey Herzog in Game 7, the 1985 World Series with Kansas City. Bobby Cox is now the 6th manager to be ejected from a series game. 1 on, 1 out for Derek Jeter, who combined with Girardi in that 3-run 3rd inning for the Yankees. Jeter an RBI single, a stolen base, and a run scored.
And again, a running situation right here.
Girardi stays put as Jeter looks at ball 1.
What managers try to do, they try to run the count favorable to the hitter to disallow the pitch out. Very few managers or catchers will pitch out on a 1-0 count or a 2-1 count. Girardi a fast runner, Jeter a contact hitter.
And a check on Girardi. Coming up in the 9th inning, Tim, Bob and I will award today's Chevrolet Player of the Game. Joe Girardi trying to throw his name in the hat. 13 stolen bases, the Yankee record for catchers. 1 on, 1 out. Double play ball if someone can get to second. What a play by Lemke. What a play by Mark Lemke. 5-4-3 to end the 5th inning. And we go to the 6th at Yankee Stadium. Yankees out in front by 2.
There's a college team I practice with. Each one is out to prove that they can hit the Rhine Express. After a day of fastballs, it's Advil for me. Nothing has shown me that it works better or lasts longer than Advil. I love that sound.
Advanced medicine for pain.
Enterprise rent a car for my trip? Looks expensive.
It's not expensive, Mom.
They pick us up? Sounds expensive.
Pickup's free, Mom.
Well, if it's not expensive, why didn't I get a convertible?
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Dan is a pimp. I never could have outfought Santino.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Their inexplicable behavior continues. Got to go now. Braveheart is on.
It's not TV. It's HBO.
But I didn't know till this day that it was Rossini all along.
Genuine Chevrolet. Then and now, the cars more Americans trust. The cars more Americans trust. Genuine Chevrolet.
Here, honey, drink your orange juice. There you go.
Finally, in health news, the American Cancer Society reports that along with a healthy diet, drinking more Florida orange juice may actually reduce your risk of some cancers. Hey, how about that? Well, that's news up to the minute. Updates on the quarter hour. It's now 23 minutes past.
Whenever you buy Florida orange juice, we make a donation to the American Cancer Society.
Sunday used to be the quietest night of the week. Not anymore.
Get an ambulance!
The X-Files on its new night, Sunday at 9, 8 Central.
This is why this was a spectacular play by Mark Lemke, because of the distance he had to cover on a ball that was hit hard to Chipper Jones with two guys who could run, one that hit it and one that was on first. What a play.
The 5-4-3 double play ends the 5th, and now Jimmy Key back to work in the 6th inning with the Yankees out in front 3-1. Chipper Jones leads it off, then McGriff, then Lopez. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Great job by Chipper Jones to start that double play by floating the ball over towards second base and allowing Lemke to run under it, much like a quarterback would to a wide receiver.
That's slicing down the right field line. It is trouble. Into the corner. It's a fair ball, and it hops into the seats for a leadoff ground rule double. Exactly what the Atlanta Braves needed to start the 6th inning.
And speaking of floating, that's what Chipper Jones does to that sinker, going low and away. He hits it down the right field line, much the same as his double against Jimmy Key in Game 2.
Well, we've already seen David Weathers getting ready for the Yankees out of their bullpen. And whether it's Weathers or whether you get into Mariano Rivera land, here comes Mel Stottlemyre out to talk to Jimmy Key.
If Joe Torre and Mel Stottlemyre stick to their regimen, they would use Dave Weathers to hopefully get out of the 6th inning and then bring Rivera in to start the 7th.
Weathers is the one that for the 3rd time in the last 2 innings is getting ready out in the Yankee bullpen.
Rivera is much more effective to start an inning. If he comes into the ballgame with runners on base, he's very susceptible to the stolen base. So for that reason alone, I'm sure David Weathers is cranking it up in a hurry.
So a leadoff double from Chipper Jones. Here's McGriff, who is grounded out, walked, and scored. Braves trail by 2 here in the top of the 6th inning. And a strike catches the outside corner to McGriff. just low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jimmy Key trying to get around a leadoff double. Up the middle. Soho to his right. Jones to third with 1 out. And that's going to be the last hitter faced tonight by Jimmy Key. Jimmy Key gets into the 6th inning, and he'll give way to the Yankee bullpen.
Why do I rent from Enterprise? Very simple. No stress. They arrange to pick me up free, so I don't have to ask anyone for a ride. See? No stress.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
When was the last time you saw something really amazing?
That's amazing? That is amazing. Definitely amazing.
Flexon, the most flexible metal frame you've ever seen. The most comfortable frame you've ever worn. Flexon by Marchand.
It's equal parts, sweat and steel. It's decisions made in the split of a second. And pain endured for the length of a day. And at the finish, you're either toasting victory or getting set to do it all over again next week. It's auto racing, the way we do it on the Miller team.
You will be called private, specialist, or sergeant. Beneath the ribbons on your chest will be the souls of those who came before. You will be an individual, but triumph as a team. You will know strength, courage, and compassion. You will win what must be won, achieve what must be done. Be all that you can be. You will be a soldier.
Here comes the pitch.
Take me out to the ball game. Okay. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and some Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes you out at the old ball game. What a game.
Our Aflac trivia question, not supplied by the folks at Aflac. Instead, the Honorable George E. Pataki, Governor of the state of New York, asks which New York Yankee holds the longest hitting streak in the World Series. It's our Aflac trivia question. Think about that as Jimmy Key thinks about his 5 1/3 innings here tonight as he gives way to the Yankee bullpen. And first, it's David Weathers. Runner at third, 1 out. Chipper Jones aboard for Javi Lopez. And a strike over the inside corner.
Weathers facing Javier Lopez in game 4 in the 5th inning with 2 on. He struck him out primarily on low fastballs.
A deadline pickup by the Yankees, and he's had a very good postseason. And he's quickly 0-2 on Lopez.
You know, Weathers is a sinker slider guy. Everything he throws is hard. He's not really going to change speeds very much. Very aggressive, comes right at the hitters.
These Atlanta hitters all night, at least the right-handers, have been looking away, and already Weathers has come in on Javi Lopez, and he's 0-2. Now away, and he struck him out.
He really set Javier Lopez up well with the fastball inside. Fastball inside fouled away, off the plate away. Fine job by David Weathers.
With 3 pitches, He does away with Javier Lopez. Now a runner at third, 2 out. And it takes a hit for Atlanta to climb closer. It's Andrew Jones. Inside again for ball 1.
Well, through the first 5 1/3 against Jimmy Key, the Braves hitters only had to worry about the outside corner and whether a pitch was a strike or a ball. Weathers enters the game and immediately starts working both sides of the plate. Completely different look.
One and one. Two balls and a strike on Andrew Jones, who is singled and struck out tonight. Graham Lloyd, the left-hander. Jeff Nelson, the right-hander, getting ready for the Yankees in their pen. Three and one.
Tough slider down and away from Andrew Jones after throwing a fastball up and in. Girardi wanted that call, didn't get it.
Tying run at the plate, runner at third, 2 out. 3-1 from Weathers. That will put the tying run aboard. A strikeout and a walk from Weathers. It's first and third, 2 out. And Jermaine Dye will be called back to the Atlanta dugout.
And Joe Torre's already thought of that. Graham Lloyd, the left-hander, warming up specifically for one hitter, and that's Ryan Klesko. Joe Torre just waiting until Klesko is announced, and one would think he would bring in Lloyd. It's the only reason he's warming up.
Here comes Torre. As Klesko is announced as the pinch hitter. Klesko will bat for Jermaine Dye. Joe Torre will make his second pitching change of the 6th inning. Weathers got 1 out. He walks Andrew Jones. And now we see Graham Lloyd.
This remarkable medicine is the best ever invented for heartburn, indigestion, and pain. It has the power to start working instantly. It's the only one that relieves indigestion and the pain that comes with it. It's no ordinary medicine. It's Alka-Seltzer. That's right. No caplet, no liquid has Alka-Seltzer's effervescent power to speed relief. Plus the medicine to relieve your worst symptoms. Alka-Seltzer, the best medicine for heartburn and pain. Try great tasting cherry, too.
I helped my dad build this place. Well, help. I was so small I could barely swing the hammer. But he taught me a lot about tools. He used to say, you can buy cheap tools every couple of years. Or you can buy Stanley once.
Since 1843, a company from New Britain, Connecticut has been helping people do things right. Stanley.
I even take my tape roll fishing. Well, that way I'll know how big a story to tell.
You, and you have the right to play sports until the cows come home.
You have the right to assemble.
You have the right to be equipped.
You have the right to free speech.
But anything you say can be held against you.
That's life.
Liberty.
And the pursuit of the goal.
But you don't have the right to remain thirsty.
Not when there's Gatorade.
Because every athlete has the right to be quenched.
These are your rights.
Now get out there and exercise them.
Life is a sport.
Drink it up.
The promise of tomorrow. To put down roots. To be there for your kids. To watch your family grow. Owning a home means something different to everyone, but the dream always starts the same. For a free guide that can help you on the path to homeownership, call the Fannie Mae Foundation. We're showing America a new way home.
Joe Torre on his way out to take out David Weathers, checking with home plate umpire right there. Jerry Davis making sure Klesko was announced before he made the move.
His move, as Ryan Klesko was announced, is to bring in Graham Lloyd. An ERA of 0 in 5 innings pitched. First and third, 2 out. Tying runs on, and ball 1 outside to Klesko. Klesko's last start was in Game 3 against David Cone. He's on pinch hitting for Jermaine Dye with runners at the corners, 2 out. Getting a good look at these first 2 pitches, 2-0.
Klesko, a typical left-handed power hitter, down and in and up and out over the plate, and he can pull that pitch away from him.
Gets under it, pops it up. Klesko in this series is 0 for 3 against Graham Lloyd.
Some people long for the good old days, before there were hundreds of channels of television, before there was an internet to surf, before you could email someone on the other side of the world. Let me tell you something about the good old days. They were pretty dull. I want to see things I've never seen, hear things I've never heard, experience things I've never experienced. Otherwise, what's the point of being here?
Phillips Magnavox.
I heard about this car that's supposed to be safe for you and your kids, but it's so expensive you probably couldn't afford to have kids and that car at the same time. How about a Chevrolet Cavalier? It comes with a safety cage, dual airbags, even standard anti-lock brakes. So for around $12,000, you really can get everything you want in a safe car, including kids. Who decided that only people who can afford expensive cars should be safe? Get the car that's easy to own, a Cavalier. Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust.
Trusting the wrong diarrhea medicine can put you in a very uncomfortable position. But you can count on Imodium AD to stop diarrhea, often in one dose. You could end up taking dose after dose after dose of the pink stuff to stop diarrhea as effectively as Imodium AD. Don't take chances with diarrhea.
You should have taken Imodium AD.
Take Imodium AD.
Sorry.
One dose relief you can count on.
Last night, millions experienced the series premiere of Millennium. This Friday, see what all the excitement is about. Millennium, a brand new episode, Friday.
Major League Baseball presents the Ultimate Series Souvenir, the official 1996 World Series video. All the drama of the 1996 World Series, plus exclusive interviews are showcased in this remarkable video. To order the 96 World Series video for $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping, use your credit card and call 1-800-787-6227. 1-800-787-6227. A message from Major League Baseball.
There's your score into the bottom of the 6th inning here at Yankee Stadium, Game 6. And guys, the Atlanta Braves have left 6 runners on base.
Ryan Klesko pinch hitting for Jermaine Dye. And Graham Lloyd coming in. He has not allowed a base runner in this series. What a remarkable job from the guy down under.
Maddox back to work in the bottom of the 6th inning, dealing with Boggs. And a count 0-2. Klesko stays in the game. He's in playing left field, and that moves Andrew Jones from left to right. So he had to deal with the fans in the left field bleachers, and now he meets some new friends out in right. Boggs has flied to right twice. Reaching, hit the mound. That helped Lemke. 1 out. About the answer for our Aflac trivia question. Which New York Yankee holds the longest hitting streak in the World Series? Hank Bauer, 17 consecutive games. That's our Aflac trivia answer. And our thanks to Governor George Pataki. He submitted that question.
So I guess he knew the answer too.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
1 out, nobody on. Bernie Williams looks at a ball low.
That's not fair asking trivia questions if you don't know the answer.
Right.
Williams has that RBI single his last time up. Jermaine Dye is finished for the rest of the night. Maddox has had that one bad inning. 1-1 on Williams. Maddox back in that 3-run third inning allowed a leadoff double to Paul O'Neill. Duncan moved the runner over. There's Rivera getting ready. An RBI triple by Joe Girardi. He scored on a hit by Jeter, who stole second, and scored on a hit by Williams. 1 out, nobody on. Williams, that's down the left field line. Trouble. Klesko on the run is there for the second out of the inning.
Klesko, a much improved defensive outfielder. This ball slicing away from him down in that short porch in left field. Stays on that ball very nicely.
While we show the replays, a fan has gotten loose on the field. Quickly disposed of. And with 2 out, nobody on here in the 6th inning, the batter will be Cecil Fielder. While all the security guards go back to their posts. Security guards have been going through 2-a-days to get ready for tonight's game. And you just hope that that one fan doesn't trigger the domino effect, literally. 2 out, nobody on here in the 6th inning. And Cecil Fielder waits the night for Maddox as opposed to game 2. The only column that matters to Maddox is that run category, and he's allowed 3 as he's worked here tonight, none through 8 innings in game 2. Fielder is grounded out twice. One and one.
Some fans spoil it for a few, but there's a real diehard Yankee fan. Guy with the sign behind home plate, sporting Tommy John's career earned run average.
Really?
Yeah. There it is, right there. Let's telestrate that right there, folks. Tommy John's ERA for his career. Not bad. That's a real Yankee fan there.
Oh, there's no doubt. Scary that you would know that.
3.14.
Base is empty. 2 out. Fielder's grounded out twice. Hanging breaking ball into left, right to Klesko. He fields it on a hop. There's a rare hanger from Greg Maddux, and Fielder put the bat on the ball. Klesko didn't get a real good read on it, and it fell in front of him.
When power hitters take a big cut on pitches up in the zone, your natural instinct as an outfielder is to break back. Ball wasn't hit off the head of the bat. Klesko was fooled. It drops in for a single.
Now Tino Martinez. 1 for 10 in this series. Fielder's not going anywhere on that ball. Ball 1. Good time for the duck dance, I guess. 1 on, 2 out. A strike on a changeup, 1 and 1.
Well, Greg Maddux had only one of those throw it and duck innings, and that was in the 3rd when New York scored all 3 runs. He was up in the zone that inning, but for the most part, you exclude that 3rd inning, He's kept the ball down fairly well.
Girardi, a flare hit in the 5th inning. A hanger that stayed in the ballpark off the bat of Cecil Fielder. They hit to left with 2 out, and now Maddox behind in the count 2-1 on Tino Martinez. Joe Girardi has been a big part of the Yankees attack here tonight. Not only at the plate with an RBI triple and a run scored and a single, but when he cut down Grissom on that ball that got away. Off the end of the bat to Lemke, inning over. We have played 6 here at Yankee Stadium. Yankees still out in front by 2. Back to Yankee Stadium after this from your local Fox station.
Tonight, after the game, the excitement doesn't stop. On the special late edition, the 10 o'clock news shows you the after effects of Yankee fever. It's all on the 10 o'clock news tonight.
Kid, you got the talent, but you got a problem. You're too nice. I'm gonna make you bad. Okay, Mr. Lambert.
To the vows we make, to the roads we take, and the stops along the way. The parade, the dance, the joy, the chance, and children too someday. The vows we make, the roads we take, the stops along the way.
Went to the mall. I like to write stories. They're important because if everybody wrote, everybody would have a bigger imagination.
I could design a rocket ship. I could take paper airplanes and on the inside tape them together.
My pictures are very important to my dad because when I tell him that I love him with a picture, he can keep it forever.
International Paper. We answer to the world.
Cathay Pacific now takes you closer to the pulse of Asia with a same-plane daily direct service from New York to Hong Kong. Welcome aboard Cathay Pacific, the heart of Asia.
Good Day New York, weekdays starting at 7 a.m. on Fox 5.
Back at Yankee Stadium, which is just drenched in baseball tradition. Monument Park, the monument for Babe Ruth. Yankee Stadium opening on April 18th, 1923. Who hits the first home run? Who else? Babe Ruth. Yankees were in the Polo Grounds before coming to Yankee Stadium. They played here since 1923. Save the 2 years in 74 and 75 when Yankee Stadium was remodeled and renovated. But quite a home field advantage for these Yankees, who have not been taking advantage of the home field up until now. They lead 3-1 into the 7th inning. New third baseman Charlie Hayes, new pitcher Mariano Rivera. 7th inning, 3-1 New York. And a ball to Terry Pendleton leading off. Terry by far the key at bat for the Braves so far after Atlanta broke through with a bases loaded RBI walk to Jermaine Dye in the 4th inning. He had a count of 3-1 with the bases loaded and grounded into the inning ending rally killing double play. 2-0 from Rivera.
And Terry up there taking a strike, it appears. That's because the Braves are trailing by 2 runs, not 1. Up there hacking if they're trailing by 1, but he gets 4 straight balls from Rivera.
How about that? Mariano Rivera, a walk on 4 straight to start the 7th inning, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate. So Rivera comes on after Graham Lloyd went a third of an inning, getting Klesko to pop up. with 2 on, 2 out to end the top of the 6th. Weathers a third of an inning. Struck out 1, walked 1. After Key went 5 1/3. Here's Jeff Blauser. He's doubled, he's lined out. And he's late. Strike 1.
Well, Rivera can get erratic around the strike zone, particularly up in the strike zone. But he gets a lot of swinging strikes on pitches that are up out of the strike zone because of that tremendous velocity.
10 postseason appearances, that ERA around a half, 4th lowest all time, and he's 0-2 on Blauser. This has been the formula for the Yankees all year long. You get a start from whoever, Pettit, Key, Cone, it doesn't matter. You have a lead. You hand it over to Rivera for the 7th and 8th. You hand it over to Wetland for the 9th. Oh, 2 to Blauser. That should stay in play. It will. Behind second for Soho. 1 out. So Blauser 1 out of 3, and back to the top of the lineup. It'll be Marquise Grissom.
I think one of the reasons that Mariano Rivera is so successful is he throws hard, sure, but there are a lot of pitchers in the major leagues that throw as hard as Rivera, but none have the nice, easy motion before the exploding fastball.
Strike 1 on Grissom. Grissom a single his last time up, then with Lemke at the plate, a ball got away. Girardi off his back foot fired a strike down to second. Grissom was called out, and he was clearly safe, which eventually led to the ejection of Bobby Cox. Strike 2. 96 miles per hour from Rivera. Double play ball, maybe. 6-4. Didn't get them both. The force out 6-4. Now Joe Torre will put up a mild argument at first base. But I think it's the same as we talked about a couple of innings ago. Soho just had too far to go because he was playing so far in the hole on the right side that he couldn't turn 2.
He knew he didn't have much time, so he tried to throw on the move. As his foot hits the bag, he tries to jump and throw all in one motion. Makes a nice play to get rid of the ball. Tino Martinez with a good dig. Looked like he beat it.
As we showed you with Lemke in the 5th inning, covering a lot of ground, Soho had to do it, and they couldn't get Grissom with his speed. Now Lemke comes up empty, strike 1.
You notice since those 4 straight balls to open the inning to Terry Pendleton, he has not thrown one in the last 2+ hitters. His idea of a waste pitch is one waist high.
One and one on Lemke, 95 miles per hour from Rivera. Into center field. Bernie Williams is there. Top of the 7th inning, over. Time is running out on the Braves, and right now Rivera holds the clock.
Like most car companies, we like to keep our new models a secret before we introduce them to the public.
Morning.
So we cover up the name when we're out on a test drive.
Whose red car is that out there in the parking lot?
This tends to pique some people's curiosity.
It's probably me. Am I blocking you? No, it's okay. I was walking by. It sure caught my eye.
Take our new coupe, for example. We gave it a new look and made over 100 improvements.
It looks real fast. Oh, it is. Got some zip. This is great coffee, ma'am. You think I could get a cup to go?
Then we test drove it, thousands of miles across the country.
Comfortable, is it? Yes, sir. Drove all the way from Tennessee.
But we kept it disguised so you'd be surprised when you saw it in a showroom.
So, what is it? I'm not supposed to tell you.
We never thought, though, that people would be able to figure out what car it was just by meeting the people who drove it. Well, so much for keeping a secret.
I'm not everyone, I'm me. So when I decided to quit smoking, I did not choose that one-size-fits-all patch. I chose Nicorette gum. Nicorette has this flexible dosing schedule that helped me control my cravings. It let me use the strength I needed, the amount I needed when I needed it. Nicorette was personal. It fit me. You know, me the non-smoker. Me.
Nicorette gum will help you quit smoking successfully by helping you control your cravings. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
Hyperkeratosis? Symptom: persistent, itchy, flaky scalp. Solution: Neutrogena T-Gel. It works. Neutrogena T-Gel Shampoo. Recommended #1 by dermatologists.
Washington is selling our future to the special interests.
Don't waste your vote on someone who will sell you out.
Ross Perot is the only candidate who will work for our interest instead of the special interest.
Just vote for Ross, because you own this country.
Jane's obsession with her ex-lover will drive her to...
You have to watch Melrose Place, Monday on Nonstop Fox.
Well, at over 130 feet long and filled with 70,000 cubic feet of helium, the Alta Vista on-site computing airship, providing all these great shots from high above Yankee Stadium. We get ready for the bottom of the 7th inning. Maddox back to the mound. Strawberry leads it off. Strike one. It will be Strawberry, O'Neill, and Soho for the Yankees here in the 7th. Mariano Rivera issued the leadoff walk and then blew right through the Braves. Blauser, Grissom, and Lemke. Now 2-1 from Maddox on Strawberry.
You can see Maddox snatching that ball back from Javier Lopez, very upset with himself. He doesn't find himself in the hole 3-1 very often.
And a walk to Strawberry to start the 7th. November 1st, it's the all-new 24-hour sports cable network, Fox Sports Net. Get ready for the revolutionary Fox Sports News. In-depth coverage that takes you live to every major event, coast to coast, 7 days a week. At Fox Sports News, we are there. Wayne and Janet Gretzky. Wayne, of course, now a member of the New York Rangers. And don't forget the NHL All-Star Game coming up here on Fox, January 18th. 1 on, nobody out for Paul O'Neill.
The great one. And as far as every baseball fan knows, Greg Maddux is the great one as far as pitching is concerned. Give you an idea, he walked Strawberry to lead off the inning. That's only the second batter to lead off the inning in his last 261 innings, including postseason.
O'Neill shoots one foul. Up to 82 pitches, which is his total from Game 2 when he won 8 shutout innings.
And usually you would think about starting Darryl Strawberry to stay out of the double play. Paul O'Neill grounded into 21 double plays during the season, but Strawberry with the bad toe, O'Neill with the bad hamstring. Not really much Joe Torre can do.
The Braves with an active bullpen. 1-1 on O'Neill. Nagel and Bilecki getting ready for Atlanta as Maddox issues his first walk of this year's World Series. Broken bat, ground ball to McGriff. 3-6-3 for the double play here in the 7th.
Bob, it looked to me like Darryl Strawberry took off and then stopped. He did right there. O'Neill breaks his bat. An easy double play by Fred McGriff, a 3-6-3. And as you mentioned, Bob, that neither runs well, but there's that fake break by Strawberry. I wonder if he missed a sign.
See Strawberry going out of his way to try to break up that double play.
O'Neill now 1 out of 3. Soho shoots it foul. Luis has a hit and an RBI in this series, 2 overall in the World Series, but his RBI hit came in that 5-2 win for the Yankees in Game 3 in Atlanta. He's 0 for 1 since entering back in the 4th. Two out, nobody on. Soho down the left field line. Extra bases for Soho. It's a double with 2 out. That's his 3rd hit in the World Series.
Soho in the game as a defensive replacement, although tonight, because Mariano Duncan was injured, one thing they have in common is they like to go up there and swing that bat. Neither guy's going to get cheated.
And the inning continues for Girardi. He's tripled, he's singled, he's driven in a run, he's scored a run. Right-hand Blauser, good play, took a funny hop, and the inning comes to a close. We have played 7. Braves bat, 8th inning, time running out. Rivera back to work.
Husky, the toughest name in tools. Guaranteed forever, and only at the Home Depot.
Nearly half of all eligible Americans don't even bother to vote.
People like me, we're disgusted with politicians
selling out to special interests.
But this time, I'm not wasting my vote.
I'm voting for Ross because you own this country.
Wrangler jeans, available in the 2 colors boys prefer most, black and blue. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans. Pine Lake, 3 friends, 3 pair of Wrangler jeans. Everybody's comfortable, even the fish. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
Inside your car's fuel system, there's a constant battle between good and evil. So if you have a dirty fuel system, none of these dark forces can match the power of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. STP's most technologically advanced fuel system cleaner ever. Dirt has met its match. STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner.
When was the last time you saw something really amazing?
That's amazing? That is amazing. Definitely amazing.
Flexon, the most flexible metal frame you've ever seen. The most comfortable frame you've ever worn. Flexon by Marchon.
I really do have dandruff, so I did it. I took the Dinerex test. Dinerex tingled. Head and shoulders, nothing.
All these have effective dandruff medicine, but Dinerex has something extra that tingles, feels fresh.
You won't see me scratching my head in Miami.
Dinerex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
Witness the most incredible disasters caught on tape in the special everyone will be talking about. When disasters strike Monday on Nonstop Fox.
Well, along with our producer, John Filippelli, director Bill Webb, Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, Bob Brenly back at you. We are ready for the 8th inning. Girardi has had a big night, as has Derek Jeter. Bernie Williams drove in the 3rd run in that 3-run 3rd inning. Jermaine Dye, a bases-loaded walk for the only Atlanta RBI. And Bobby Cox was ejected from the game back in the 5th inning after arguing a call at second base when Grissom was called out. Replay showed he was safe. Chipper Jones leads it off against Rivera, and he hits the first pitch into center. 8th inning, 1 pitch, 1 out. If there is a Game 7, it's David Cohn and Tom Glavine, and it's tomorrow night, and it will be right here on Fox at 7 Eastern. The Braves hope to put on those sanitary socks one more time in 1996. The Yankees trying to wrap up their first World Championship since 1978. One and one to McGriff. Broken bat, back up the middle, Jeter. 2 out.
There is a huge difference in the late innings being in front by 2 runs as opposed to 1 run. The third baseman and the first baseman are off the line. The outfield doesn't have to play extra deep to guard against an extra base hit. You're looking at a conventional defense now with the Yankees up by 2.
2 out, nobody on. Yankees happy Rivera didn't offer it that ball back up the middle with his bare hand. Lopez, strike 1. A walk, a single, a strikeout for Hobby. NLCS MVP. Only 4 hits in the World Series. 1 and 1. What a run it's been for the Atlanta Braves through the 90s. They're in the World Series for the 4th time in the last 5 World Series. Strike 2 on Lopez. We're in the 8th inning. Rivera trying to get it to the 9th inning, and John Wetland.
What an extraordinary time to be a child. Now that we can surf the internet through our TVs, The world is literally at their fingertips. Children are our future. The better we make the world for them, the better we make the world for us.
Web TV from Philips Magnavox. The power of the internet now on your own television.
Tonight, after the game, don't you touch your TV because the 10 o'clock news has a few things to tell you about the Yankees you won't hear anywhere else. After the game on the 10 o'clock news tonight.
Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball's World Series is brought to you by Philips Magnavox, bringing the power of the internet to your own television. By Nicorette Gum, now available without a prescription. You can do it. Nicorette can help. By Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up. And by Miller Lite, American Light Lager Gold Medal winner at the 1996 World Beer Cup.
Well, this place is shaking literally as we get into the bottom of the 8th inning. Yankees batting, Yankees leading in the game and in the series. George Steinbrenner and all the Yankee fans hoping tonight is the night they bring the World Championship back to New York for the first time since 1978. Ted Turner, different sort of rally cap. Right now, he and the Braves hope Maddox can keep it a 2-run game. Jeter leads it off and takes a strike. Good pitch in on the hands, 0-2. Maddox still trying to hit those corners, 1 and 2. Two and 2.
Well, and Jerry Davis, the home plate umpire, has been very consistent tonight. He didn't give it to Jimmy Key. He's not giving it to Greg Maddox.
From 0-2 to 3-2. Charlie Hayes on deck. One away here in the bottom of the 8th inning as Maddox strikes out his 3rd. Well, if the Yankees hang on and win, coming up after the game, the NASDAQ postgame show, followed in New York by bonus coverage during the Channel 5 News, and we'll be here with additional interviews and analysis on the Fox News Channel. That is if the Yankees hang on. 3 more big outs coming for Atlanta. Charlie Hayes digs in for the first time tonight. Boggs was 0 for 3 while he was in there. Mariano Duncan had to leave with a strained throwing shoulder back in the 4th. He's back out and watching. What would this series have been if David Justice were healthy? 2-0 on Hayes. Andy Pettitte, the game of his life in Game 5 on Thursday night in Atlanta. 2-1 on Hayes. Larich, the swing of his life in Game 4 on Wednesday night in Atlanta. The game-tying 3-run home run in the 8th inning. Up the middle, knocked down by Maddox. Another fine play, 2 out.
That's why he wins 7 Gold Gloves. Just a great awareness on the mound. A lot of pitchers would be fooled by balls hit back through the box, either thinking they're hit harder than they are or slower than they really are. Maddox always seems to have that glove in a good position to make the play.
What a postseason and series it's been for Graham Lloyd. What a weapon against this Atlanta lineup. 2 out, nobody on. Bernie Williams, strike 1.
The entire Yankee bullpen had a great World Series. Graham Lloyd, first and foremost, neutralizing those lefties in the Braves lineup.
Since game 1, that Yankee bullpen has allowed only 2 earned runs. And they've had plenty of work. 1-1 on Williams. Bob Watson put all of this together. His first year as Yankee general manager. Bernie hit a homer. They're thinking. 1-1 to Williams. That's out of play. Not only did Bob Watson help put all this together, on the recommendation from Arthur Richmond, senior advisor to George Steinbrenner, he brought in Joe Torre. Doc Gooden back in New York. 2 out, nobody on, and Williams steps out.
Matter of fact, Joe Torre was interviewed for the general manager's job, turned it down, and a week later accepted the manager's job of the Yankees.
2-2. Wade Boggs, his first trip back to the World Series since 1986. But we had fun showing him throughout this World Series. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Bernie Williams. 2 out, nobody on. To the right of Lemke, a base hit. You know, while we set this up, with the Yankees out in front 3-1. Here comes Jim Beecham, the acting manager for the Braves. He's going to pull Greg Maddux here in the 8th inning. Just going to say the Braves have 3 more outs, and they will have Andrew Jones, Ryan Klesko, and Terry Pendleton to the plate in the 9th. Greg Maddux cannot be a winner in game 6. Great work. He leaves with the Braves down by 2.
How do you get this equipment to these troops when there's a river between them? Build a bridge. Problem solving. You need it now in college. Learn it now in the Army Reserve.
Get a tough case of athlete's foot, and you're benched. You get that itching, the cracking, the burning. That's when you want a medicine that acts tough. Boom! Tough Actin Tenactin. It cures even tough cases of athlete's foot. Get Tough Actin Tenactin.
You've been thinking about getting a digital satellite dish. And thinking some more. Well, think about this. The people at Radio Shack can answer your questions. Plus, now they've got great deals. Own an RCA brand DSS dish with programming for about $1 a day plus installation. Up to 200 channels of select movies and sports available on USSB and DirecTV. Think about it. Better yet, stop thinking about it. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
There are 6 million small business owners in America.
And 80 million of us who work for them.
Don't waste your vote this time.
Ross Perot is the only candidate who will work for our interest instead of the special interest.
Vote for Ross Perot.
Because you own this country.
Hey, Max, glad I caught you. You know what I just discovered at Pizza Hut? The perfect pizza. Not too thick, not too thin. Just like, pizzeria pizza. Freshly baked every day. And here's the kicker. A ring of cheese baked right into the crust. Imagine.
Why are you telling me? I'm a dog.
I'm telling everyone.
Discover Pizzeria's stuffed crust pizza. Now we've got your pizza.
And the best part, Max, a large is only $8.99. Great, huh?
There's a medical emergency, but no hospital. What do? Build one. Leadership. Learn it now in the Army Reserve. Use it now in your career.
is a draw. What more do you want from Greg Maddux? Every time he takes a baseball in his hand, he gives your team a chance to win. Only one bad inning tonight, and he gives way to Mark Wohlers.
Yeah, Wohlers followed Greg Maddux in Game 2 of this series. Much better results that night for the Braves as they combined to shut out the Yankees 4-0. Wohlers struck out the side. Also gave up one base hit in that one inning of work.
Maddux working 15 2/3 innings and giving up 3 runs.
Cannot be a winner tonight. Now it's Wohlers facing Cecil Fielder. 1 on, 2 out, trying to shut down the 8th. That's too much to handle upstairs. Strike 1.
Well, a power pitcher like Wohlers does not have a good move to first base. Bernie Williams with 17 stolen bases on the year. This is a good time to run, even though you do have the power hitter at the plate.
There he goes. Strike 2, no throw, stolen base, Bernie Williams. That is his first of the World Series.
Big lead, big jump. After that, just tremendous speed. Great athlete, Bernie Williams.
And that high leg kick of Mark Wohlers. All power pitchers have that big leg kick.
Runner at second, 2 out, and the 0-2 to Fielder. Just fighting it off to stay alive. Still 0-2. Runner at second, Williams, 2 out. And an 0-2 count on Cecil Fielder. Plenty of time for Blauser. Inning over. We head to the 9th. Here in the Bronx, they're 3 outs away from a world championship.
Hey, Jimmy, how's the leg?
Leg's just fine.
Doesn't look too good.
No pain at all.
The way you banged it up the other day?
No problem. Doctor gave me Tylenol. Extra strength.
Tylenol? Is that kind of pain?
Just watch me, son.
For the pain of traumatic injuries, Tylenol is recommended the most by doctors.
Hey, Brad. How's my leg?
Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most.
In the game of politics, choosing a candidate can be a difficult move. That's because candidates make lots of promises. Promises, promises, promises. So, who will you choose?
Her.
Good choice, because she has an ice-cold Miller Lite, which makes only one promise: great taste. Join the party. Choose Miller Lite. Life is good, and when you vote, life is really good.
Everyone hopes their financial future will be smooth sailing. What you need is MetLife. We know the hazards and offer financial information and sound advice to help you rise above them. We'll help you make sense of it all. Get Met. It pays.
The newly designed Nissan Maxima. It's attracting a lot of attention.
Don't miss The Simpsons Mini Marathon.
Oh my God, Marge.
It's escaped.
Sunday at 7, 6 Central on Nonstop Fox.
This World Series got underway last Sunday night after the Saturday night start was rained out. It started Sunday night, and it was a 12-1 Atlanta win, followed by a 4-0 Atlanta win in Game 2. Since then, the Yankees have won 3 in a row. They've won all 8 they've played on the road in the postseason. John Wetland will try to save every one of the Yankee victories in the World Series. He has 5 saves in the postseason, 3 in the World Series, and the Yankees are 3 outs away from their first World Championship since 1978.
And if the Yankees do win it, the parade will be down in the Battery on Tuesday morning.
John Wetland takes over. Andrew Jones leads it off and looks at a ball. Andy Pettitte was praying in Game 5. He's back at it in Game 6. 1-1. Andrew Jones, very patient as always. 2-1. Klesko will follow, and then Pendleton. 2-2. Three and 2 from Wetland. Wetland can hit a wild streak, and he's 3 and 2 on Andrew Jones, who has swung the bat only once in this at bat. One out, and now Klesko. Up the middle, off the glove of Jeter, and Klesko is on. With 1 out in the 9th inning, that means the tying run will come to the plate.
Ground ball that eludes John Wetland. He can't make the pivot and bring the glove to the right-hand side. As a result, Jeter's forced to field the ball, and Klesko has an infield hit. The Yankees certainly not guilty of counting their money while still at the table.
1 on, 1 out for Terry Pendleton. He's reached on an error, grounded into a double play, and walked.
Joe Torre making sure Bernie Williams is the proper depth. Outfielders are reminded, on any hit to the outfield, throw the ball to second base. No doubles in this situation. You don't want the potential tying run to get to second base.
Gentlemen, look who's on deck. Louis Polonia, waiting for an opportunity to redeem himself.
This a long way from over. Something got loose down the left field line. That was the reason for the delay. 1 on, 1 out. Pendleton. Strike 2. Just missed inside, and Pendleton able to hold up 1 and 2.
It appeared that he held up. This ball just off the plate on the hands. It's close.
And a 1-2 count on Pendleton. Into right field. That's a hit. Klesko will stop. Now he'll head to third. Throw cut off, and it's first and third, 1 out. Pendleton comes through with his second hit of the World Series, and now the tying runs are on.
A breaking ball over the middle of the plate. And Paul O'Neill making sure that he throws the ball to second base to keep Pendleton at first. And as Dave Winfield said, Luis Polonia, the pinch hitter, a little redeeming value here, right, David?
Back-to-back singles after the strikeout. Pettit can't watch again. Now Polonia batting for Blauser. Right down the middle, strike 1.
Jose Cardinal in the game the other night. Part of the reasons, or one of the reasons, that the Yankees, there's Cardinal right there, moves the outfielders around. Polonia was the batter against Wetland. 8 straight fastballs, and Cardinal moves O'Neill into right center field. That was one of the reasons that O'Neill got to the ball hit by Polonia.
First and third, 1 out. Tying runs on for the Braves. Strike 2. You can see just how far O'Neill is off the line. Cardinal and the Yankees do not believe Polonia can pull Wetland. First and third, 1 out.
So with that in mind, you don't throw him a breaking ball like you throw Pendleton, because the breaking ball is the pitch that you can get around on. And if Wetland's pitching to the defense now, he'll continue to throw one fastball after another.
Andrew Jones led off. He struck out. Back-to-back singles by Klesko and Pendleton. Now Polonia. 2 out. It took Joe Torre 4,272 games as both player or manager to get to the World Series. Rafael Belliard will come in and pinch run for Pendleton. That's the tying run at first. Joe Torre and the Yankees are now 1 out away from the Yankees' 23rd World Championship. It's Wetland and Grissom. To the right side and through. A base hit. In to score is Klesko. Belliard will stop at second, and now one more hit could pull the Braves back even. 3 singles in the inning, and it's a 1-run game.
First ball hitting, fastball away, poked into right field.
Two more hits tonight for Grissom, 12 in this World Series. Now it's first and second, 2 out for Lemke. Strike one.
There are a lot of guys the Yankees would rather see up there than Mark Lemke.
A career 300 hitter in World Series play. One and one from Wetland. Lemke tonight is grounded out and flied to center 3 times. There's the tying run, Belliard. There's the go-ahead run, Grissom. Very good speed on for the Braves. Two and one. If Lemke can reach, Chipper Jones waits on deck. Now Girardi wants to talk to Wetland.
The reason for that is you want to be sure in this situation. If a catcher wants to go away and a pitcher wants to go inside and you end up throwing that pitch, it'll be right down the middle of the plate. So Girardi making sure not only of pitch selection but pitch location.
The starter and potential winner for tonight's game, Jimmy Key, watching. 1 run home, 2 on, 2 out, 2 and 1 on Lemke. 2 and 2, and the Yankees are 1 strike away. Full count, and that's important. Now the runners will go from first and second.
Not only important that the runners will go, but the trail runner is the guy you're concerned about. He is the fastest guy on the Yankees team, and a short double, he can score the go-ahead run.
Runners going. Lemke pops it foul near the dugout. And just out of the reach of Charlie Hayes.
You know, interference could have been called on that play. There was a guy in a road uniform, and I don't know who it was. I think Charlie Hayes actually collided with an Atlanta player in uniform right there. You're supposed to clear the top step. Hayes had a shot at it, and now it is cleared. But something could have been called as Hayes collides with an Atlanta player in uniform.
Inches away, and the count stays 3 and 2. Another chance to the left side. Hayes waits. The Yankees are champions of baseball. in the center of all that is today's Chevrolet Player of the Game, Joe Girardi. Not only the work he did behind the plate, but at the plate with an RBI triple and a run scored and a single, and maybe the biggest swing of the night off the bat of Girardi in that 3-run third inning. The only scoring the Yankees would do tonight against Maddox and the Braves. And it was enough for a 3-2 win in Game 6, a 4-2 win in the 1996 World Series. For Joe Torre, his first trip to the World Series, and the Yankees come away with a victory.
Frank Torre is on the second day of his second heart. Joe Torre's on his 56th year of his first one. Both are overflowing.
Congratulations to the Yankees and to the Atlanta Braves. It's the New York Yankees, the 1996 champions of Major League Baseball. Stay tuned. We'll return after these messages with the NASDAQ postgame show, including the presentation of the World Series trophy and the Series MVP award.
Your daughter has an American Express student card. She'll be able to get great deals on flights home.
It gives you more choices.
With that card, you can extend the payments. It's very flexible.
You're going to get a reward point for every dollar you spend.
Our senior member card has a lower fee.
It gives you some more options.
I'm sure we've got a card that'll work for you.
Whoever you are, American Express helps you do more.
Little Caesar's new pizza by the foot is radically different, so please observe a safe turning radius. No. Yes. Thank you and good luck. Little Caesar's new pizza by the foot is radically different, so please observe a safe turning radius. No. Yes. Hey, look out! Thank you and good luck.
I don't think he was paying attention.
Pizza by the foot. Nearly 3 feet of pizza and free Italian bread, just $10.99. Carried out or have it delivered.
Pizza, pizza. It's just a natural fact of life. As we get older, some of our parts don't work as well. Fortunately, with older cars, you can get those parts replaced at Meineke, where we take good care of every car, young or old, mufflers, brakes, CV joints, shocks, and struts. High-quality parts and service at a reasonable price. Meineke keeps cars of all ages running like new. Too bad they can't do anything about this 1949 classic.
At Meineke, you're not going to pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
I guarantee it.
Some of the world's best tasting water can be found at your house. The Brita water filtration pitcher transforms tap water. The special Brita filter reduces chlorine taste and odor, eliminates 93% of lead. You can search far and wide, or as far as your kitchen. Brita, tap into great taste.
Available at Woolworths and Kmart.
There's been a second abduction.
Don't miss what everyone will be talking about Monday morning. The X-Files, now on Sundays at 9, 8 Central.
Welcome to our NASDAQ stock market post-game show. And congratulations to the New York Yankees. Yankee Stadium is lined with police on foot, mounted police. And the Yankees are just completing a victory lap. Heck, Wade Boggs still on horseback going around the field here at the stadium.
That's one way to take a victory lap.
As the Yankee victory train heads to the Yankee clubhouse, we'll take a break. Come back with more of our NASDAQ postgame report from Yankee Stadium, where the Yankees win it 3-2 and the series 4-2 over Atlanta.
This is the locker room, and that's Neil Smith. We like him when he's good and mean. So we get his mother-in-law to call him Collect before each game without using 1-800-COLLECT. She's got some nerve, Neil. 1-800-COLLECT could have saved him up to 44%. Hey, Neil, she did it to you again. 1-800-COLLECT. Save the people you call up to 44%.
Action. Racing. Fighting. Sports. No matter where you want to go, the possibilities are endless.
Man, this thing goes on forever.
With Nintendo 64.
There's a place in New York owned by the biggest sports stars around.
You know, I like to with long hair.
And you never know.
Some other discussions. I would like to hear what you think about this. Bobby Cox, the manager, I thought.
Are back, but this is a little different team, and I never thought I'd say this, but give George Steinbrenner credit. He spent over $50 million and picked a lot of these guys, and look what he's got tonight.
Look what he's got, and we've got some of the fans outside with Jim Dolan, who's live for us right now outside the stadium. Jimmy, give us a sense out there. And
to ask your doctor.
Yeah, we have, Sarah. You know, I have to tell you, not a soul walked out of this stadium until that final dramatic out tonight. Not a single soul. And then most of these folks stayed in there for a little while. It's back. You can tell they're coming out in droves right now. There are an awful lot of police officers here to make sure everything stays safe. This is security as only New York can provide it. I'm looking down Rupert Place down here, and there have to be, I'm guessing here, 400 or 500 police officers on this one street alone. The celebration is loud, it's rowdy, it is totally under control by the police.
96, just vote for Ross.
Police are making sure everything stays normal and stays.
Welcome back to the NASDAQ postgame show after the Yankee 3-2 win tonight. The series win 4-2. We send it down to Steve Lyons, who's standing by with Joe Girardi.
All right, Joe, it's pretty wild down here. Joe, you got this ball club on the board tonight with the triple. Tell me what pitch you hit in the third inning.
I just hit a high fastball. I was looking to hit something in the air, and, you know, a lot of those situations I'd been given the safety squeeze all season, and Joe let me hit.
You sat behind the plate for most of this season watching those relief pitchers, Rivera and Wetland, come in and close the door all year long. Tell me about the job those guys did.
Unbelievable once again. You know, we thought if we could get a lead and get to the 7th, you know, we had a great chance of winning. And it took all the other relievers to help us to get to the 7th. Jimmy Key, everyone was great.
Stanley leaves here as a free agent. You come over here in a trade from Colorado, and now you're a world champion, man. How's that feel?
I just want to thank Jesus and God because they're the ones that made it happen.
All right, man, go celebrate with these guys. All right, we're going to throw it back to Joe Buck right now.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. What a night it is here in New York, and the celebrating just beginning. We have plenty more coming up for you from Yankee Stadium. Wetland closed it out. Jimmy Key got it started. Girardi, a big night at Yankee Stadium. Their prayers came true.
To me, oh, this is a private phone call. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, you know, I think that, you know, Bob, you know, probably was a little bit unhappy about, you know, maybe his relationship with George this year.
But having said that, Bob, we have to give credit to George Steinbrenner as well for.
To third. Paul O'Neill double, moved to third on a ground ball, and then Joe Girardi.
We are at the edge of the camera position where many of the cameras are. This is the runway where the grounds crew comes in and out, and it's just delirious. And the best part is, it's perfectly calm. It's perfectly safe. The New York's finest have rung the field. Nobody's on the field. I can see a couple of police on horseback out in the outfield, and you can see the view of the crowd here. As I guarantee you, nobody is leaving. Everybody's peaceful, and nobody's going to leave Yankee Stadium for a long time. The New York Yankees are champions of the baseball world once again.
Len, have the players and coaching staff already headed inside of the locker room?
I'm actual rights. The network televising the World Series is in there, and we'll be able to get some pictures a bit later on and show them to you. So at the moment, that's why we're hunkered down where we are, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of the atmosphere at its jubilation. Some of the early editions have already been
cold.
New York Daily News, it says top of the world.
Len, what do you think this Yankee team, what place do you think they're going to hold in Yankee history? Put this into some kind of historical perspective for us.
Well, that's difficult to do because obviously people love the current teams and you're always blinded by the current. Just remember the Rangers. No, in this era of free agency and big dollars, George Steinbrenner had the biggest payroll in baseball, and it paid off for him. He's got some fine players. The good news for Yankee fans is how well they've developed players out of their farm system. Players like Bernie Williams and players like Andy Pettit. And these players who have grown up through the system
For hours.
to keep it going. But to give it some kind of great historical perspective, this is not the '61 Yankees. Personally, I wish Don Mattingly were here tonight. He, of course, leaves the Yankees the year before they win the championship. And why don't we roll in a few highlights, and the control room will talk me through it, and we'll let you see.
To keep teeth looking their whitest.
They just got finished stealing the bunting here at Yankee Stadium. As we continue on our NASDAQ postgame report, we send it back downstairs to Steve Lyons.
All right, Joe, I'm standing with Darryl Strawberry. Straw, this is a long way from St. Paul in the Northern League, isn't it, man?
Yes, it truly is. But first, I'd just like to give the honors to God for making this opportunity possible for me. And I just want to, thank Mr. Steinbrenner for giving me an opportunity to come back and join this New York Yankee ball club, and we have a chance to win the World Series.
Tell me a little bit about the heart of this ball club. You're playing with a broken toe. O'Neill played hurt all year. Great play you made in Game 5 off Blauser. You guys really played with your hearts on your sleeves this series.
I think we was just very determined. I think everybody realized that we struggled the first 2 games here. And then we went down to Atlanta. We went in there with a lot of confidence and believed in ourselves. And that just goes for our manager. Our manager gives us that kind of credit about ourselves and gives us that kind of belief about ourselves. And we just wanted to go out and play hard and try to win ball games down there, and that's basically what we did.
All right, Darryl, have a good time in here, all right?
Thank you.
All right, Joe, let's throw it back up to you.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. Congratulations to Darryl Strawberry. Those guys are about to get drenched.
Yes, they are.
Down in the respective clubhouses. Here is the way it will read tomorrow in the New York Post. Extra, 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 extra. World champs. The Yankees beat the Braves to take the series. No specifics, but they had it ready, and this is what will be on the newsstands tomorrow as the Yankees, Tim McCarver, wrap it up for their first World Championship since 1978.
And what a remarkable story. Joe Torre, fired by the St. Louis Cardinals last year, his first year as a manager in the American League, and he wins the World Championship.
Unbelievable. Chip Carey is coming up. I'm telling you, these guys are about to get wet. Let's send it down to Chip Carey for the presentation of all the awards we'll hand out here tonight at Yankee Stadium.
Okay, Joe Buck, thank you very much. The bubbly has started to fly here at Yankee Stadium. Briefly on the podium, scattering just for a moment, is Acting Commissioner Bud Selig and the President of the American League, Dr. Gene Budig. They are here to present the World Series trophy to Yankee manager Joe Torre and their general manager, Bob Watson. Mr. Acting Commissioner.
On behalf of all of Major League Baseball, sincere congratulations, Joe and Bob, and to George Steinbrenner and everybody involved. It's a great World Series. Joe, you've waited a long time for this. You deserve this, my friend. Congratulations.
Thanks, Bud. Oh, Bobby, is that nice and heavy or what?
Oh, yes. We can share the load, Joe.
Joe, the World Series is back in New York City. Was it worth the wait?
I tell you, Chip, I think when you get as old as I am, you learn to appreciate it. It may only come down one time, but I'll tell you, this is the best feeling between yesterday and today, the best feelings I've ever had in my life.
36 years.
Woo. Boy, oh,
Your
boy.
first
I remember when you were this big.
Well, let's not bring that up. I've got to ask you the emotions of this year. Your brother Rocco, your brother Frank.
Yeah, well, it was tough, Chip. I think I was all cried out in the championship series, but my brother Frank with the heart yesterday. My brother Rocco died suddenly. He was with me this whole series. I know that because I just felt him. And my brother Frank, who was helping me manage right up to the last minute before he went under the knife, and I'm glad to report that he's doing well.
I know he spoke to you and said, I've got my ring, you go get yours. How's that thing going to feel when you finally put it on?
Wow, wow! Especially when it's the big one. You knew you were going to get a ring when you come to the World Series, but the one for the World Champs is really special.
Did you ever have any doubts with this ball club? You had the 12.5 game lead. It shrunk to 2. Everyone said, oh my goodness, the Yankees are in trouble. Now you come back down 2 games to nothing to the Atlanta Braves. You go in and you beat the defending champions 4 consecutive times to win the trophy.
Never had doubts about this club. The only thing is the first 2 games of this series we didn't play like the Yankees because I think maybe the layoff hurt us. Not that, you know, Smoltzy and Greg weren't wonderful, but we didn't have at bats. We didn't do anything, and then all of a sudden we got a little animated, we got some little energy, and all of a sudden here we are. That 6-0 game had to be the one that really catapulted us.
Did you know you're the first native New Yorker to lead the Yankees to the World Championship?
Well, I can tell you by the pass list that I'm a native New Yorker. I know that.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy the celebration. You're on top of the world tonight.
Thanks, Chip.
We got a little more business to get with you, Joe Torre, in just a minute. Let's bring on the general manager, Bob Watson, to talk about this ball club. Bob, what a year it's been for you and this ball club. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Chip. I just can't say enough for the way this organization has put forth the effort to win. You know, you can say what you want about Mr. Steinbrenner. He wants to win as bad as anybody. You know, we have the highest payroll, and we have the best talent in this clubhouse, and that's a tribute to his desire to win. And I just thank him for the opportunity.
Sweet redemption for you. This victory, your team wins the World Series now as the general manager of this team.
Well, first off, you know, for me as a minority sitting here holding this trophy, you know, some 50 years ago, Jackie Robinson, you know, broke the color line, and today I'm an awful proud guy holding this trophy.
Bob Watson, congratulations. All right, Bob Watson, the general manager of the New York Yankees. Steve Lyons has a guest as well. Steve?
All right, Chip, I'm down here with Wade Boggs and his wife Debbie and his daughter Megan and his father Wade in '86. 10 years ago, it just barely slipped away, not this time.
I tell you, when that pop-up went up and Charlie was under it, I said, please, Lord, just let it fall in his glove. I've seen strange things happen, but nothing expresses the feeling I have right now.
There's a lot of guys, including myself, that gave this team up. No one thought that you guys could do it. You guys were the only ones that believed in yourselves.
We believed in ourselves all year, and we've been up against some hard times, and we could have packed it in when we went to Atlanta, and this team's just never given up, and its heart's as big as the Twin Towers right now.
Now, what about the heart on this ball club? Have you ever played on a team that plays with more guts than these guys?
I'm telling you, just no matter what you do, somebody gets hurt, you stay in the lineup, guys give themselves up. It's just the feeling, you can't describe it. This team's never given up, and we had to play one more game, and it was like, come on, guys, we got to have this.
Last year, me and you watched Mo Vaughn run around on a horseback in Boston when they won the divisional championship. You just ran around the field on horseback as a world champion. How'd that feel?
I just wanted to thank the fans. The fans have been behind us 100% all year, and when we came back to New York, this is the greatest feeling in the world. Unbelievable.
All right, enjoy this with your family. Let's go back to Chip. He's got the MVP of the World Series in 1996.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. The boss, George Steinbrenner, on the podium as well with Yankee manager Joe Torre. We're going to talk to the boss, George Steinbrenner. Mr. Steinbrenner, congratulations. It's been a long time.
Been a long time, but it's great for New York, and Joe Torre and the players did it all.
Third championship under your helm here, under your leadership here with this ball club.
We've been in there quite a bit in the last few years. I'm just happy for New York.
Tell you what, you've made quite a general manager yourself this year. The signings of Dwight Gooden and Darryl Strawberry, those two players during the regular season, and especially Strawberry during the postseason, were tremendous.
Well, they have really contributed a lot to the ball club, but there's so many human stories in this Yankee club that you could truly say it's New York. There's the mayor. Has he been up here? Get up here, Rudy.
Is this Yankee team?
Hey, you're my #1 advisor.
Mayor Rudolph Giuliani here, longtime Yankee fan.
Well deserved.
How about this ball game?
Congratulations. Thanks, Mayor. Unbelievable. You stuck with this team. You did a great job, and we'll have the biggest.
With us.
We'll have the biggest and greatest parade ever on Tuesday. Great. 11 o'clock, right up Broadway.
I'll be there.
3 million, 4 million.
So the parade is on Tuesday. Let's hand out some more hardware. Time to introduce you to the World Series most valuable player. He's off to my right. He's Yankee closer John Wetland. He is the most valuable player of the 1996 World Series. Where's Joe Torre?
Oh my goodness, John, this is
Are you kidding me?
John, what a performance.
John,
every night John asks me, you know, before he leaves the dugout for the bullpen, he says, "I'll see you later." I said, I always enjoy that. I said to him, and tonight was probably the most enjoyable night of my life, John, and you well deserved, and I can't tell you what you've meant to this ball club. Congratulations.
Thank you, Joe. I'll tell you, I can't think of a better guy to win it for than Joe Torre and the Yankee organization. I'd like to thank my point man, Jesus Christ. I'd like to thank my wife for being a rock for me. And if it weren't for my teammates, I wouldn't even be seeing the field. So this trophy is dedicated to all my teammates. I appreciate their effort all year. Thank you very much.
I got to ask you about the ninth inning tonight with all the marbles on the line for your ball club. The Braves sure made it interesting on you and the rest of these fans here in New York.
Yes, you know, I guess I have kind of a reputation for making some things interesting, but it's just, I don't know, I just reached back. Sometimes I didn't even know where the ball was going. I was so amped up tonight, and you know, it worked out fine.
You know, you're known as a guy who's cool as a cucumber on the mound. You're standing right here shaking like there's an earthquake in this place.
I feel like there's more to go or something. I can't believe this is it. But boy, what an effort the entire club put forth this year, and I just appreciate all the fellas.
John, quickly, it's hard to say that your bullpen was the secret weapon of this World Series, but you guys dominated. The Braves only scored 2 runs in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings of the entire World Series. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, how can anyone not be proud of them and the job that they did? And that's pretty much what I was getting at in terms of, you know, sharing the glory with my teammates. You know, those guys got me in a position where I could get the ball in the 9th inning, and oh man, this is absolute elation. I can't stop shaking.
Well, you're the world champion. John Wetland, the MVP of the World Series. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, guys, upstairs, the scene here in this Yankee locker room, well, in a word, it's kind of wet. Let's send it back upstairs to Joe Buck and Tim McCarver, guys.
All right, you didn't ask him about the hat. He put that old hat in the vault. It's ready for 1997. He had a new cap on. We'll be back here with more of the NASDAQ postgame report and with additional interviews and analysis on the Fox News Channel. Plenty more to come from Yankee Stadium as the Yankees wrap it up with a 3-2 win over Atlanta tonight.
Hey, help me figure this out. Usually the more gizmos you want, the more money you gotta spend. Then there's a Chevrolet Cavalier. It gives you a lot of the same gizmos that make expensive cars easy to live with for about half the price. If you forget to lock your doors, the Cavalier is still protected by a gizmo called the theft deterrent system. If you leave your dome light on, it turns it off. My house doesn't even do that. Get the car that's easy to own, a Cavalier. Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust.
What's possible these days? Conversations through your computer, worlds of information one click away. All the things you find only on the world's most popular internet online service, now more affordable than ever. It's like living in the future. The future, now available on America Online.
Some extraordinary things take place in this ordinary town. Like Arlene, reaching for her cat. Or Otis, stretching for that air filter. They're extraordinary because all these people have arthritis pain, and they all use Ultra Strength Bengay. They use it because today it's the only leading brand with 3 pain relievers for deep heating relief that helps them do extraordinary things. Turn up the heat on arthritis with Ultra Strength Bengay.
Dear Mom, camp is rough. Being out in the wild sure makes a kid hungry. But the sandwiches we got just aren't enough. It makes me homesick for you and a hot bowl of Campbell's tomato soup.
Nothing turns an ordinary sandwich into a hot, satisfying meal like rich, wholesome Campbell's tomato soup.
Mom?
I brought you something for those sandwiches.
Wow, tomato soup. You're the best, Mom.
Campbell's makes everything
better.
And now, a baseball moment from The Simpsons.
Homer, what are you doing?
Oh, just rebroadcasting a telecast without the express written consent of Major League Baseball.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
What are they gonna do? She made me do it!
I'm with Bobby Cox outside the Atlanta Braves clubhouse. And Bobby, after winning the first 2 games of this series here in New York with your pitching staff, did you think there was any way this could happen? Well, after going 2 up, you figure you're going to win 1 or 2 at home and maybe have to come back to New York. But our pitchers threw awfully well. We just we went up against some real good pitching ourselves, and Annie Pettit, I think, sort of set the stage for their staff after getting ripped here in New York, and they came right back and showed us what they were made out of. And actually, they contained us very well, but we contained them, but they got 1 more run than we did, Bob. And, you know, they're a fine ball club, and I'm very proud of the way Joe Torre has handled the ball club. If we had to lose, I don't mind losing to Joe Torre. He's a class act. His ball players act very much like professional players, and that's a reflection on him. And they've got all our respect. And, you know, there's no excuses. We don't blame the umpires. We don't blame bad hops. We don't blame anything. We simply got beat. And on the other hand, I'm very proud of our club. This is the 4th time in a possible 5 years we've been here, and I defy anybody else to say that they've done that. So it's a great club that we've got. I'm proud of them. They're great competitors. You know, we never gave in. We thought we were going to win tonight and win tomorrow night if there was a game. So I can't say enough about our ball club. I thought they had a lot of courage, and they gave it everything we had, and they had, and so did we. So, you know, we'll salute the Yankees, and we'll hop on a little airplane tomorrow and go home, and we'll finally say have a nice winter. You know, Greg Maddux was typical Greg Maddux for the whole ball game except for 1 inning. Could you see anything that happened in that 3rd inning? From the bench, it's hard to tell, Bob. I think probably got some pitches down the middle, and, you know, they jumped on him. And he hadn't been hit hard at all any of the games in postseason. And he only gave up 6 hits tonight. I thought he pitched a masterful ball game. And, you know, a lot of our guys were on fumes, and so was theirs probably. But those are the competitors that always rise to the occasion. And Smoltzy finishes with a 0 ERA, and he's 1-1 in this thing. And Greg's not going to pitch any better than he did tonight. He had the 1 little bit of a rough inning, and Tommy Glavine's 3-hitter goes unnoticed also. So, you know, we're proud of the organization and the ball club, and we have nothing to be ashamed about. We're a winning organization, a winning team, and we've been here an awful lot. We'd like to have more world championships, but we'll settle for the National League Championship this year. Well, Bobby, congratulations on your reign as National League champions for a year. Let's throw it back up to Joe in the booth.
All right, Bob Brentley, thank you very much. Hey, some of you will be returning to local programming, while most of you will be staying with us for continuing post-game coverage. You just saw the reason why the Atlanta Braves are in such good hands. Bobby Cox, John Schuerholz, Ted Turner, they've got it figured out in Atlanta. They've been here 4 of the last 5 times in the World Series. They're doing just fine. But tonight, in the 1996 season, belongs to the New York Yankees. You know, we've had a lot of fun in our first year here on Fox covering baseball, bringing back the Saturday game of the week. Our kids show, Fox in the Zone. That'll be back next year. Little innovations, mics in the bases, the Fox box, what have you. It's been a lot of fun, and we've made our little dent on baseball here in 1996, our first year. We also talked about the labor agreement this year. It seemed at one point it was just around the corner. Now again it seems it's just around the corner. We'll all have to cross our fingers and hope that it is just around the corner. I think we all jumped the gun a little bit too early the last time around. We also learned in 1996 that the word dynasty is a fragile word, and maybe we throw it around too easily. But the Atlanta Braves back in the World Series here in 1996 after winning it in 1995, proving to all of us just how tough it is to become a dynasty. The Atlanta Braves are the closest thing we have to it in baseball. A year that belonged to the New York Yankees, back in the World Series for the first time since 1981, and a World Championship here in New York to celebrate for the first time since 1978. And I think maybe the biggest thing I know I'll take away from it is while we all look at the game of baseball at times like a life or death situation, you have to remember it's just a game. What Joe Torre went through in 1996 with his brother Rocco, with his brother Frank, proves that is life and death. This is just a game, and for that, we should be very happy. It's been a fun year on Fox. Our coverage continues, and our very best congratulations to one of the best men in all of baseball, Joe Torre, and to the New York Yankees. They are the 1996 World Champions. We say so long for now from Yankee Stadium.
Come on, Jeff! Hang it out, kid!
This is the time of
you gonna do it?
This has been a presentation of Fox Sports.
And it's from a guy in the Bronx.
I know.
Said, that's it. That's it for me. I don't need any more signs.
No.
I mean, when I saw that, I was so happy for Joe, so happy for Frank, but that he came from the Bronx was just put it over the top.
That is tremendous, but it's just been such a trying time for Joe. But this team, geez, you just feel, you know, you're out of it, you're down 2. I want to tell you something. Joe Torre told me after the first game here with Atlanta, and he wasn't joking because Zimmer was sitting in there and a couple of the other guys, and he says, I'll tell you what we're going to do. He says, we might lose tonight. He says, we're not quite focused yet, but we'll go down there and win 3 in Atlanta and come back here and win it for New York Saturday night. I swear to God, that's what he told me.
Wow.
I had to say to myself, geez, your mouth to God's ears.
Now, you say you drive your people hard, and we all know that because it's been documented over the years.
Yeah.
When was the grouchiest you were during this entire postseason? When was the time when you really had your edge on? And what was it about?
I gained confidence in Joe week after week after week, so that in the end, in this last part...
Even after the first 2 games?
Yeah.
Because, you know, there was...
Well, I was about to have him committed. When he told me that. But I swear to God, that's what he said. Now, how do you suppose he knew that with all that was going on in his mind?
Confidence.
Yeah.
But this was a series where it was really fun to manage along with the managers. There were so many things, you know, pinch running for Cecil, doing this, doing that. Did you agree at all times, or were you up there screaming and yelling?
There weren't very many times when I didn't like the move or didn't agree with it. This guy has done a great job, Joe Torre, with all he's had on his mind. And we have our arguments, all of us, but they were never heated. It was always, you know, oh, come on, really? Oh, come on, really? But in the end, what he wanted to do was what we did. Now, I had a little bit of involvement in some of the moves, but
we know the ones that you did get involved in.
Well,
So I'm not trying to have you take credit for anything, but I just want to know what you're the most proud of.
You're not having me take credit for anything?
No, because you'll do that.
I will. Come on. Oh, dude. It's been a great year for me.
Which is the one you're most proud of?
The Olympic team and then this. It's been a good winning year. My horse today ran a great race, just lost by half a length in the Breeders' Cup. So it's been a wonderful year. And maybe that's a message. And Father Joyce and Father Hesberg coming in here tonight from South Bend. We had a lot of things working for us.
Were you looking for divine intervention there? I mean, because you went from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer to...
Absolutely. Absolutely. Those 2 men, you know. I've just been very fortunate.
How does this World Championship, George, affect the future of the Yankees?
Oh, it speaks well of the future of the Yankees. Plus, I've got a player development system in place now under Mark down in Tampa, Mark Newman, which has every ability to continue to produce the Bernie Williams and the Derek Jeters and the Riveras. You watch us. We've got some great young players down there who are about ready soon to come in, and they will be here. I think we can continue to be a very competitive team.
There were certainly many ways where this whole dream could have been derailed with a pitch here and a hit there. So it's impossible to say that you.
That's that divine intervention.
Exactly. And destiny, and as Felix Unger once said, La Forza del Destino, the forces of destiny, I believe. But people will still sit back and say, he bought it. He bought the World Championship.
No way. No, it didn't. It didn't happen that way at all. We made some moves that everybody was critical of, and you got to admit that. This is a wrong move. That's a wrong move. This shouldn't be done. That shouldn't be done. And they all weren't the large contracts that came in here. Cecil Fielder, some people said, why Cecil Fielder? Well, do you see why now? I don't know who the MVP of the World Series is yet. I haven't heard. I guess John Wetland. Is that right?
Was, yeah.
Well, Cecil was right up there with him.
He proved himself to be a big-time player.
Yes, he did. And it wasn't with the home runs. It was the base hits that he got when we needed them.
How did Yankee Stadium come through all this?
Oh, I think Yankee Stadium is a great place.
But you were exposed to some great facilities, and you saw the other teams could do some things that you couldn't do.
Yeah, they do. They still do. I know what some of these teams are earning in revenue. You got the one thing there, I don't want to get into that on a night like tonight, but one thing you have to remember is we were 6th in the American League in attendance. Seattle outdrew the New York Yankees. That is not right, and we had a good team.
But there is no stadium that feels like this one does when it's a situation like this?
Oh, this crowd tonight was tremendous. But I wish we had that kind of a crowd. See, in Cleveland they draw 40,000 every night. They just open the gates and the people are there. Same in Baltimore.
So what are the rings going to look like?
Well, they're going to be nice because this team, I'm going to put one thing on. I've designed each ring that we've ever won, and courage is going on this one because this team exemplified courage as very few teams ever will.
You know, I've noticed also, I mean, in recent years, the Knicks have gone to the finals. Rangers, too, they won. But I don't think anything captures everybody in New York as widespread as something like this.
Well, one writer said to me this morning on the phone, he called me, he says, well, you know, George, he said, there are some people in New York that hate the Yankees. I said, really? And he said, yes. I said, how many? He says, not many. And I think we're a team that has captured New York, and New York has captured these young kids. Well, some of our fellas went to Madison Square Garden to watch the hockey team or the basketball team, and they got applause they couldn't believe. Derek Jeter couldn't believe it. Just couldn't believe it.
Bernie's going to be expensive now, you know, George.
Thanks. You're expensive.
Bernie, no, not to you.
Since your Olympic work, you become a mega $1 million man.
Yeah, archery does big things.
Archery does big things. It was important to us.
What are you going to do tonight?
I'm going to Disney World.
Please.
I'll see you.
Don't go. Where are you going?
I'm going. I want to get some champagne. I haven't had a drink. I haven't even had it poured on me.
You going on the town? Tavern on the green? Where?
No, I'm not that kind of guy. I'm probably going to go to bed and try to get some rest.
I doubt it. Thanks a lot, George.
Okay. We'll see you.
George Steinbrenner, the principal owner of the New York Yankees, good enough to join us here, and we will continue with more post-game. I see Big Mo, Mariano Rivera's in the studios now, and he'll be joining us in a matter of moments. Our thanks to the principal owner of Mr. Steinbrenner, who has been handed the champagne that he wanted from Mariano Rivera. And so now
I call him Ice.
Ice, well, that's what he's got in his veins.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mariano Rivera's here, and we'll get a chance to talk to him in a moment. How about the sight of Wade Boggs on the steed as he rounded the field during the celebration? That was quite interesting, and he was one of the first there to join this huge celebration on the field. And I don't remember in my baseball memory seeing a team en masse circle the field the way this Yankee team did. I mean, it was so great that the fan, look at Paul O'Neill, he doesn't care about his hamstrings now. That was great. And we are joined by Mariano Rivera. So your arm hurts now, or is it okay? We don't care, do we?
We don't care. It still hurts, but I mean, no matter.
Your 2 innings tonight were very, very good. I thought when you first came in, you got your first couple of pitches up a little bit, which you've been doing your last couple of outings, but then you got the ball down again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when I walk that guy, I mean, I just step back in the mound and say, Mariano, I mean, you don't pitch like that. So, I mean, let's go get it. I mean, show the people who you are. I mean, you're one of the best guy from here, so let's go.
You smell of champagne and you deliver champagne to the owner of the team. I guess you want to raise next year.
Oh, yeah.
What was the most exciting thing that happened to you tonight?
I mean, the most exciting thing was when my team got those 3 runs. And then when I came in and I got the 7th and the 8th inning, and when I see Wetland in there, battle and getting those 3 outs, those hard 3 outs, I mean, it was tremendous. It was, I mean,
you've been cool through all this. You've been very, very cool. George called you Ice because of how cool you are. How about tonight?
I mean, I was like that too. I mean, I was tremendous. I was, cool. Like he
really?
Said. Oh yeah, I was cool. I mean,
your stomach wasn't upside down?
No, I was upset because I was the first guy. So they said, let's go. I mean, you can't be like this. This is the World Series. This is the last game that we have to play. So let's go.
Who was the one who got the lap around the field started? Whose idea was that?
Well, I mean, I hear Jim Larry's. Then,
oh, that's no surprise. That's no surprise.
I hear Jim Larry's, and he went to go around the field. I said, let's go. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
How are you going to celebrate?
Oh, big time. Big time in New York.
What are you going to do?
Everything.
Are you going to bed tonight?
No. We can't.
What's your greatest memory of the season? When you sit back and you slide this ring on your hand, you know, Mark Messier told me something when the Rangers won the Stanley Cup. He said, every time I look at the ring, another movie rolls. I see another little clip, another little highlight of the season. What are you going to see when you look at that ring?
Well, I mean, when I look at that ring, I mean, and I'm looking back when we was playing the Orioles, you know, and I got the bases loaded with no out in the, I think it was in the 8th or in the 7th. I don't remember right now, but I mean, got no out and the game was in the line. That was the big one.
That was big.
That was big because, I mean, I got the next 2 guys out, strikeout, and the next guy was pop up to set to shortstop. And
so if I was to ask you your shining moment of this great season, in which our fans voted you the MVP of the Yankees, would that be it? Bases loaded, nobody out, getting out of that jam?
Yep.
That was it.
Yep.
Now, as the Yankees are celebrating the clubhouses, did anyone say anything to you very special? Did anyone say anything that sticks in your head?
I mean, we've been through a lot of things, and everybody been saying a lot of things, good things, and positive things, and I can remember now. You know, it's been, the good things, and we've been through a lot of things, bad things and good things, and nobody, most of the people don't expect this. Don't expect the Yankees to go all the way, and we did it.
Well, Mo, you're going to take up a lot of space on the highlight film. Thanks a lot for joining us, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mariano Rivera of the New York Yankees joining us here post-game to their clinching victory over the Atlanta Braves. They're the 1996 World Champions. And that victory lap there enjoyed by Jim Leyritz, Darryl Strawberry. The Yankees did a good thing. They had a chance to go around and salute the fans who were a big part of the noise and the celebration of this one. And they did celebrate and enjoy it. Let's go back now to Bob and Mike. Guys?
That's a really great scene, yeah. And I thought, you know what else I thought was a great scene? The Wade Boggs thing. Now, you worked in Boston for a number of years, and you know Boggs better than any of us. I would think when he's standing up on the podium at Cooperstown in the future, going into the Hall of Fame with eventually his 3,000 hits, he'll look back at this as maybe the moment that completed his Hall of Fame career, because you hate to be like an Ernie Banks and go up there, you know, without having a World Series championship.
Because they'll always say that. They'll always say, well, he was a great player for 2 decades, yet he never won a World Championship. And I know it means a lot to Boggs, and he certainly, Bob, probably more than any other player, had to swallow his pride in this World Series because Joe Torre chose to sit him down against right-hand pitching. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing when you're being sat down against left-hand pitching when you're a left-hand hitter. Paul O'Neill had to deal with that going back to last year with Buck Showalter and now this year with Joe Torre. But Torre showed tremendous guts when he had to make a move and play a hunch, especially when you play percentages, left-hand hitters against right-hand pitchers. He made the moves, sitting down Tino Martinez, no RBIs in the World Series, Paul O'Neill not hitting, Wade Boggs not hitting. He puts Hayes in, he puts Fielder in against right-hand pitching, and he wins the World Series. So Joe Torre, all those games of experience really came into play in this series.
We have our MVP of the World Series, Joe Torre, the Yankees manager. At least that's in the estimation of Michael and myself, the man who should be giving the MVP. He's sitting in our studios back at Yankee Stadium right now. Let's go once again to Al Trautwig, who is live with the Yankees manager.
All right, we're with Joe Torre here, and Bob Page, if you think he's the MVP, we'll agree with you, because all the things that were done by you, just the demeanor of the team, they were tested so many times in the postseason. You know, the ability to not be too high, not be too low, something you stress a lot, and you have to feel very, very proud of the things that you did. If it was even just a subtle thing like that.
Well, Al, you know what the big thing is? They trusted me. And you don't find that too much, especially since the strike and the players and management and whatever. But they trusted me, and I really appreciated that. And you know, and we won it for them. You know, we were on their side all the way, and it was such a team effort. I can't say enough for every single member of our club. I mean, Andy Fox, you know, Matt Howard, who's not here, but they all helped us win ball games. And the only way this club could have won was to get the contributions from everybody.
You talk about games in which you believe, and we were talking here, when was the first time we started using the word destiny? And Steve Hurd said, you know what, it was Andy Fox running down the line to first base to start the rally that down 8-0 and that whole thing. And so maybe even back then you start thinking of things, and you bring up an Andy Fox contribution like that. It's such a long season to go back and try to recap how far it's been.
Yeah, I said to Zim, I said, this all started in February. I don't believe this stuff. But what a satisfying finish to this thing. You know, we went through that dry spell, and I felt the dry spell was going to make us a better club if we came out of it. But again, when we look back at our dry spell, Al, you know, we played around 500. It's just that Baltimore played like crazy, you know, and really cut the lead.
You had to make some tough decisions in this series, Joe, with guys I know you respect, the guys who got you to this point, you know, the Tinos, the Wades. You had to make those really tough decisions. Which was the toughest one?
Well, you know, anytime you're taking a Wade out of a game, you know, this is a future Hall of Famer you're taking out of the game. Tino, who knocked in 117 runs, and you go and play in Atlanta, you can only have room for one first baseman. You have to make a gut call. And basically, that's what's made this club a good club, I believe. They realize that we're just interested in winning. We're not interested in people hanging up numbers or anybody's vanity. I mean, we're interested in winning, and they all went along with it. They didn't all like it, but they kept everything in-house. And
that shows their respect for you again.
Well, I like to believe that because I respect them as much as they respect me.
I told George when I watched the news last night and I heard that your brother finally got the heart, which was great in and of itself. But when I heard that the guy was from the Bronx, I looked at my wife and I said, "That's it. I'm finished."
That finished the circle, right?
Yeah. I mean, I thought if you want to talk about destiny and the baseball gods, that's all I needed to see as a final signal. Did you think of that at all?
I did think
You
of that.
did, right?
I said, all this stuff is falling into place. This is nuts. And George, just kiddingly, George walked in after we got our brains beat out in Game 1. He came in before Game 2, and he told me what a must game this was. And I was kidding with him, and I always liked to kid with him. I said, well, George, we're going to probably lose tonight. But
He told this story.
Yeah, but we're going to go to Atlanta and sweep 3 and then clinch it here next Saturday. Now he thinks I'm really smart. That was just guesswork.
Did you, deep down, I mean, you talk about believing and we never gave up and we had courage and all those things, but was there one night when you put your head on the pillow in the hotel or at home and said, I don't feel good about this. This is not looking good?
You talking postseason or season?
Postseason.
Postseason? Probably after the first game against Texas.
Right.
I didn't have a good feeling.
Small room for error.
The only, lose the first 2 games to Atlanta. The only thing that bothered me there, I guess I don't like to say I hate. I wouldn't mind. I don't mind losing the World Series, but I didn't want the fans to see, not see what the Yankees were all about, and they didn't see it in the first 2 games. And I think the 8-day layoff was really a big contributor to us playing so sluggish in the first 2 games.
We had so much fun watching you and Zimmer and his facial expressions and your comments about what went on. And I love asking this this question, and I asked it of Mariano Rivera. When you look at the ring, memories, pop into your head. What kind of things are you going to be thinking about? What little movies will you see when you look at the ring?
Well, I'm going to see Zimmer's reflection because he was next to me.
Those eyes bugging out.
And he
Can you do a Zimmer face? Can you do it?
He took 2 aspirin, and I said, "You have a headache?" He says, "Leave me alone," he said to me. And before the game, I said to him, I said, "Zim, how about playing golf tomorrow at 2 o'clock?" And he says, "That is a pretty good idea."
At 2 o'clock?
Tomorrow afternoon. I mentioned it before the game. We're all trying to think positive and be positive, and I was nervous as a cat today. I was really jumpy, and I was yelling at him when I came in. I was snapping at everybody today.
So after all these years of having not tasted the champagne, the ultimate champagne, what is it finally like?
Boy, I'm exhausted, but it's a dream that is much better than I ever thought it could have been.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun. Joe Torre, the classy man who has guided the New York Yankees to their first World Championship in 18 years. The Bronx is going a little crazy tonight, and New York City, I am sure, is following suit. As we continue post-game on this Tri-State BMW post-game report, we'll be hearing more from the locker room. Michael Kay still to come along, and we'll certainly be hearing from more of the excited Yankees as Joe Torre tastes the bubbly.
You may be wondering just what the dickens is going on around here. It's A Christmas Carol, the eye-opening musical spectacular that's having some very special effects on people. American Express presents A Christmas Carol, the musical spectacular that touches you, starring Tony Randall and Ben Vereen at the theater at Madison Square Garden.
Hi, I'd like to start getting home delivery of the New York Times.
Get a head start on your day by having the New York Times delivered to your home every morning. And if you call now, you'll get 50% off the regular home delivery price.
I enjoy waking up and having the New York Times waiting for me. I know it'll tell me things I won't hear, read, or see anywhere else.
I read Business Day first thing. Gives me the story behind the scenes and who the players are.
For just $3.60 a week, you'll get insights into politics, business, and international news. And each Sunday, you'll get the book review, travel, arts and leisure, week in review, and the celebrated New York Times Magazine.
Hi, I'd like to order home delivery of the New York Times.
Times doesn't just report on the issues, it helps me to understand them. And that's important when I'm making decisions that'll affect my family.
So call now, 1-800-357-4820, and get the New York Times delivered to your home every morning.
I can't imagine starting my day without it.
Ask not what your country can do for you. See it for yourself. This is Ranger Country.
camps early on Saturday. You got to the ballpark around noon. There was some electricity there, wasn't there?
Absolutely. And when the game started, now, this is the 24th World Series I've covered. This was the 173rd World Series game. It's Yankee Stadium. Yes, it is very different. I have never experienced the electricity that went through this ballpark when the game started, carried right through all the night. The fans were fantastic. And then at the end, when the game was over, you got 50-something thousand people singing New York, New York. To me, it was one of the, if not the most special nights I've ever been in a ballpark.
Peter, one of the things that'll probably come out in this World Series when it's really digested and spit out is the fact that maybe revenue sharing comes to the forefront, because it was the Yankees, George Steinbrenner, spending $66 million to have a complete 25-man roster that in the end made the difference. Game 4 was such a huge swing game when he used all 7 guys off his bench, all 6 guys out of his bullpen. And for the Braves on the other side of the coin, they had a great 14 or 15 players, but their bench in postseason went 0 for 22, and that was a huge difference.
A record for futility. By the way, spending that much money, generally you don't think it makes much sense. In this case, it was money well spent. John Wetteland, he was here last season, he's here this season. The recipe for Yankees' success this year: get a lead, get it to Rivera, get it to Wetteland. Well, in the World Series, they turned it over to John Wetteland 4 times with a lead. He ended up with 4 saves. He is now joined by Gary Miller.
Thanks, Carl. John, as Carl just mentioned, it was going into this game, it was hard to pick who is the MVP. It could be any one of a number of guys on this team.
It could have been, and you know, that it's me, I just want to point out the fact that I wouldn't even find the field, you know, if it weren't for the effort of my teammates, you know, for the previous 8 innings. And you know, they're the ones that gutted it out all series long, and I appreciate the work that they did. You know, and that trophy is just I'm always going to remember and appreciate the effort that they gave when I look at that trophy.
Now, when we had to wait a couple of minutes to come out with you, and you said, hey, I'm easy. But you don't make things easy out there, even though you got 4 saves. Every one of those times you put a man on base.
Right. You know, I wish things could be a little cleaner, but, you know, sometimes it just doesn't go that way. But, you know, fortunately, I could reach back and find something when I needed it absolutely the most, and it was there this series. And that's all there is to it.
How do you sum up the closest of this team amongst the guys we talked to? Cohn has been around the major leagues. Girardi came from the Cubs and the Rockies. Jimmy Key was a Blue Jay. You look all around. Fielder was a Tiger earlier this year. Lloyd was a Brewer. You were an Expo. How did you all come together?
It's just real interesting. I mean, we have a lot of veterans, but they're all easygoing guys, you know, and a joy to play with, you know, and a joy to be around. They've seen enough baseball, and they've seen enough attitudes, I think, to be disgusted with it. And we're not into attitudes and egos and everything. We got egos in the clubhouse because it takes that to compete, but you can't find them anywhere. And it's just, we're a real close-knit family.
Okay, well, congratulations, John Wetteland, out of a team that goes top to bottom, 1 through 25, all contributing. He's the MVP. Carl, back to you.
Thank you, Gary. And as far as the '96 postseason went, it went according to the Yankees bullpen. 6 wins, only 1 loss, and every time they had a chance to get a save, 7, they came through. They did not walk many, only 20, and they struck out 55, but it was more than just Mariano Rivera and John Wetteland. In fact, at times, Rivera struggled. The key for the Yankees all season long had been go 6, turn it over to Mariano and John and get it done. That wasn't exactly the way it went in the World Series.
No, but it certainly did in Game 6. They got Jimmy Key to go 5+. David Weathers came in, Graham Lloyd came in for a big out, and then they went to the most dominant setup man in baseball, Mariano Rivera. When the New York Yankees had a lead after 6 innings this year, they were 75-3, and that's mainly because of Rivera and Wetteland. But, you know, in a year where more games were blown in the 6th, 7th, and 8th innings than any time in Major League history because of inadequate relief pitching in the middle and the setup man, Peter, it was Rivera and Wetteland, but they also had some help from a couple of other places.
Well, the Yankees knew back in August they really needed that left-hander to get them to Rivera and Wetteland. They went out and got Graham Lloyd. It didn't work for a while, but he got healthy, and he became a terrific story because he was the guy that nailed Fred McGriff and Ryan Klesko. Game 3, came on with a couple men on base, pitching to Fred McGriff, popped him up. Now, this game was very important to get McGriff, to get Klesko, to get 1 more out in this inning. He then get Klesko, but that enabled John Wetteland to be able to only have to get 3 outs, which meant he could pitch 3 nights in a row. Then, and of course, in the great game, the 11-inning game, he came in, got McGriff to hit that clutch double play. Then he went in to open the 11th, after hitting, struck out Klesko, got them to Wetland. And in Game 6, when Jimmy Key got into the big trouble, he came in after David Weathers and popped up Klesko. 2 2/3 innings, 4 appearances. He's a national hero in Australia. Both networks were here covering him. He says he's going home to going to be in Perth for the winter and go body surfing in the Indian Ocean. And believe me, it doesn't get any better than that.
This is body surfing in Perth. No, it does not. As far as the Yankee starters go, well, they struggled early on, but boy, I'll tell you what, every time it seemed as if they needed a particular pitcher. David Cone, Game 3, perfect. Andy Pettitte, Game 5, perfect. Jimmy Key, Game 6, it worked out perfectly. Gary Miller is with Jimmy Key.
Jimmy, I know it's one of those old things at a ballpark when they say, "Will you marry me?" and they have the sign up, but you have a pretty special story here for Game 6 of the World Series.
Yeah, we got engaged today this afternoon about 1:30 before I came to the ballpark, and we just knew it was going to be a special night, and it turned out that way.
What made you decide to do it before a start that you had to possibly win the championship?
Well, we've been kind of waiting on it for a little while, and we just decided today was a good day, and we had a chance to make this a very special night, and she graciously accepted, and we're on our way.
You've done a little broadcasting for ESPN. This is a little better than the Little League World Series.
Just a little bit, yeah. This is awesome. Second time through, but it's still just as great.
Speaking of the second time through, the first time you pitched against them, Grissom and McGriff gave you a lot of problems. Tonight you neutralized them. Why was it a different story against the Braves this time?
Just a little bit more better pitches. I wasn't satisfied with the way I pitched in Game 2 here, and they took advantage of some bad pitches, and I made a little bit better pitches with men on base tonight. The pitch to Terry basically saved me and got out of that big inning, and I'm still not satisfied the way I threw, but it was good enough.
Jimmy, can you think all the way back to March when people thought this guy's career is probably over? We don't know what he's going to give us. We don't know if he's going to make the staff, to where you are at this moment.
It's unbelievable. It puts all those hours into, Karen knows what I went through, going through rehab, and, the team was playing last year, and I'm going to rehab clinics and just kept the faith. And, I'm just lucky that Dr. Andrews gave me a second shot with what he did with my shoulder, and this is awesome. I never figured that I would be back here, but it ended up that way.
Okay, well, congratulations and congratulations. Good luck to you, too, and you'll get another ring after the one you got for this one. Carl, back to you.
Hi, Gary. Thank you very much. And, boy, after outscoring them 16-1 in Games 1 and 2, the Braves offense, in particular, after the 5th inning of Game 4, basically slowed down to a crawl. Batting average then, .205, with only 2 runs scored. They did not go deep. The Yankees, in fact, only went deep twice in the entire World Series. As far as what Jimmy Key was able to do in Game 6 versus Game 2, it was more maybe mistakes, I think, the fact that the Braves hitters didn't hit him. What do you think?
Well, the Braves were inconsistent all season. Now 25 years. Only one team instead of losing September and ended up winning the World Series. That was the '81 Dodgers. The Braves had the losing September. Their inconsistencies carried over, as they weren't as good when they had in those 5 games. They outscored their opponents 48-2. They weren't as bad as they were in this series. But Jimmy Key was a radical night. There was a pitch that Chipper Jones normally could have nailed. He did not. Jimmy Key, 22 batters, 8 first pitch strikes, 8 2-0 counts, 10 3-ball counts. Mark Lemke normally can drive that pitch. And here's a pitch. Look at this. Chipper Jones, on most days, would have hit that ball out. Instead, it's a routine fly ball to Darrell. There, Terry Pendleton with the bases loaded, trying to pull a ball down and away, but it was still out over the plate. And even the pitch Graham Lloyd made to Klesko was a little bit of a hanger. But that's what happened. The Braves just really struggled these last 4 days. They did not play their game.
Greg Maddux on the other side of the coin. He threw 105 pitches in Game 6 as opposed to 80 in Game 2. Joe Torre said he thought the hitters would have a little more of an advantage. You know, the scouting report on Maddux, you can just throw those scouting reports out, because if he makes his great pitches, you're not going to hit him. The only time he faltered in the 2 games was in Game 6 in the 3rd inning, when he proved he was actually human. He started making some mistakes, getting the ball up in the zone. Paul O'Neill on a 1-2 pitch, rakes one into the corner. Lead double for O'Neill. Mariano Duncan, 0-2 pitch right up in his wheelhouse where he can advance the runner. Then Girardi gets a pitch over the middle of the plate. Triple over Grissom's head, 1-0 New York. Derek Jeter goes with a slider and keeps it up the middle. Again, middle plate. Maddux making all his mistakes in 1 inning. Then Jeter steals because Maddux does have a slow delivery, and Bernie Williams drives in what proved to be the winning run with a drive into right center field. Greg Maddux only faced 3 over the minimum in the other 7 innings that he pitched. but in the one inning, he got the ball up, and he didn't get away with it.
Yes, the strike zone, at least the strike calls, were a bit erratic. It was the Yankees who were able to get away with that. They got the offense, the Braves did not. Back with much more as we continue on SportsCenter, an emotional Wade Boggs, as well as a look at the team of the 90s. Is the team of the 90s now the Yankees?
Thanks, Carl.
But he did this the save thing tonight the way he's done a lot all season long. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Zantax. I mean, they sent him a box of Zantax, and I should start taking them when I catch him.
All right, well, I think John Wetland's making his way into the studio.
Yeah, there's my buddy.
Yeah, he's right here. As if he could hear you. And he's finally, I thought you had champagne. And he's coming in with water, John. Now, come on in.
Hi, Joe. Hi, John. Hi, buddy. This man, I want you to know, I know George probably won't like to hear this, but this man corrupted my wife. My wife now wants a Harley Davidson. My wife wants a Harley. I'm scared to death.
Really good there.
It's all right. At least Joe doesn't, right? At least Joe doesn't.
Did you have to do the ninth inning the way you've done so many other innings? You couldn't get a 1, 2, 3.
Of course, no. You know, we tried. We tried. And Joe, he gave me a fastball to throw to Terry, and I shook and wanted the curveball, and I paid for it, and that's what I get for not listening to a man like Joe Girardi.
All right, we've only just begun with John Wetland. We're going to make the switch.
Yeah, let me out of here.
In place, get Joe back with his family. Let's go back to Mike and Bob in Manhattan for just a moment, and we'll get things squared away here. Guys?
Yeah, you were scared. Crispino was screaming about that in the studio. What on earth did he throw that curveball?
So he just said Girardi didn't call the pitch.
Yeah, because I said, well, look, you got to blame Girardi, because Girardi obviously is calling the pitch, and Crispino says, no, I'm sure he shook him off. I don't know how often he shakes off a guy like Joe Girardi. But you saw Polonia the other night, with the 6 foul balls and then the line drive to right center to O'Neill to end the ball game. Other than that pitch, he did not seem to be able to get around on the fastball. He seemed overmatched, and of those 6 foul balls, most of them were out of the strike zone. Anytime Wetland delivered a fastball out of the strike zone, Polonia went for it tonight, and so we thought to ourselves, why on earth isn't he going with the heat? Well, we'll find out from John himself.
All right,
so.
we of course, were thinking about Mark Wohlers, who threw that hanging slider to Jim Leyritz to turn the whole series around. So we didn't want John Wetland to make any mistakes tonight, and he did not, except for a couple, to get the game to a 3-2 final. Al Trautwig standing by. We go back to the World Series MVP, John Wetland. Al?
There's a lot of symbolism in the fact that John Wetland is celebrating with water and not bubbly, but of course all the sacrifices, the things that have happened along the way, they all seem to come to a point here for you. I mean, what's going through your mind as you sit as a world champion must be amazing.
It is. I mean, from so many different angles. I'm thinking about when I was 6, and starting to throw a baseball with my brother Mitch and playing catch with him, and he and I talking about being in the World Series and being battery mates in the World Series. He was a catcher, and dreaming about this day. And it's something that you kind of carry with you throughout your career as well. And, you think what it's going to feel like, and it doesn't even come close. The feeling is tremendous.
Did you ever allow yourself to think that you could have been the MVP of this series?
No, I had no idea, and when they grabbed me for it, I said, "Yeah, right." And they said, "No, we're not kidding." And I was overcome really because I just want to make one thing clear about that trophy is that every time that I look at it. I wouldn't find the field in the 9th inning if it wasn't for hard work and perseverance and preparation that my teammates went through all year and in the postseason as well. And every time I see that trophy, I remember all of them fondly.
I'm counting on you because I think you're the man who can do it. If you can put us in your head, gather up all the thoughts on the mound, final out, the noise, the police are ringing the field. Maybe you even saw the horses were getting ready. I mean, I can't imagine all the things that are going through your mind as it happens. But we're going to take a look at the last out, so let us know what you were thinking as it happened.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I threw the pitch exactly what I wanted to throw, something down and away. He didn't seem to be getting good swings at it. And I bent down and thanked my point man, Jesus Christ, and went out and hugged Joe, and Joe just, showed tremendous confidence in me all year. And
now, aren't you getting crushed? Aren't you getting crushed?
I'm getting hammered because, right now I'm down at the bottom of the pile.
I know.
I'm down at the bottom of the pile. and I'm screaming. First of all, I'm elated, and guys are and it feels good, you know, when guys are just piling on you, and yeah, that's right, and you're screaming away, and then all of a sudden that turned to, oh my goodness, my ankle's killing me, and it was bent. You know, my leg was over a body, and guys were piling on, and I was screaming, get off. I thought one more guy and it was going to bust. I mean, it was really that intense.
Well, you'll probably see the shot of Paul O'Neill doing the full somersault over the top of the pile and falling off the backside. It looked like his hamstrings were fine, by the way. I don't know.
You lose all concept of pain in that moment. But
what does it mean, John, to be a closer? You know, sort of a weird role anyway. You get up and just pitch one inning, and a lot of people talk about it. And now for the first time in 22 years, since '74 in Raleigh Fingers, that a man who does what you do for a living is recognized as the most valuable performer in a World Series.
What does it
mean? That's your job. It's a job that often goes overlooked in a situation like this. Normally it's a hitter or a starting pitcher who wins a couple of games.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I really didn't feel like, you know, I was really deserving of it. And I told my wife that. I told that person I didn't feel like I was deserving of it at all. And you know, it came to me as a real shock.
Now, of course,
I just go about what I do, and I don't really think about anything else. So, tell you what, you know, the ring that we all share and we share with this city is much more important to me.
Hey, you should see Times Square. We just showed pictures of it. It is wall to wall. I mean, it is amazing. Now, your cap, while we've recognized it on MSG for a couple of years now with the salt stains, and, you know, almost all the pitchers do it. Yours is just the grimiest of the bunch.
It's gross.
What happens to it now?
Well, it was a person that I was going to give it to, and now, you know, now the Hall of Fame wants it.
Seriously?
I don't know. I guess.
Because Jeff Idelson, who's with the Hall of Fame, used to be a PR guy from the Yankees, is here. Did they approach you officially about getting it?
I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work out. I have no idea.
Can you imagine the humidifying and the air conditioning that have to go in to prevent this cap from degenerating?
Well, there's some mold spores starting anyway. You know, why not let it go the whole 9 yards?
All right, I've asked most everyone who's been here, so I'll ask you. When you look at the ring, what little highlight of the season will roll? What little video in your brain will click when you look at that ring?
Game 4. Game 4 is where. Well, I mean, there's a ton of them throughout the year.
Game 4 this in the series.
Yeah, and there's a ton of them throughout the year because that's the kind of. You know, I don't know if it'll be a moment so much as it is maybe that Chicago game down 8-0. You know. I mean, that showed us an awful lot of what we could do.
Again, that's
team.
That Andy Fox game. It's amazing how that comes up.
Yeah, you know, and you know, he's that kind of a player. You know, he's that kind of a player, and it just typifies what this team is about. And I'm just so thankful that everybody, to a man, feels that way about playing baseball.
You know, the other night when Mark Wohlers went to a breaking ball to Jimmy Leyritz, he had to answer a lot of questions. I mean, your fastball's your thing, man. Why are you switching off? And tonight, that happens again with you, and it comes up as a conversation. And do you think about Wohlers going off of his game plan in that instance for a blink or not?
With Pendleton,
yeah,
you mean?
Yeah.
Well, what I wanted to do is I faced Terry a lot in my career over in the National League, and you know, I got him out with the curveball as much as I did my fastball. And in fact, probably he hit me too. You know, I mean, he hit me, and those were almost always fastballs. But he's a good high fastball hitter, and I wanted to show him at least one. I wasn't looking for to get out on that pitch. I wanted to show it to him so maybe it could make the high fastball good. And you know, I hung it up there for him, I guess. I'm trying to replay it in my mind.
Don't. That's a bad replay. Stick with the good replays.
Okay, all right.
John, thanks a lot for this long visit, and congratulations. This was really, really special for you. I know how happy you must be. John Wetland, the MVP of the 1996 World Series. In 1986, Wade Boggs cried because, not that the Red Sox lost, but that his mother had died just before the World Series. Tonight, they are tears of joy in the Yankee clubhouse. Michael Kay is alongside, too.
After 86, did you think that
I had confidence, and I always said that good. Well, my dad kept telling me after 86, he said, good things come to those who wait. And my God, I've waited for 10 years and finally got this moment. And the good thing about it is that ticker tape parade down Fifth Avenue is just going to be the sweetest thing, because now I know how Neil Armstrong felt when he walked on the moon. Because I just got back from the moon, and this is unbelievable.
Wait, what do you think it means to baseball in general to have the New York Yankees win the World Series? What will it do for the game?
Well, I think it's brought New York back and put them on the map, that it was a drought that they had, and this is a class organization and a winning organization for so many years that little drought has finally been put to rest, that the Hurricanes finally gone through in 1996.
Wait, did you think about your mom before you thought of anything else?
That was the first thing I thought. When that ball went up, I was thinking about her tonight. I said, Mom, this is for you, sweetheart. And I ran out to that mound, and I looked up. I looked right in her eyes, and I said, oh, thank you. I said, you've been with us all year now. Now you're finally there. And she looked down on me and smiled. It was the greatest feeling in the world to have her with me.
Culmination of a great career for Wade Boggs and the culmination of a lot of great efforts as this franchise really came from the ashes in the early 90s. You mentioned 94, a chance, and then the strike, and Buck Showalter restoring pride in just Yankee baseball. If you recall back in 1990, 91 under Stump Merrill, the Yankees were a laughingstock in the American League and around Major League Baseball. So credit not only to Buck Showalter, also to Gene Michael, to Wade Boggs, and everybody whose efforts went into winning this championship. And I know Boggs emotionally, as you just saw there, broke down after,
and I think people
after the
are aware,
tragedy of 1986 right here in New York.
And I think you certainly aware, and most people are aware of just how tragic his mother's death was. She was killed by some moron who was drunk. And it was just a terrible, terrible drunk driving accident. And it just, well, this was just so emotional tonight watching Wade Boggs. Very, 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 very moving.
We have more from the locker room?
Yeah,
yes.
Paul O'Neill this time, I think, with Michael, just a little bit earlier.
Obviously, you've won a World Series before, but
Give it up, man. Give it up.
How sweet is it?
It's unbelievable. Things don't happen like they do in New York. We fought all year. I mean, we've had some players go through ins and outs all year. It doesn't matter now. We won. They can't take it away from us now.
What about the way you guys did it, coming back down 2 games?
Well, I think it just typifies what we've done all year. I mean, we had times where we could give up and we didn't. And we won this game the way we've won games all year. Go to the 6th inning, give it to Mariano, bring Wetland in, get it close, and go home winning.
You had a tough pitcher to get to, and you got even with them.
Unbelievable. Maddox's a great pitcher. Smolt's a great pitcher. Glavine, they're a great team. It's just, we got some breaks when we need them, and it's unbelievable. Second time around for you. I'm so excited right now. I can't think of 1990. This is 96, and we won a world championship in New York. And that's unbelievable. Oh, my God.
Are you surprised it took them 4 straight? No, I'm not surprised. Because this team has got a lot of heart, and we believed in ourselves. And when you believe in yourself, you got a chance of winning.
Enjoy it, Darryl.
All right, thank you.
Darryl, you said after game 2 that you weren't going to lose any sleep over this, but you said, hey, you knew what you were going to have to do to go on the road, win some games, and you're here now. How's it feel?
It feels great. We had to do what we had to do as far as a team. We had to pull together, and I think everybody realized that when we were down 0-2, and we pulled together, and we believed in what we can do, and it all worked out well for us.
How so much leader is it for you now, 10 years later, older, mature, you've been through so much in career?
It's much sweeter. I could appreciate this more than anything, to be able to win another championship in New York.
Darryl, your thoughts right now, is it kind of just, I did it, or I told you so, or a combination of everything?
Well, I think it's just a combination of everything. I think it's a combination of the players believing in themselves and not doubting that we can win and never giving up. Going down 0-2 and just being able to pick ourselves back up. I think we all appreciate that. I think that's the most joy that we all get out of it because we didn't give up.
After all the frowns you had, would you say this is the best kind of alcohol to be celebrating with when it's in your head?
It's the best kind. I don't have to worry about it. I'm not really nervous about anything. I feel good about it because I've celebrated a couple times, so this is a good celebration here.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Darryl, take me.
Well, the intuition of Joe Torre to play Darryl Strawberry, where Strawberry sat in last year's playoffs. I mean, Joe stuck him in situations against left-handed hitters. He played left field, he played right field. All the discussion about Strawberry when the Yankees first signed him. As a DH, he can't play the outfield anymore. He's 34 years old.
And you know what I think of? I think of really how Strawberry would have been within his rights to go elsewhere. After what happened with the Yankees last year, clearly he was a major league player, deserved to come back, and the Yankees did not bring him back. How close did he come to signing with the Baltimore Orioles this year, and what would have happened had he signed with the Orioles? By the way, that was our producer again, Anthony Facilli, who's just doing a great job in the locker rooms tonight. I don't know if it's Bill Tynan or Ellie Nagler on camera. I want to know, and I want a full accounting. It's 12:15 of where Michael Kay has been tonight. Oh yeah, we've heard from him one time. He's probably in a corner someplace, doused with champagne and drinking himself into a stupor. He's supposed to be working for us, and when Kay gets on camera, he's going to be accountable to us.
I understand he's with John Sterling in a back room somewhere, popping some bubbly.
All right, Al Trowley is going to have Jim Leyritz live again from our studios, and we come back with Let's Pause again for this time out here on NSG.
Put on your dancing shoes and hurry on down to your Buick dealers. Buick quality is a better value than ever. Now with cash back savings up to $3,000. Special low lease rates, savings on 96s, and immediate cash back on brand new 1997 Buicks. It's worth twisting and shouting about. Savings up to $3,000. But get to your Buick dealer before the last dance, cause the savings don't get any better than this.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Were you frustrated about your hair loss?
Who wouldn't be?
So what happened when you called?
They really are hair transplant specialists, and they offered me the right solution. They really cared about my concerns.
Hair transplantation is totally natural because it's your own hair, and it will continue to grow for the rest of your life. Call now and put your concerns of hair loss behind you forever.
When your car's brakes need repair, simply replacing a part makes no more sense than tuning one key on a piano. To achieve harmony, you've got to consider how the whole system works together. The experts at Midas do. They begin every brake job with a 45-point inspection of the entire system. And because they're so thorough, you're assured of a job done right. And that's music to the ears. Midas Auto Systems experts, what can we do for you today?
Coors Light, the silver bullet. It's shipped cold to tap the clean taste of the Rockies.
Good boy.
The new Coors Light Wide Mouth can is here with a giant opening for a smoother pour.
We're back on the network of the world champions, the New York Yankees. This, the special edition of the Tri-State BMW Yankees post-game report. The Yankees have won the World Championship and the series, and Jim Leyritz is one of the big reasons why. If you look at big swings, there can't be any one bigger than the one that he hit in the series in Atlanta to bring the Yankees back all the way to tie the game at 6 and then go on and win. You played in that game. You catch Andy Pettitte. Now you're on the step of the dugout watching this one, and this was a real nerve-wracking, tension-filled game right to the last out.
Yeah, I was more nervous today watching this one than I was catching the other night when it was 1-0 with a man on third. You know, like I said, it's tough when you can't be out there in control.
It did not look real good there in the 9th inning, did it?
No, but then again, John's done that to us all year, and we felt pretty relaxed. We felt that if he could get the first guy out for the second out, that we had a pretty good chance, and he did a great job.
We talked a little bit about this in the post game in Atlanta with you. The fact that you're the Yankee of longest tenure now, and you were here when the team was not good at all, and now you're here when the team is the best of them all.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. I mean, 90, 91, 92, we were just fighting to finish not last. Now, the last 2 years, 3 years, this team's developed. Joe came in and did a great job with this ball club, kept us together. Not one superstar in the whole team. Everybody contributed 1 through 25, and we just did a tremendous job.
How did you beat Smoltz, Glavine, and Maddox? How did that happen?
It was just a matter, I think, those first 2 games we hadn't played that much, and now being able to get our timing back and everything else, we just went out there and we played the type of ball we played all year, and I think we proved that we were probably the better team.
Jimmy, you're not one of these $5 million a year guys. What does winning a world championship do to you? How does this change your life? The big World Series share, I mean, it's going to impact your life, that amount of money, I would think?
Well, yeah, it's nice. And my wife and I just had baby, our second baby, actually, and we need a little bigger house now. We have a townhouse. It's not quite big enough for four people. So we're probably going to start looking for a place in Tampa to live. And, you know, it's nice to have. It's nice to be able to do that. And like I said, to be able to celebrate as a world champions, it's a great feeling.
And so many good things have happened to the Yankees along the season. Oh, we've got a little special delivery here. Let's get this on.
I haven't held this yet.
Let's get it on. See, now Michael Kay has been ripped by Bob Page and Mike Crispino. They say he's been doing nothing. He's been
stealing the trophy.
He's been getting the trophy, which is soaked with champagne. We were just talking about, you know, the Stump Merrill days. I mean, when you think about, when you think about some of those post games we had to do, this is a little different. But I did want to get this story across, how many good things have happened to the team. Frank Torrey, the Hart, and that. You brought in those 2 homeless kids late in the season who were looking for a family desperately. They wanted to stay together. It really didn't look good. And what was it, just a few days ago, they found a mom and a dad?
Yeah, actually, right after they hit the home run, the next morning, there was a phone call from Susan Forrest from the Post. And she
next morning?
Next morning, and she said, the boys are really happy about their home run, but guess what? They're in an adoptive home right now.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, to hear that, and I got excited on the phone. My wife said, I think he's more excited about that than he was the home run.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, and then to be able to do with Joe's brother getting the heart, and everything, just like I said, it was a storybook ending for us.
Mike, as long as you're here, maybe you could recreate the radio call of Jim Leyritz's home run. This is going back to Atlanta now. Yankees were down 6-0. They needed the biggest comeback in their postseason history, and they got it when Jim Leyritz delivered this pitch over the wall. Mark Wohlers. Go, Mike.
Here's the pitch by Wohlers. Swung on, drilled deep to left field. Jones going back, still back. He's on the track, at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. A home run for Jim Leyritz.
No, see ya?
It was John Sterling's call.
It was high. It was far.
It was not. It wasn't that far. Far enough.
How many times have you seen that home run now?
Actually, just a couple. You know, I really didn't want to watch it that much because I wanted to be able to win this whole thing and then enjoy it. Last year, I watched that Seattle thing too many times before we ended up losing 3. This time, I was a little superstitious about watching it. Actually, I watched the Letterman thing a couple more times than I actually watched the home run. But, you know, like I said, now I can sit back and really enjoy it.
Now, you've been coming here for years. We've talked about that. You go up to the Yankee offices, you come off the elevator, this trophy's sitting there, and then it's 15 years, it's 16 years, it's 17 years, 18 years. Now it's on your lap.
You know what? I had the Stanley Cup under my lap when the Rangers won, and it didn't feel like this.
Wayne Gretzky was here tonight. I think you could get a couple of tickets for the next game if you want to.
I'm going to be there tomorrow night, and I'll be there definitely for the Panther game.
Mike, what's the most significant thing about Jim Leyritz coming up with a home run like that, being the longest Yankee, the home run in Baltimore, the home run last year? What strikes you about it?
Kind of closure if you think about it, because the real bad years he was here for the Stump Merrill years, and then the pinnacle of what's happened, you know, he really brought it here with that home run. I don't know if this game plays out the way it played out unless they come back from that 6-0 deficit. So it seemed almost poetic justice.
By the way, the locker room is like a cigar store. There's a lot of cigar smoking going on. Wade Boggs' wife has a huge one, and when you walk on the floor, it's like I mean, all the champagne has been used up. It was fun, right?
Yeah, it was, like I said, it was a blast. It's time to really sit back and enjoy it, and I think we're ready to go out into town and enjoy it with the rest of New York.
Describe for me the running around the field, the faces of the people you saw, things that were yelled out, things you thought of. I mean, that was a beautiful victory lap. I don't remember ever seeing a baseball team do anything like that. What was it like?
Joe came out to the mound after we all celebrated a little bit and said, hey, let's take a lap around, let's enjoy this. And we started getting some
So
guys
it wasn't
together.
your idea?
No, it wasn't my idea. I was trying to get everybody together. He came up to me because he knows how I am. He said,
he knew that if he told you, you'd get everybody
these guys
going.
together and let's go. And so I got everybody together as soon as we could. We started the victory lap, and like I said, Daryl and I were leading it and just telling everybody, come on, get up and enjoy this moment because, and like I said, I want to credit the fans for staying off the field because that gave us a chance to enjoy the moment with them. And like I said, you got to tip their hat. They get a lot of flack about being rude and obnoxious and everything else. They stayed in the stands for us, and we really enjoyed it.
Tino Martinez actually said that if he had the chance, and if the team had the chance, they really wanted to go up and shake everybody's hand because they felt that the fans had as much to do with this as anybody. And one other team I remember doing it, the '91 Minnesota Twins, and it was a real special moment then. And this was great. It really was. I've never seen anything like that in New York.
All right, Mike's sticking around. The trophy's not. That's going with Jim Leyritz. We understand we're going to hear from Jimmy Key as we continue on the Tri-State BMW post-game report for the 1996 World Champions of Baseball, the New York Yankees. We'll be back in a moment.
All righty.
Thanks, Jimmy.
So, as Mariano Rivera said, what are you going to do tonight? When asked what are you going to do tonight, he said everything. So look out, New York.
And I love the comment of, I think Leyritz, I was asking him, I think off camera, you know, we're going to go, and Leyritz said, well, we're going to find a place that's open for us, fellas.
Till tomorrow night.
New York is open tonight, fellas. You call any place you want, doesn't matter where it is, and they'll stay open for you, and they'll be delighted to have you.
Just let us know where you're going to be, right?
All right, now we're going to talk to one of the guys who made this World Series championship possible. He did not have a great World Series, but where would the New York Yankees have been without the tremendous play of Bernie Williams?
Bernie, you've been through a lot of bad times here. Is this all make it worthwhile?
Oh yeah. You kidding? Definitely. It's just one of those feelings, man. You work so hard, 162 games, plus, you know, times 3 or 4 years, and it's certainly worthwhile.
Talk about that third inning when you guys, or the fourth inning when you guys finally got to Maddox. It was the third inning.
Yeah, it was his third inning. He just kept a couple of pitches up in the strike zone, and he's the kind of pitcher that we cannot give him any chances. And we were just very good tonight, and we were very able to capitalize on his mistakes and score, you know, those runs, and seemed to be the key to the game.
How about your bullpen? You've got to be awful proud of them.
Oh yeah. They have been so important in this series. I mean, the most important factor in our club has been the bullpen and our depth.
You kids dream of this moment. Is it anything like the dream when you're a kid growing up in Puerto Rico?
Well, I'm just taking it all in right now, and I know at some point in the offseason I'm going to just sit back and think, and I'm just going to say, wow, this is great. But right now I'm just you know, enjoying the moment. Throughout the playoffs.
Just one of the great Yankee kids that made this World Championship possible, Mariano Rivera, Derek Jeter. Who would have thunk this guy in spring training would be Rookie of the Year? Bernie Williams, you know, they gave him that money in the arbitration hearing, and Bernie Williams helps lead them to this point in time. And Ruben Rivera in the future, and Andy Pettitte, of course, in the 1-0 victory.
Yeah. Al Trautwig is once again standing by back at Yankee Stadium. He has one of the heroes, the New York Yankees World Series victory. He's with Yankees pitcher Jimmy Key.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys. This is Karen Kane, soon to be Karen Key, I assume, if you're going to make the name switch, because Jimmy Key picked today, of all days, I don't know what's going on here, to get engaged prior to this Game 6 game. Jim, what was the thinking there exactly?
Well, we're just looking for a little lucky charm, and we just felt like it was the day. You know, coming into the day, you know, I was a little uptight about it, but you know, this took a little pressure off the situation, and you know, we're just happy about it, and we're happy that we were able to pull this off tonight.
Well, you know, Karen, guys, they try to come up with all sorts of ways to surprise the woman. You know, usually they think they're going to be asked, and so if there's a special dinner or something, you had to be shocked that today was the day, right?
Not really, because we talked about it. Actually, I mean, I was surprised that this afternoon was going to be the time, but I knew that it would happen soon, not necessarily before he pitches.
So you said yes right away?
Yeah. I said, well, if you don't win,
then I'll think about it.
Yeah, no, actually, I said yes.
Well, congratulations, both of you. Let's talk about tonight. With the relief, having gotten engaged earlier in the day, you could go out and pitch with a clear mind. I thought one of the things that had to be troubling to you early was that you weren't getting the strike calls on the outside corner. Well,
in fairness to the umpire, I was missing a little bit, and you know, I was trying to stretch him out as far as I could stretch him out, and you know, he just wasn't going out there, and I couldn't move it over far enough in a couple instances to where I wanted to, and it was similar to Game 2, where I just wasn't happy with the way I was throwing, and I struggled tonight, no question about it, but I made enough good pitches and stayed out of a big inning, and made the pitch on Terry and got us out of that one inning.
Jimmy, how do you keep your cool when you so desperately want to give the team your best stuff, your best control, do everything, and you're out there and you know you don't have it? What do you do?
I don't know. You just dig down and try to say you're better than those guys. And, you know, I just kept telling myself, just get through another inning, get through another inning. And I knew if we could get to the 7th, we got Mo and Wetland out there waiting. And, you know, I just kind of willed it the last few innings and made, like I said, made enough good pitches. I didn't have it, no question about it, but I made enough good pitches to get through it.
I almost hate to ask the question because comparing championships is a tough thing to do, but I have to figure that in a year where you didn't even know if you were going to be in baseball with the shoulder, this has got to make this one a little bit more special.
This is definitely more special, coming through what I came through, not knowing if I'd ever pitch again. Signing on with New York 4 years ago, hoping that this moment would happen. This is what I had my eyes on coming to New York, and you know, last year I couldn't be a part of a great team.
I remember that day listening to you talk in the locker room saying, you know, I'm not sure if I'm going to have this surgery. This just may be it.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, it was a 50-50 at best proposition of whether I'd throw again. And a great surgeon, James Andrews in Birmingham, to give me the shot, and I put the hours in the rehab last year and this past winter, and it just all worked out.
Jimmy, you were with, as I said, a championship team in Toronto, a championship team here, two teams very, very different. Can you put into words the special things that set this team apart?
Well, I think every team is definitely special. The team, we were trying to win something for a country in Toronto in '92. We had the whole country behind us, so we had a lot of pressure on us then. But here in New York, there hasn't been a winner here for a long time, and this team, George put this team together to win this past off season and spring training, and kept bringing in guys when we needed help. And the credit goes to George and to do what he has to do to give us a chance to win. But also the credit goes to the players to not succumb to the pressure in New York, stay together, go through tough times. Joe stayed with some guys, and we just able to pull it off.
So Karen, we've been following Jimmy now for years. He's a pretty cool cat. He doesn't really let you know how he's feeling about things, right? How is he to hang out with, though? I mean, is he grouchy like on a day when he's pitching?
No, he's quiet. He's to himself, and it took me a long time to get used to that. How he is the day he pitches. He has his routine that he does, and I let him alone today. I normally am, with him and follow him around, but today I let him do his thing. And
you've got a taste now of what your life's going to be like on a day-to-day basis. This is not nerve-wracking.
This is great. No, this is nice. I'm enjoying.
No, I'm not talking about this part, the champagne part. I'm talking about the fifth inning with guys on base and stuff.
No, it's hard. I get very nervous during the games. I get very nervous, and I just sit back, and I have a lot of wives around me, and they help me through that. But I have faith in him. He's great. So I know he's going to pull through.
Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Karen Kane, soon to be Karen Key. You're going to do that, right?
Yeah.
Well, we can talk about that. Jimmy, congratulations. Great year. It was really super to watch. Well, we'll continue post-game here on MSG. Jimmy Key and his fiancée, they got engaged today, of all things, and then went out and won a world championship. How about that? We'll be back in the Bronx in a moment. The Yankees hang on to beat the Braves 3-2 and win this damn thing in the honor of Bob Murphy by the count of 4-2. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Al. What an incredible story with Key, though. I mean, remember when he had to go on the disabled list and had to go back to Florida? He was pitching so poorly, everyone thought, well, maybe he is done. I mean, what can you expect from a guy who had reconstructive surgery like that?
There's so many great stories you can talk about. And I was thinking earlier, Michael, watching the highlights once again of Charlie Hayes. Here's a guy who did such a tremendous job for the Yankees the first time around. He never wanted to leave, and they had basically a blunder which cost them Hayes in the expansion draft of the National League. He's playing for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
They're going nowhere.
In front of 1,500 people at Three Rivers Stadium, and all of a sudden the next minute he's back with the Yankees, and now he's a world champion. Just unbelievable.
And David Cone lost most of the season. Cone comes back, wins a big game. We're going to get to Charlie Hayes now that you brought him up. He's inside the Yankee locker room. This recorded moments ago. Charlie Hayes of the New York Yankees.
I felt the whole time I've been here. If they'd have got the lead, we'd have found out. We'd have filled the way out to win. We've been doing it the whole time. Every game we fall behind, we get behind, but guys never gave up. And I think, the reason why it was like that and guys just never gave up is just look at our manager. He believed in all of us. We believed in him no matter what 9 guys he put out there. And I tell you what, there's nothing like this. There's no, it's hard for me to explain, but I'm just glad to be a part of it.
Charlie, when that ball is coming down into your glove, I mean, what are you thinking as that ball's coming down to your glove?
First thing I said was squeeze it. At first I thought it was going to be close enough to where the fans might interfere with it. So I was kind of waving my arms, telling them to get back, get out of the way. And as soon as I caught it, it was an emotional period for me because, like I said, 2 months ago I was on the last place team. They was clearing house. I still didn't know where I was going to be. And then to come here and get an opportunity to join a first place team, I was a little nervous. And then when I got here the first day, he threw me in there. And I kind of contributed a little bit right away, and everybody accepted me. And I tell you what, we got a solid group of guys here, and I'm just glad to be a part of it.
How about Joe? How much everybody talks about the guys saying they're so happy for Joe. I mean, what is he?
I tell you what, he's been through.
Managers sometimes get knocked different ways, but what's Joe?
He's been through a lot. I mean, he had one of his brothers died, and the other one needed a heart transplant. And then for him to be here every day and to be into the game the way he was, it made it easier for us players because, I mean, our families come first, foremost. And, to see him every day in a good mood, and we as players know what he was going through, you respect someone for that. And I tell you what, he never, one time since I've been here, told me something that didn't happen. Everything he told me happened, and I respect him for that.
Where's the ball that you caught?
It's in my glove over there. I hope nobody got it. I'm gonna hold that forever. I'll never get that to anyone.
Did it mean a lot to you that he put you out there for defense the last couple of innings, that you were able to be out there on the field?
Yeah, definitely. Guys were telling me, oh, you're a good luck charm, you're a good luck charm. I don't know what I was, but all I can say is that I'm glad I got the opportunity to come here and experience this with a great team, and I hope I'm back.
Are you hoping to get traded?
Good man, Charlie Hayes. But I want to say this. The one rap, and you know this from having covered him so long, the one rap you've heard against Wade Boggs, that he is, quote, a selfish player. Well, that's ridiculous. Wade Boggs could have made it so difficult for Charlie Hayes to be with this ball club. Wade Boggs could have gone to the media. He could have criticized Joe Torre for not playing him, for platooning him with Charlie Hayes. And it was Wade Boggs who shut up, who did what he had to for the good of the team, and who welcomed Charlie Hayes to this ball club. And I think Wade Boggs has really got to be given a lot of credit for Charlie Hayes' role with this.
Well, that was after that first negative statement that he made, and that is that, well, if they want Charlie Hayes here, maybe they don't want me here, and I'll go somewhere else and get my 3,000 hits. But he was smart enough to step back from that statement and then conducted himself like a perfect professional from there on. And certainly, I'm going to remember that walk that Steve Avery issued to Wade Boggs to help the Yankees win that huge game. And I'm going to remember Andy Pettitte going on 3 days rest, which is perfect for him, of course, to win 1-0 in Game 5, which got the Yankees to this point and enabled them to win the World Championship, their 23rd in their history. Now, let's listen to Andy Pettitte.
Relax and just worrying about getting through this. When Mel was joking around with me and said, we're out of left-handers, you got an out in you, and I got me a little nervous on the bench, but he was just messing around with me.
You probably didn't feel you were going to go in, though, right?
No, I told him, I called him over there and I said, tell me you're joking. Not tonight. Tomorrow night I could, but not tonight. And he said, yeah, I'm just joking.
Andy, tell us what you're thinking in the ninth inning. Again, a tough situation, and you're praying.
Yep, got to pray for John out there, and I mean, he's done it all year, and he makes it interesting all the time, but he's been unbelievable, and I'm just so happy that he was able to finish it off for us.
People talk about the Braves pitching staff and how great they were. How sweet is it for you guys to come back and beat those three pitchers?
Very sweet. You know, we didn't get a lot of respect coming in here, and it's just very gratifying.
After the second game, I couldn't find a writer who would pick you guys. What did you think about the way everybody jumped off the boat?
Well, I just thought if we could we had a lot of confidence going on the road, and we knew if we took 2 out of 3 there, we're coming home, and I knew we were going to play a lot better when we got home. If we could just get it in Jimmy's and Coney's hands coming back here, I knew we'd be all right.
So you were never worried?
I wasn't too worried. I was a little worried. I just wanted to get another start after my first one.
How special is it for you to finally win at home? You know, you clinched both series on the road. You finally win it at home.
It's awesome. The fans deserved it, and obviously after the game, just the celebration we had, it was very special.
You always think back to your pitching performance, and when the Yankees needed you most, you were there.
I'm just thankful that I was able to pick the team up a little bit when I needed, after I felt like in the first game I really put the bullpen in a bind and started it off to a terrible series, and I just wanted another shot to try to make up for it.
What's it like to be the best team in baseball?
It's unbelievable. I just love sitting here saying we're the world champs. It's unbelievable.
And there again, Mike, there again, you see our field producer, Anthony Pacilli, who's stealing all of Michael K's thunder. I got to find out, are we paying K tonight?
I hope is he collecting a check for this?
I understand that he's basically now has staggered back into our studios from imbibing all the champagne with the Yankees. And I think Al's propping him up in a chair now along with David
He's
Cohn.
not sitting on the World Series trophy,
I want to see if K slurs his words here now when we go into the studio to talk with Al Trowig and Michael in a moment.
What about Andy Pettitte at age 24 doing what he did? 5 days ago, we were sitting here. 16-1, the Braves had beaten the Yankees' brains out. Is this amazing or what?
Yeah, and you thought after you saw Andy in Game 1, you know, the kid's nervous, and what are we going to get? You knew what you were going to get from Smoltz, and Smoltz was so brilliant. What were we going to get from Andy Pettitte? We found out. And how about David Cohn? Utterly brilliant, and David Cohn could have been, you know, the guy who turned this World Series around. He certainly was one of them. And let's go back now and join Al, Michael, and David.
Okay, guys, David Cohn's got tomorrow off, and he is absolutely thrilled about it, I'm sure. I mean, to be able to be a champion like this in a circumstance knowing that you would have had to pitch tomorrow, but now you don't, it's great, right?
I'm probably the luckiest guy in there right now. Even down to the last out, Lemke's up to bat, and I'm thinking, this is the wrong guy for this spot. He's come through too many times, and Wetland made a great pitch to get him out, down and away fastball, 3-2 count.
Talk to me about the fact, I mean, you've gone through this so many times. There's a point where somebody says you have an aneurysm. You don't even know what that means, life or death-wise. And you made a big, big contribution to this team with the win. How do you feel today? Do you think back on everything you've gone through?
Yeah, I really do. When I think back, I think about lying in the hospital bed and listening to Dwight Gooden's no-hitter. And it seemed like when I went down, he stepped up. And then later on in the year, when he started to struggle with his arm, that I came back. And if you combine our stats, we had a pretty good year.
You really did. Where were you when the last out was made? Were you on the top step of the dugout?
Top step of the dugout. I thought Charlie Hayes was going to get the first pop-up. I thought he was going to run into the dugout, and he went face first, diving down through, and he didn't get the play. And
I could not believe he got another chance after that. I mean, if you're into destiny and karma and all that stuff, you're like, oh, that was the chance.
That's exactly it. We were thinking, oh, no, don't give Lemke another chance. 3-2 count.
Charlie says he's not giving the ball to anybody, by the way.
Smart guy. I wouldn't either.
Now, you're a guy who's always had a good karma with the New York fans. What was that trip around the field like?
Oh, it was incredible. I'm telling you, we just floated around the field. Joe Torre came and almost got everybody together at once and said, let's take a lap. And we ran around the field, and it seemed like the horses were going nuts. I thought we were going to get kicked.
There was one horse that was really losing it. He wasn't used to winning.
Left
I
center,
don't know what that was.
Out in Death Valley there was a couple of horses that were bucking up and down and kind of navigating through the horse manure on the field.
See, that's something Jimmy Lehrer, I should have asked Jimmy Lehrer to take care of that. He's the one with the cowboy hats and the boots. Hey, guys, we've got a shot, I believe, of Yankee fans at Mickey Mantle's watching the final out. This should be pretty interesting. Here it was, Central Park South, just a short while ago now. That's sort of a predictable response, wouldn't you say?
Sane.
Hey, David, wait till you see the pictures from Times Square that we had on a few minutes ago. Wall to wall, they say 1 million people are in Times Square, and there you see the eruption in Mickey Mantle's in the year that Mickey Mantle is no longer with us.
David, you won a championship with the Blue Jays. You never won one with the Mets. How's this rate?
This is a special team. I mean, from top to bottom. I mean, you can go to every corner of the clubhouse and find a human interest story, but you start at the top with Joe Torre, and a guy who never thought he was going to manage again, gets a chance, who has a couple of brothers that had health problems. One of them passed away, and another one's lying with a heart transplant right now. I mean, that's where it all starts.
Now, David, when all is said and done, I think you're probably one of those guys who wants to go home and take stock of what you did. What did you do to contribute to the championship? What's the most significant thing you think you gave to this Yankee team this year?
Well, I think I think there's 3 different parts. I think opening day in Cleveland kind of got us off to a good start. I think coming back in Oakland that day when Dwight Gooden was starting to struggle a little bit, and then I think obviously the World Series game 3, to be able to help turn a little momentum our way.
How much pressure was on you in that game 3? I mean, that had to be one of the biggest games you've ever pitched.
It was. I mean, our backs were against the wall. I mean, we were thoroughly embarrassed in the 2 games in New York. The crowd never got a chance to get into the games. People were talking about Atlanta and Dynasty and whether we were going to show up for the World Series. And we got a little bit of momentum in Game 3 and parlayed that into 4 straight wins.
I'm a huge fan of the tradition and the history of this franchise. I mean, to think that you can slide on a ring that's going to be the 23rd World Championship ring. It's going to be the same emblem that Ruth had and Gehrig and DiMaggio and Reggie and all those guys. I mean, I don't know if you could put that into words, but you could try.
It's tough to put into words. I think we've got a group of guys, though, that understand a little bit about the history and guys who appreciate this one a little more the second time around. We've got some guys who have had some comeback stories who maybe were down and out and maybe were out of the game almost at one point. And these guys really appreciate that. It's a mature team in there. It's a team that understands the significance of the history of the Yankees.
A lot of these guys, including Joe Torre, they've all said that the biggest moment of the year, the biggest game, was your 7-inning no-hitter in Oakland because they said, we'll be fine, David's fine, we'll be fine. Did you sense that?
I don't know. Maybe I'm a little too close to the situation because I knew that I had to pick it up. I had to go every 5 days, and I had to come back. And I only had 2 minor league rehab starts, so I knew I wasn't really ready to pitch like I wanted to pitch. But I had to make do with what I had.
Part of you a little disappointed that you don't get a chance? I mean, not that you'd want the team to lose tonight, but if someone said to you, hey, how would you like a Game 7 at Yankee Stadium on a Sunday night? You'd say, yeah, I'll take that. I mean, you're not going to have that experience, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said, that wouldn't have been a unique and wonderful experience. But I can live on Game 3 and being part of it and being able to help turn this thing around. And it's kind of a poetic justice that Jimmy Key gets a chance to finish it. And he's been the best pitcher for the Yankees and had a remarkable comeback story of his own.
Now, you're a Manhattan guy, right?
Yes.
Avoid Times Square at all costs as you head home. We're going to get a look at what's going on there. Times Square looking like New Year's Eve. Taxis can't move. Horns are blaring. People are hanging out of cars. And it's all in honor of what the Yankees did tonight in winning 4 straight from the Atlanta Braves. Doing what most people thought would be their undoing. Beating Glavine, beating Smoltz, beating Maddox, and using Andy Pettit, David Cohn, and Jimmy Key along the way. You're sitting here as a member of a team that started that,
it's tough to put that in perspective.
That celebration, that's your fault.
I think, as a baseball player, and some of it's true. I mean, we do kind of get in our own little worlds and somewhat of a pampered life where we're, with the charter planes and the luggage taken care of us, and we just kind of go forward and worry about the next game. And then when you reach a moment like this, and you kind of sit down and realize the impact it has on a city like New York, it's an incredible feeling.
Now, you grew up in Kansas City, but you are a student of New York. You're almost like a New Yorker now, and you've seen the Ranger parades. You saw the parade that the Mets had in '86. You were part of that team. So something you always look forward to, what's going to happen on Tuesday, going down to Canyon of Champions?
Yes, this is the ultimate. This is the pinnacle of all parades, without a doubt. And I think we expect it to be a frenzy. And this is a team that really responded to New York. We had a lot of guys who had choices to play elsewhere, and they chose to come to New York, and that's a rarity. It's the first time that's happened in a long time, to where we've had youth and guys that didn't get traded away from the farm team, and free agents who actually wanted to come to New York, and it made for a great mix.
David, thanks a lot for your time. That word champions, don't lose that cigar. That word champions looks good on you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back in the Bronx as we continue to wrap up what has been a most glorious season. Right now, though, Bob Page and Mike Crispino, guys.
It's the greatest city in the world, and you're seeing tonight, I think, one of the reasons why, in many respects, we have the greatest fans in the world. Why wouldn't you want to come to New York? And I think that maybe this is going to change the thinking of a lot of people.
Well, for years, a lot of players didn't want to come to New York. They didn't want to face the pressure, and some still don't. I mean, Greg Maddux decided to go to Atlanta instead, and he's won a championship there, but he's also been involved in a couple of very, very heartbreaking defeats. The Atlanta Braves leading the series 2-0. Can't finish the Yankees.
Yeah, and again, as we commented earlier in this program, I think there's going to be a lot of criticism in Atlanta from the Atlanta media who say that the Atlanta Braves choked. If you think they choked, show me where. The Yankees simply outplayed them with a great display of grit and a great display of moxie and great pitching.
Well, they blew a 6-0 lead. They made a couple errors in that game to open the door. They made a number of misplays.
Did Wohlers choke on the pitch to Leyritz?
Well,
Leyritz hit a dramatic 3-run homer.
You can't say that's a choke, but I'm saying when you have a 6-0 lead. Now, if the Yankees had blown a 6-0 lead, what would you say?
It depends on what happens the rest of the World Series.
You'd be going like this.
I don't know that I would have done that.
But they did beat Smoltz 9-1 in the postseason. Glavine and Maddux won 106, 105 games in the last 6 years. So they beat the best.
We're still going. We'll be right back after this.
Remember when brakes were this simple? Today's braking systems are more complicated than ever. Still, Midas will keep them in top condition. They'll even guarantee new brake shoes and pads for as long as you own your car, even if it becomes a classic.
Your own private cabin on British Airways First doesn't just give you the best night's sleep in the air. It gives you all the privacy you could dream of.
MSG Network's Children's Community Outreach Program, Yes, Make It Count, urges you to support your community. Hi, I'm Al Trowie. My colleagues and I work as active chairpersons for a variety of children's organizations. By teaming up with our 237 local cable operators, we ask you to volunteer at local children's organizations or the following. Call 212-465-6660. And remember,
yes, make it count.
Need some cheering up? Come see A Christmas Carol, the musical spectacular that touches you. Presented by American Express.
We're back. The Yankees have won the World Series. They're the 1996 World Champions and spoiling what many people think was a march into history for the Atlanta Braves. 4 times in 5 years to the World Series, yet only one victory. Kind of reminiscent of the Oakland A's and that little dynasty they started to develop with Canseco and Mark McGwire back there in the late 80s.
Yeah, the Braves have made some key personnel changes over this last 5 or 6 year run. But, Michael, think about it. 5 straight years they played in the National League Championship Series. That's a great run, and I think they really were playing in a sense for their place in baseball history here. And then it'll be interesting to see if they keep Smoltz and Avery and so on in the offseason.
Smoltz is going to want a lot of money.
We talked earlier about Bob Watson and what a terrific job the Yankee general manager did. Just a short time ago, Bob spoke with MSG's Michael Kay.
A tough year for you, ups and downs in terms of criticism and things like that. Does this make it all worthwhile?
Well, it's worthwhile when you're standing on top of the world as world champions, but that's part of the season. Nobody said it was going to be a smooth road or peaches and cream and all that good stuff. And when you stand here, when you're soaking wet with champagne, and that's what it's all about. To win this thing, and I'm really pleased for the opportunity. George Steinbrenner. Everybody can say what they want about him, all the negative things, but the bottom line is he wants to win. And he has the resources and the frame of mind to try to bring a winner in here. And I just thank him for the opportunity. I said earlier, the reason why I left where I was, I had a good job where I was. To come here because the mission statement was to win. Joel Torre, the reason why he came, mission statement was to win. And George Steinbrenner should be thanked very, very, very much.
Now, a big part of this win was the work of Lloyd and Weathers, and those two deals you took a lot of heat on. Is that especially satisfying for you?
They came in and did the job we required them to do. That's all part of it. We're not going to stand here and say, hey, this and that. We're adults, and hey. The bottom line is we got the trophy in our clubhouse right now.
Will you be back next year, Bob?
That's up to Mr. Steinbrenner.
You want to be?
I signed on for a couple of years, so that's the bottom line. We'll talk about all that at another time. Let's talk about winning this thing and celebrating.
Hey, Bob, last time
Well, Bob Watson certainly has had an up and down emotional ride, and a couple of months ago we were talking as the game was wrapping up. Is it your vision of Bob Watson that he's going to be holding that World Championship trophy?
And he is. He was there, and the funny thing is, a big part of this game was Bob Watson, the guys he acquired. Graham Lloyd and David Weathers got some very big outs in that 6th inning, and John Sterling and myself, we looked over because they're about two booths over, and he had this big smile on his face. Those deals, I mean, he was ripped for those so badly, and people in his own organization, and those guys played a huge role in the whole postseason. They were great.
Well, Mike, your destiny is to be on the steps of City Hall on Tuesday with your partner John Sterling, and that's of course an honor well deserved. You have any idea what that's going to be like? I mean, it's if the Rangers draw 1 million, who knows what the sport of baseball and the Yankees will do?
I spoke to Mayor Giuliani, and he thinks it's going to be the biggest parade ever. I think the Mets had 1.6, something like that, and he thinks the Yankees are going to have 2.5 million, something like that. So it's always something I wanted to do, and I never got down there in 77, 78, so now I'm going to be right in the middle of it. It's going to be pretty neat.
Of course, the mayor's real smiley now, but wait till he gets the overtime bill from the New York City Police Department for the helicopters, for all the police that were here, the parade.
Knowing him, he'll take it. I mean, he is a huge Yankee fan.
He really
it's not
is.
just a political thing.
All right, well, there's been, of course, so many Yankees that we could talk to, and we have done that throughout this postseason, but without hearing from Derek Jeter, the definite American League Rookie of the Year, about being a world champion, well, that would be a big mistake. Michael Kay was the man on the scene in this very, very happy Yankee clubhouse moments ago.
Derek, does this feel like anything you thought it would feel like when you're dreaming about it as a kid?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is something that I think every baseball player dreams of growing up. Growing up, they always dream about this, and for me to get that opportunity my first year, I couldn't have written a better script.
I'm thinking you're 22 years old. You've had a great year, hit over 300. You probably win the Rookie of the Year. You're going to be the world champion, and you are a world champion. Can you top this, Derek? Have you thought about that?
I don't think so. I mean, this is perfect, and I'm going to enjoy this the whole offseason. I'll be partying in New York for a while, and then we'll go down and enjoy this and get ready for next year.
Now, when the ball's coming down into Charlie's glove, you're right behind him. What are you thinking?
Well, I wanted to push him out the way, catch him myself, but anyway we got it, just as long as we won the game.
Congratulations, Derek.
Thank you.
Derek.
Well, he got our attention as one cool customer throughout this entire season. John Sterling alongside now, and John, it is high, it is far, it is wide. It's going to go down as the trademark call of the 1996 New York Yankees, and you're the reason why.
Well, I think we're very lucky because, you do the same job, but and you don't control anything on the field. So finally, the Yankees had a terrific team, and it's been a great ride.
Now, anyone who listens to you guys call a game know how emotional you are about this team and the ups and downs. Were you okay in that 9th inning there?
Well, yeah, because it got so close, and I agree with you, Al. I heard you say something before when Charlie Hayes reached in and he missed by a couple of inches of capturing that ball. You have to think then Lemke's such a tough out's going to get a base hit.
Yeah.
And then on the next pitch, the same pop-up, and Charlie Hayes was there to make the catch, and I'm very happy for Joe Torre among all the others.
Kind of like a mini version when Yogi Berra dropped the pop-up in that no-hitter, and he got the same thing. Ted Williams popped it up again.
I think Bob Page brought that up before. I mean, to see that happen again is just another one of those destiny things. Did you believe in that? Did you believe in all these little quirky things that were going on?
No, I think you have to do it. You have to execute on the field, and the fact that Jimmy Key struggled with his control. We had him on the radio clubhouse show, and he said he really struggled, but he wanted to get through 5 or 6 innings, and then Graham Lloyd and David Weathers getting out of the 6th, and then Rivera pitching so well in the 7th and 8th, and Wetland again saving it by the skin of his teeth.
You know what I loved the first at bat of the game. When Darryl caught that ball, I said to myself, it looks like they're sharp. You know, I don't know, one guy can't tell you that, but I thought it. I don't know.
And you know the Braves had to be reeling anyway after losing 3 straight, and for that ball to be caught, they had to be thinking a little bit, what's going on here?
And you know, look what the Yankees really did in the playoffs. I mean, they went 11-4 against terrific teams, Texas, Baltimore, and Atlanta, 8-0 on the road and 11-4. That's a tremendous record. So they really deserved it, and it was fun to be part of it. You know, people come up and say, congratulations. We didn't do anything. We just broadcast. We want the team to be good. We don't have anything to do with it, so we're very lucky.
His voice doesn't sound so good.
Yeah, but he's got a whole winter off. He'll be fine.
No, he's got to be ready on Tuesday.
Oh, he'll be fine. You put him on a stage, he's going to be great.
Well, actually, you know what? I know how to doctor my voice, and as soon as we leave the stage, I'm going to start doctoring it. He'll be fine.
Well, you guys, it's been a great year, and to spend the postseason as I did in your booth on the road watching the games, I'd like to thank you for letting me have a seat in there. It was a lot of fun.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, it was great. It really was.
Okay, that'll do it from here with John Sterling and Michael Kay. We thank you for joining us for our post-game coverage in the postseason. What a year it has been. Tuesday morning, 11 o'clock, the parade down Broadway. For the heroes that they've been to the city, the Yankees are the world champions. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Al, Michael Kay, and John Sterling, and Bob Page as well. The theme of this thing, the comebacks. Remember, down 1-0 to Texas, going to Texas, hadn't won there. They win 2 to knock them off. Baltimore tied at 1. They win there. Down 2-0 here. They win there.
It's been remarkable. And just a quick word. I have been an unabashed admirer of both Michael Kay and John Sterling on the radio for a long time, and I have taken exception to some of the critics in this town who have ripped them, and I have told some of those critics that they don't understand what these guys are doing on the radio. I think they're a great radio play-by-play team, and I'm glad to see that everybody now seems to be able to understand that, and these guys are getting the due that they deserve.
All right, and certainly when you work for a team over the course of many years and have to take the lumps like the Yankees did, it must be a wonderful moment right now for John Sterling and Michael Kay.
Yeah, and for George Steinbrenner and everybody, and I think if you sum this thing up, Michael, I think you go back to the interview that Al did with George Steinbrenner a while ago, in which George said he's going to design the ring this year just as he's designed the other rings, and the one word that he's going to put on this ring is courage, because of the way these Yankees played and the way they came back in this World Series. That, I think, is what is going to be remembered about this 1996 world champion New York Yankees baseball team.
And, of course, they did it against the team of the decade. Am I right?
Well, sure. There's no question about that.
The heavy favorites.
Yeah.
A 2-0 lead.
Yep.
And the Yankees able to come back and win it by 4-2, winning tonight 3-2. And I think that's going to wrap it up for the BMW post-game report. But we have several minutes to review what has happened in the World Series.
So on behalf of Michael and all of us here at Madison Square Garden Network, we thank you for joining us on all of these extended New York Yankees post-game reports we've had in the postseason, sponsored by Tri-State BMW. Good night from all of us here at Madison Square Garden Network.
Good evening, it's Saturday, October 26, 1996. I'm Stephanie Moore. Tonight's Pick 10 Drum was observed by KPMG Pete Marwick. The winning numbers are 2, 4, 6, 15, 18, 19, 29, 34, 43, 44, 46, 48, 54, 55, 65, 68, 70, 74, 75, and 77. Thank you and good night.
Has just broken out at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees are on top of the baseball world again for the first time since 1978. Welcome to our studios here in New York. Mike Crispino along with Bob Page. It was a 3-2 count with 2 outs and 2 runners on in a 1-run game. And John Wetland, who has done this to us many, many times before, did it again
It's
tonight.
always an adventure with Wetland, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Michael, you know, every game you said it can't get any better than this. It can't get any more exciting than this. That stirring Yankee comeback from a 6-run deficit the other night, the 1-0 game. What could they possibly do tonight? And what a dramatic, what an amazing sequence of events we've just seen as John Wetland comes into the 9th inning with that 3-1 lead. He gives up a run, and then he gets the tough little Mark Lemke 3-2 pitch. He fouls one over by the dugout. Could have been interference as Charlie Hayes nearly caught it. And then the next pitch, virtual replay, but this time Charlie about 3 feet from the stands. Just an utterly remarkable game and an utterly remarkable World Series.
The Yankees have done the improbable, some think the impossible, beating the team of the 90s after being down 2-0. And Bob, I know you were among those who were burying the Yankees after Game 1 and Game 2, and I was with you, maybe not as adamantly as you were, but I thought the most important statement made after those 2 games came from Joe Torre when he said in the post-game press conference after Game 2, if you win 1 game in a series like this, you can change the momentum. And the Yankees did that thanks to David Cone in Game number 3.
And here's what I think has to happen here, Michael. You have to give the New York Yankees just a tremendous amount of credit for winning this World Series, coming from behind in the gritty fashion they did. Now, Atlanta is not a particularly tough media market, but I think a lot of people down there are going to be writing and they're going to be saying, a lot of fans are going to be saying that the Braves choked. How could the Atlanta Braves, up 2-0 and going home, lose 4 straight to the New York Yankees? But this was not a case of the Braves choking. How can you say John Smoltz choked? He went out and pitched an utterly brilliant game and loses 1-0. And Greg Maddux tonight came up with a quality start, and the Braves just were beaten by the Yankees. And what can you say about David Cone? The Braves could not do much with him tonight. It was the Yankees pitching, the Yankees guts, and the Yankees pride and talent that came through. As you look right here, and you see once again that the New York Yankees are the 3rd team in Major League Baseball history to lose the first 2 games of a World Series at home and come back to win the series anyway. Utterly remarkable.
So many strange twists in this series as well. I mean, just improbable happenings. Marquise Grissom makes 1 error all year, makes 3 errors in the postseason, costs his team and John Smoltz a game in Game number 5. I mean, that happened. Weird hits. Ryan Klesko loses the ball in the lights. Charlie Hayes' ground ball ends up rolling, staying fair, and the Yankees have a rally. And when we look at the numbers of this thing, and we will over the next hour or 2 that we spend here talking about the Yankees winning the World Championship, we're going to say to ourselves, how did they do this? I mean, only 1 or 2 hitters actually hit for any average whatsoever for the Yankees in this series. Cecil Fielder, could he be the MVP? I think you had it on the nail on the head when you said John Wetland may be the MVP
we
for
were
saving all 4 victories.
We were talking about this in the studios just before we went on the air tonight and asking if the Yankees were to win this series, what would happen? And I think the MVP, if it hasn't been awarded already, would probably have to go to John Wetland, despite the fact that, again, it's usually an adventure with Mr. Wetland, as it was tonight in the 9th inning of the Bronx.
Amazing that I think 4 or 5 Yankee regulars couldn't hit 200 in this series. You had Paul O'Neill, Wade Boggs, virtually no contributions except the bases-loaded walk, which one of the key plays in this series. Look at Mariano Duncan, couldn't get a base hit. Tino Martinez, not 1 RBI, and yet Joe Torre squeezed out 4 victories from this team. The bullpen has to be commended. They were just absolutely sensational.
And yet, Mike, the same thing happened to the Atlanta Braves. You look at Javi Lopez, who was the National League Championship Series most valuable player, and he was just horrendous. And his frustrations, I thought, were low-lighted tonight when he struck out on that pitch. I had it, here it is right here, I think at the top of the 6th inning, when he struck out on a pitch that was totally out of the strike zone, whatever it was in my busy page of notes right here. And Lopez just looked utterly miserable, as did Ryan Klesko. for the most part, as did a lot of these Atlanta Braves high-powered hitters.
I don't know if you agree with this, but I thought Atlanta, after winning those first 2 games, and you can't blame them for this, and winning them in the fashion that they did, actually gloated, felt almost overconfident. They knew they were going to go back home and win at least 2 out of 3 to end this thing and become the defending champions and win 2 straight years. They hadn't watched the Yankees all season long, as we had, and certainly hadn't seen that much of them in the previous 2 rounds of these playoffs, but the Yankees just never say die. I mean, it's a cliche, but they never felt they were out of any game, and somehow, some way, they come up with a way to win a game, whether it's a stolen base, a key hit. Joe Girardi tonight, a triple. Girardi hadn't done a thing offensively. Rips a triple over Grissom said, who's playing shallow.
Yeah. Only the Braves would be able to say, and I don't think they would really ever admit it if they were overconfident about this. Again, I just think that, you know, in baseball, great pitching is going to stop momentum on a dime. And you saw the Braves with that tremendous momentum going back down to Atlanta. So what happens? You know, David Cone comes through with a tremendous pitching effort, and the Yankees take it from there. And what can you say about the effort that Andy Pettitte staged? And then tonight, Jimmy Key was terrific. And Mike, once again, we see a case of every single move, you talk about MVPs, Joe Torre made for the New York Yankees comes up roses. He goes out to get Jimmy in the 6th inning. Key's pitched 5 1/3, and he has not really had much trouble with the Braves. And at this point, I'm thinking to myself, you know, hey, this is the last game of the year, probably. It certainly is Jimmy Key's last game of the year. Let's ride with this guy. Why would you take a chance? Why make the move? Joe makes the move. You can't criticize anything he does.
I thought Key might have been losing it a little bit. If you recall, in the 4th and 5th, he was having trouble getting strikes. He was not getting any first pitch strikes, certainly, getting behind hitters, and I think eventually that was going to cost him. So Torre made the quick hook, and it worked out.
They said on the Fox broadcast, a couple of the analysts were saying that he wasn't challenging hitters. Well, look, the same Jimmy Key to me. I mean, Key is a control pitcher, and he is always nibbling right around the corners. He doesn't really have to challenge hitters because he has that great control. At this stage of his career, with the arm problems he's had, you know, he's lost a little bit of stuff that he's had in the past. So I thought it was the same Jimmy Key. But again, Joe comes out, presses the buttons, and everything he does is just absolutely brilliant. There's your MVP. Unfortunately, they can't give it to a manager.
Absolutely. The importance of the bullpen, let's take a look at it graphically. The Yankee bullpen was just sensational all postseason long. This is a group that was maligned toward the end of the regular season. David Weathers, was he going to even be on the postseason roster? Graham Lloyd, should the Yankees keep him on the roster? He's absolutely perfect. Didn't allow a runner in the World Series. And, of course, Wetland did his job, Mariano Rivera did his job, and Weathers and Lloyd, and it was just a phenomenal relief performance by the Yankees, and that could have been the difference in the entire series. Mark Wohlers couldn't get the job done against Jim Leyritz, and we're going to get into some other discussions. I would like to hear what you think about this. Bobby Cox, the manager, I thought in Game 5 cost his team that game.
Well,
going with Mark Wohlers. Game 4.
Yeah, you hear people say things like that, and the response that I've had to that this series is this: when you're managing in the heat of a World Series, and these guys are both outstanding managers, you make moves, you roll the dice. It comes up great for Joe Torre. So you and I are sitting here talking about how brilliant Joe is, and I'm saying Joe should be the MVP of the series. It backfired on Bobby Cox. It could have been the other way around. Exactly. You know, Bobby Cox is an outstanding manager. And while we're talking about people who have done outstanding jobs, I want to say right now that Bob Watson has done a tremendous job all season long as general manager of the New York Yankees. He was flagellated by George Steinbrenner and by other people for a couple of the moves that he made, and I think I criticized him right here for the David Weathers deal when Weathers came over here and Mark Hutton went down to Florida and did such a great job for the Florida Marlins in a starting role. Weathers was so awful when the Yankees got him. As you all know, they sent him back to Columbus, for goodness sake. Weathers was brilliant in the postseason, and when Graham Lloyd apparently started to feel better, I guess he had shoulder problems in the game here. You saw the kind of left-handed reliever this guy is, which is exactly why Bob Watson traded for him. And I'm sure that, at least I hope that in the sense of fairness, George will have a discussion with Bob Watson when this is over, and maybe even apologize to Bob for being so publicly critical of Watson and basically telling him your job is on the line and you're probably going to get fired if you don't get that trade with Milwaukee rescinded. So Bob Watson deserves it.
Softly gathered leather seats, 10-speaker audio system, walnut wood trim, 310 pounds of torque, 4.4-liter V8 282 horsepower engine. Dr. Jekyll, meet Mr. Hyde. The 1997 BMW 7 Series, the 740i, $699 a month, $5,000 down.
If we look relaxed, it's because we got a great night's sleep in our new Craftmatic Monaco adjustable bed.
And I'm happy because of the 30% savings we received.
Well, you too can save 30% on a Monaco adjustable bed. Just call toll-free for this 30% off certificate.
Monaco is the ultimate in bedroom luxury. Standard features include this high-quality orthopedic mattress,
fingertip adjustability controls for head and feet, dual variable speed massage,
and warm, comforting therapeutic heat. To save 30% off the Craftmatic Monaco of your choice,
call toll-free and get this special 30% off savings certificate by mail.
but hurry, this offer is limited.
So, call for your 30% off savings certificate and full details about Monaco right away.
Call toll-free 1-800-982-2600. That's 1-800-982-2600. Toll-free 1-800-982-2600.
Good evening, guys. I'm with Steve Hurt, and of course, John Wetland is being given that trophy right now. He's the first closer to win the award since Raleigh Fingers in 1974, if we read the record book right, Steve.
That's right, and before that, Larry Sherry in '59.
Let's put a little perspective on this series. I don't remember the first time we said the Yankees appear to be a team of destiny, but I certainly do remember that Ruben Rivera hit in the Baltimore series back in September when the Yankees won an improbable game, and people started saying, you know what, that was weird, strange things are happening. And then, of course, in this playoff season, in the postseason, the Yankees have been unbelievable with these great fortune plays.
Well, you can make a long list of them, and it makes great story, but the thing that I'll remember, and I think the nice thing about this, is that this team will be remembered because this team did something that no team ever did in World Series history, and that's lose the first 2 games at home and then win the next 4 games. So in the future, when a team loses the first 2 at home in the World Series, the '96 Yankees will always be brought up, and it's a nice, enduring legacy to have as a team.
And, of course, if we had a little extra disposable income, we could be headed to our vacation homes in Maui right now, because who would have guessed that after losing the first 2 games here in New York, the Yankees could go to Atlanta, do what they do, and do what they did tonight, and along the way beat Glavine, Smoltz, and Maddox to do it.
And to do it tonight with a guy who at the start of the season, Jimmy Key talking about, you had no idea what you would get from him this year. And he turns out to be only the 2nd pitcher ever to win a clinching World Series game now with 2 different teams. He did it with Toronto in '92. Catfish Hunter also did it with 2 teams, Oakland and the Yankees.
And if you look at the way the Yankees won this World Series, it really is shocking, because you looked around the field and there were more guys who weren't hitting than there were guys who were hitting.
If you envision that the Yankees would win the World Series after a postseason in which Wade Boggs, Charlie Hayes, Mariano Duncan, Paul O'Neill would all hit below 200, somebody would ask you, hey, and Tino Martinez didn't have an RBI.
Now, Steve, the way I've done this postseason, I take notes, and basically I only keep notes on the innings that matter, and for the most part, there have been many. For the Yankees, there's basically 1. The Braves, there were about 6, and the most recent one was that 9th inning where John Wetland, I thought, pitched appropriately for the way his season went. You know, this was a guy who actually had an antacid company take an ad out for him to thank him for selling all the extra antacid. That was Zantac, and that became his trademark. And let me tell you, if you were a Yankee fan, you were popping a couple of those antacids in the 9th inning.
And this game, Al, was kind of a microcosm of the series as a whole, because the Yankees had very few chances in the game. They clustered 4 of their 8 hits into the 3rd inning. They got 3 runs. And this is a World Series in which the Yankees were outscored as a whole and had by far the lower batting average, yet they took advantage of every opportunity and came through as a winner.
Cannot say enough about what Joe Girardi did, both defensively and tonight offensively. Joe, in the last couple of games, has thrown out 4 base runners in this game. And you go back to the 3rd inning, Girardi throws out Pendleton. That's the first out. Blauser comes up and then hits a double, so the Yankees would have watched the Braves most certainly score a first run. Then later in the 5th inning, Grissom's on first base with all that speed. The ball gets away. Girardi throws him out. And a controversial call. Nonetheless, the call was made. Grissom was out at second base, erasing another possible run in scoring position. So I thought Joe Girardi was big. And then you, of course, throw in his triple to center field that got the Yankees on the board in the 3rd inning. And Joe was a major, major contributor in this World Series.
And also a contributor in keeping Jimmy Key focused. Jimmy Key was not very sharp tonight. Of the first 2 trips through the batting order, the first 18 batters he faced, 13 of the 18 hitters were ahead on the count, either 2-0 or 2-1. And with all of that, Jimmy Key never gave in. The Braves never got the big hit, of course, the key play being Pendleton bouncing into the double play.
And amazing also the way the Yankees were able to win this game the way they won in the regular season. I mentioned John Wetland's EKG inning in the 9th. Well, they got before that the 2 innings from Mariano Rivera, whose shoulder was actually aching. He's been throwing so hard and so much lately. He gave the Yankees 2 very, very effective innings.
It was a rumor going around the stadium before the game that he might not pitch because of his aching shoulder. Well, he blew that away quite literally.
And David Weathers, who I remember so well for sitting back in the clubhouse, just reveling in the fact that he had, resurrected his career. This was a guy who was acquired by the Yankees to start. He had a miserable start. The sight of him with his head in his hands in the dugout is something I'll never forget from the season. He's sent down to the minors, and suddenly in this postseason, he's pitching key inning after key inning. He gets the job done, and Graham Lloyd, again, well, he's got Ryan Klesko beat right out of the bullpen.
How about if at the beginning of July you went to David Weathers down in Miami with the Florida Marlins, you went to Cecil Fielder in Detroit, you went to Graham Lloyd in Milwaukee, and you went to Darryl Strawberry, wherever he was, in St. Paul, and you said, hey, you four guys are going to be key components on a world championship team this year.
And
This
Steve,
is storybook.
The winningest team in baseball history now, this is 23 world championships, but the longest time between championships for the Yankees, 18 years it's been that long.
It's been a long time, since 1978, and of course here they won the 78 championship in LA, they won the 77 championship here. Reggie Jackson was on the field before the game tonight. I said, tonight's your night, game 6. He says, let's hope it's that way.
I spent most of the game in the stands tonight. I'll tell you couldn't fit another person inside Yankee Stadium. It was really squeezed and tight. Everybody was moving around. It seemed as though there were a lot of people who either couldn't stay in their seats or who came in with extra tickets or somehow got in and didn't have a seat. But the police presence was enormous. There were hundreds of police here with scanning cameras on the roof to try and catch people who threw things. I saw a couple of things come off the roof. One idiot ran on the field. He's in jail right now because the Yankees and the New York City Police Department changed their procedure where the police chase the fans on the field, meaning that if you run away from the police, you're actually resisting arrest, a situation that doesn't exist if you're being chased by a security guard. So they fixed that. He's in jail, and the New York City Police and the officers who were here tonight did an outrageous job. Now, we're waiting to begin our full-blown post-game coverage here. Michael Kay's in the Yankee clubhouse. We have cameras there. If there are additional press conferences similar to the one that Bobby Cox had moments ago, we will have that. But we will wait for the official sign-off from Fox to do that. John Wetland's the MVP. The Yankees are the 1996 world champions. We're done for now in the Bronx for a moment. Let's go back now to Bob Page and Mike Crispino. Guys.
You'll wake somebody.
Taxi! You take it, I insist. No, you take it.
Now, nothing brighter than the New York Yankees, 1996 World Series champs, their 23rd World Series. After 2 games of the 96 World Series, however, the conversation turned to the Braves, and once again, the D word, as in dynasty. Well, the fact of the matter is, in the last 5 World Series played, the Braves have lost 3 of them. Gary Miller now with more on the team of the 90s.
1991, Charlie Leibrandt gives up a game-winning homer to Kirby Puckett, and Jack Morris follows with 10 shutout innings to keep the city of Atlanta 1 win shy of its first world title. The next year, Dave Winfield erases his Mr. May moniker, David Cohn starts the clincher, and once again, Morris is in the other dugout. In 93, Greg Maddux wins the Cy Young in his first season as a Brave, but loses the pennant to the Phils. When the series resumed last year, David Justice's solo homer helped Tom Glavine earn MVP honors in a 1-0 clincher. By the end of this World Series, it seemed as though Atlanta's aces had to shut out the Yankees for the Braves to have a chance to win. Glavine never got a chance to pitch a clincher in Game 7.
The disappointment is still the same as it was in the previous years, and it's you know, somewhat of a feeling of emptiness to come this close and not get it.
You got to give a lot of credit to the New York Yankees. I mean, they lost the first 2 games in their own ballpark. I don't know how I would have been feeling if I'd have lost the first 2 games. It wouldn't have been good. But they bounced back and came into our backyard and whooped up on us pretty good.
Terry Pendleton has now been on the losing end of 5 World Series, 2 as a Cardinal, 3 as a Brave.
I'm not going to go home or go back to the hotel and jump out the hotel window or something. Not there. I am very disappointed, though.
We've been in 4 World Series, and we've lost 3 of them, but had a very legitimate chance to win those 3. We didn't.
When Atlanta roared through the first 2 games to pile up a 48-2 run differential in a 5-game postseason win streak, they were coronated as one of the most dominant teams of all time. Instead, the dynasty has produced 1 title, and the Braves are 11-14 in World Series games this decade.
It's been a long 4 out of 6 years. You know, it's been when you go to the postseason every year and you grind it out every single year. I don't know if the term catches up to you makes sense, but experience is one thing, you know, execution's another.
Losing any time is
it's tough, you know, and we wanted to win this thing, and it just didn't happen.
The Braves have now lost World Series in the Metrodome in their place, won one in Atlanta, and now lost here in New York. They become the first team since the Dodgers of 1974, 77, and 78 to lose 3 World Series in the span of 5 fall classics. And they have something else in common with the Dodgers. In 77 and 78, the Yankees won back-to-back titles. From New York, Gary Miller, ESPN.
Gary, thank you very much. Dave, let's turn it now over to the Yankees. After 2 games, they were all but buried, but then they seemed to change things, and it worked.
They really changed their hitting approach. Greg Maddux in Game 2 only threw 82 pitches through 8 innings. And one of the game plans of the Yankees was try to get to that middle relief of the Braves. They started taking a lot more pitches, making the starters go harder into the game, and especially came true in Game 4. Denny Nagel, 93 pitches through 5. The Braves had to go to the bullpen, and even though Bielecki pitched a tremendous game, they had to bring Wohlers in the 8th inning, and that was a huge turning point in the series, I thought.
Well, Dave, I think another big thing in this series was the fact you have a 22-year-old shortstop, a kid who would have completed his senior year at the University of Michigan if he hadn't signed with the Yankees. We look up a shot of him during the national anthem before the biggest game of his life, and he's laughing. I mean, Derek Jeter had 22 hits in the postseason, the last one being that single that he got off, the slider off Maddux. Remarkable poise for a kid, and of course he stole second base. But I think the biggest thing is the way he played shortstop defensively. He had the injured wrist from being hit by Maddux, and yet in this final game, he had 8 chances. He started 2 double plays. Once he went all the way over on the wrong side of second base for a play. A remarkable young player all season. You heard people say, of their everyday players, next to Bernie Williams, Derek Jeter was the Yankees' MVP.
Yes, and likely Rookie of the Year, and not to mention the fact that they'll probably have the Manager of the Year in Joe Torre. Well, when Jeter looked to his right, he often found Charlie Hayes in this series, but Wade Boggs was there. Game 4, when he got that critical walk. Wade Boggs was there in Game 6 when they won the World Series title. Gary Miller is down with Wade Boggs and talks about what a difference 10 years can make.
Wade, 10 years ago, you were in a different borough, in a totally different frame of mind. It's a long way to wait, but it's sure quite a payoff.
Oh, Carl, you couldn't imagine the things that were going through my mind in the 9th inning. It was agonizing, but I was sitting there, and when that ball went up, and I ran out to the mound, and I was on Johnny, and I looked up, and I knew I had my mother up there, and she was looking down at me, and I looked right in her eyes, and she smiled. It was the greatest feeling in the world because I was sitting on that bench 10 years ago, and I know how agonizing that was, but to be on that mound and all the things that have gone through your head, and in 10 years you sit there, and now it's all come to fruition that we are the world champions.
Boy, if you can't read what a ring and a championship means to somebody, Wade, you've always been a guy who's been controlled in his emotions, but you're clearly overcome right now.
This is the greatest feeling in the world. That I can finally say that you can look out there and that the best place to do it is in New York. And 10 years ago was the worst place. And now, 10 years ago, I said, Lord, give me one more opportunity. And he did, and he granted me the wish. And I'm just so happy for my dad. He was here. He wasn't going to come up. He thought he was going to give me a bad luck charm. I said, Dad, I need you up here, because you're behind me all the way. And I said, you're going to be with it bittersweet. And he was here, and he's crying with joy now too. So
yeah, well, you guys are crying together. That's not all champagne. It's a lot of tears. I feel great for you, Wade Boggs, a guy with the highest lifetime batting average among regular, and his biggest at bat was a bases-loaded walk. Carl, back to you.
All right, Gary, thank you very much. A lot of emotion from Wade Boggs and from the Yankees. You know, they have taken a 3-2 lead now 12 times in the World Series, and 10 times they have actually won the World Series in Game 6s. Later on SportsCenter, a talk with the manager of the New York Yankees, Joe Torre. For Dave and Gary and Peter, I'm Carl. Let's go back to the studio.
That's right, Carl.
It's tough, Carl. You know, I'm so exhausted. I haven't slept for a couple of days, but you really don't think of that going through this series. And knowing my brother got the heart yesterday and everything's going well, knowing that game, 6, and we need to win one more, and even though we have a game to play with, you never want the other team to jump up and try to steal the momentum from you. It was a very tough game. We've played tough games all year, and I guess when John Wetland had a couple of men on in the 9th inning, I said to Zimmer, I said, I guess no sense in doing it any different than we've done it all year. It's just so much exhilaration and satisfaction with what's going on. I'm so proud of this ball club.
You know, with regards to your brother, have you spoken to him? Was he able to watch or at least hear the World Series?
He was able to watch. The doctor made a statement, said if he was able to watch it with that worn-out heart, for sure he can watch it with the new one.
Well, that's tremendous. As far as your team goes, Joe, everybody says that the guys on this team are a reflection of you. What does that mean as far as you go? I mean, when they say that, what does that say about you, Joe?
Well, Carl, I think a big part of this thing was they trusted me. And you know, after we had the play stoppage there in a couple of years ago, and then the replacement players, I think a lot of players and managers lost trust with each other, and we just came to spring training and nothing really bothered us except that we were on a mission and we were able to carry it through. But I think trust was a big thing. When we went through some tough times, I let them know how I felt, and they just went along with me and my staff, and it's a great feeling for me.
I know you never panicked, having talked to you when we got to Atlanta, but as far as this series goes, was there a game, was there a moment, was there a hit that you felt sort of put this team back on the right track and then over the top?
Well, the first two games, it wasn't us. I know Smoltz and Maddox pitched wonderful games, and we may not have beat them, but we weren't the Yankees the first two games. I think the layoff probably had a lot to do with that. But when we won Game 3, it all of a sudden made us realize that, okay, we can beat this team. And then to come back from a 6-run deficit in Game 4 was huge for us, especially the final 3 runs against Wallers. I think that really made us believe that we could beat the world champs.
A lot of people would have liked to see you guys play the Cardinals rather than the Braves because of your history with St. Louis. But as far as Joe Torre goes, why do you think you were the perfect fit here in New York?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I'm old. 56 years old. I've been fired 3 times, and George Steinbrenner gave me an opportunity. Bob Watson called me, and George Steinbrenner gave me an opportunity to manage a team that had a chance to win. And I'll never, you know, I'll never forget that. It meant an awful lot to me, the first shot to get to a World Series, able to get here and then win it.
Thanks, Carl, and the entire baseball gang, and we'll be back with more in just a bit.
On Sports Center, after 18 years, it's finally ticker tape time in the Bronx. Winning.
Hello again, everyone. Glad to have you with us for Sports Center. Sitting here with Chris McKendry, I'm Jason Jackson.
Tears and cheers following the final baseball game of the year. Also coming up, it might have been Cigar's final run, plus all the football and hockey you could want. Today was a big day, but it was a big week, really.
That's right, and it started some long-lasting memories starting on Saturday night. On this day last week, the World Series was rained out. It was hard to predict what would follow. While it wasn't a long shot, it was tough to know the Braves would take both games 1 and 2 in the Bronx. But what was truly unpredictable was the fact that the Yankees would rebound, due in large part to some shuffles in the lineup, to win the next 3 games, shutting the door on Fulton County Stadium with drama. Saturday, Game 6 was back in the Big Apple with the Yanks in position to win their 23rd World Championship, their first since 1978. Top of the 3rd, no score, Jimmy Key with Terry Pendleton on first. Pendleton off on the first pitch, and he's gunned. Big out because Jeff Blauser would later double. But on the 3rd, no score, 1 out. Greg Maddux with Paul O'Neill on 3rd. Joe Girardi rips one to center over Marquise Grissom. O'Neill scores. Girardi in with a triple as he's hustling in. 1-0 Yanks. Next batter, Derek Jeter. Jeter singles to center. Girardi scores. 2-0 Yanks just like that. 2 batters later, Jeter on second. Bernie Williams singles to right center. Jeter scores. Bobby Cox needs an Advil. Yankees up 3-0 after 3. Top 4, same score, 1 out. Key in some trouble with the bases loaded. He walks Jermaine Dye. Fred McGriff trots home. That cuts the lead 3-1. Still 1 out with the bases loaded. Next batter, TP. Grounds weakly to Jeter, who turns the 6-3 double play. Key survives, 3-1 Yanks through 4. Top 5, still 3-1, 1 out. Grissom on first. Key's pitches in the dirt. Girardi comes up throwing, and Grissom is called out at second. Looked like he got under the tag. That's exactly what's on Bobby Cox's mind as he comes out to argue. Cox and Grissom plead their case at second base, and Cox ends up getting tossed for the extra dialogue. Yankee bullpen very effective, top of the 6th, 2 outs, men on 1st and 3rd. Graham Lloyd in. He gets Ryan Klesko to pop up to second, and that would end the threat. It's still 3-1 Yankees. 8th inning, same score, 2 outs. Mariano Rivera gets it done. Gas to Javi. Yanks holding on to the 3-1 lead. Top 9, 3-1, 1 out. Klesko on first. John Wetland on the close. Pendleton slaps the single to right. Klesko goes to third and holds. Mid on first and third, 1 out. Next batter. Wetland gets Luis Polonia with the heater, 2 outs. Then Grissom singles to right. Klesko scores, cuts the lead 3-2. Next batter, Mark Lemke, and here we go.
Swung on and popped up again off third. Hayes has room. Hayes makes the catch. Yankees win. Oh, Yankees win. The New York Yankees have won the 1996 World Series.
3-2 is your final. The Yankees do a victory lap around the stadium. Wade Boggs gets the ride on the police horse. Manager Joe Torre gets his first taste of World Series victory. Over 4,200 games as a player and a manager, and Joe Torre finally wins a world title. The Yankees' 23rd World Series triumph, a major league record. John Wetland, just one of many heroes from the organization, became the first reliever to record 4 saves in a series. That earned him the MVP award. The Braves have been amazing in the 90s, but they've lost 3 of their 4 World Series they've been in this decade. As for the Big Apple, it'll be a little saucy.
I've been hard on Bob, and I'm a driver. I drive my people, but this team and this coaching staff have just been unbelievable.
Too early to talk about that now. Fans are already too busy enjoying the championship right here, right now. From Bedlam in the Bronx, Gary Anthony Ramsey, New York won.
You could say something. Welcome to the latest edition of the Sports Reporters. We'll be discussing those subjects and more with Bob Ryan of the Boston Globe, whose Red Sox have not won a World Series in 80 years. Bill Conlon of the Philadelphia Daily News, whose Phillies have not won a World Series in 16 years. And Mike Lupick of the New York Daily News, whose Yankees have not won a World Series since last night. Gentlemen, 5 days ago this morning, the Atlanta Braves flew home with a 2-game lead. Which one of you expected the Yankees to win the next 4 games? Mr. Conlon?
Oh, of course not. When you're down 2-0 to that pitching staff, and you're faced with the almost improbability of sweeping 3 in Atlanta, you think the Yankees are toast. And I thought the Yankees were toast. I did not, however, write them off.
Michael?
You know, when the Braves were down 3-1 to the Cardinals, and you looked at the lineup of Smoltz, Maddox, Glavine, you said, well, maybe they got them where they want them. Well, they didn't have the Yankees where they wanted them, even though they had those 3 guys pitching this week. It is, to me, it's one of the most stunning reversals of fortune in the history of the World Series.
Bob Ryan?
Well, I just kept thinking, you don't have to beat those guys. You just have to not lose to them. You know, get the 2-2 game in the 7th, get the pinch hitters and get them out and all that stuff. I never thought the Yankees could win the Rogers game, of course. And as someone who picked the Yankees in 7, I was just hoping to get it back to New York and make me not look too stupid.
Over those 3 games, I mean, the 3 games out of the 4, Smoltz, Glavine, Maddox pitched, they give up a total of 4 earned runs and don't win any of the games. Jim Palmer was here at the end of the National League Championship Series, and he was talking about when the Orioles blew a 3-1 lead to the Pirates in 1979, and he said, it's very simple. We stopped hitting. And sometimes when you stop hitting in a short series, you never start again.
And the one game on paper the Yankees cannot win is the game with Kenny Rogers leaving with a 5-0 lead. They fall behind 6-0, and then Jim Leyritz comes up with one of the great turnaround decisive home runs in World Series history.
What were some of the other decisive plays? There were a lot of plays that triggered the turnaround.
Well, I'll tell you, during the week, you can point to about 4 really big moments. One is David Cohn getting out of a big situation in Game 3 in the bottom of the 6th inning, getting out Fred McGriff, getting out Javi Lopez.
Without his best stuff.
Without his best stuff, and admitting that, you know, Lopez missed a slider. Then you go to the point in Game 5, the 1-0 game, you know, Leyritz's home run, obviously, when the Braves have first and second, nobody out, Mark Lemke bunts back to Pettit, he's going to third all the way. If he doesn't get the lead runner, who happens to be Smoltz, it's bases loaded and nobody out, and finally, Paul O'Neill's catch in the gap in right center at the end of Game 5.
He found another gear he was not supposed to have due to his hamstring pull, and how he turned the Jets on, because that ball goes through, Klesko is running, and they win the game right there.
And interesting, I heard the Vince Scully, the hallowed, sanctified Vince Scully call of it the next morning, and he made it sound routine. And it was anything but routine. It was a tremendous catch in the circumstance.
You haven't even mentioned the pitching of Andy Pettit, winning a 1-0 game.
Here's what I thought, and you know, obviously, Don Larson is the greatest single event in the history of the World Series, and you know, then everybody else vies for second place. In the history of the Yankees in the World Series, that 1-0 game, in those circumstances, against the team they were playing, is one of the great World Series performances in the history of the team.
It's up there with Whitey Ford, some of the stuff he did, Allie Reynolds.
With Tommy Henry hitting a home run.
The last 1-0 game the Yankees had won in the World Series was Game 7 in '62, Ralph Terry over the San Francisco Giants.
Now, what does this do to the image of the Braves? I mean, the Braves have still played in 4 out of 5 World Series. How much does this damage?
People have to remember one thing. It's still a very young team. They played 2 rookies in the outfield corners. That pitching staff is still very young. They've got like 3 guys that are still under 30 years old. Wallers is very young. But where they are right now is exactly where the Brooklyn Dodgers were in the 1950s. They've won that one lonely World Series, a lot of pennants. They still have not defined themselves as a dynasty.
What's interesting and what separates them, I think, what makes it a little more frustrating for the Braves, the Dodgers kept losing to the Yankees, and every period.
Whereas the Braves lose to everybody.
Braves have lost to 3 different teams. I mean, they got to say how good we are. The Dodgers don't say, well, we're better than anybody. It's the Yankees. What are you going to do? This is different.
I love what they've done there, and I love John Schierholz's job. But here is the reality of the Atlanta Braves. They are 1 David Justice home run in the last game of the last World Series away from being the Buffalo Bills of baseball, and that's the bottom line on this team. And it's a shame because you can point to all these postseasons of the 1990s and see so many moments in which seasons turned, going all the way back to Lonnie Smith stopping at second in Game 7 in '91.
The Yankee comeback, down 2-1 and 6-love in the other game. How does that rank with great comebacks in major situations?
Well, I think it's, again, I've never seen a World Series turn like that. I don't believe a Yankee team, for all the World Series they have ever won, ever had a more dramatic October than this one. And I never have seen a happier sight at Yankee Stadium than the way everybody stayed at the ballpark last night, and that victory lap that Joe Torre inspired, victory lap, the way this was a Joe Torre-inspired season, is one of the most beautiful scenes I've ever seen. They let the ball players run on the field last night instead of the fans.
I think it's the greatest of them all, simply because they had to beat those 3 pitchers. They were all lined up and ready to go. It's the reason why the Braves' comeback themselves over the Cardinals was so, I won't say predictable, but not surprising.
Understandable.
Because they had those 3 guys ready to go.
As you know, baseball is like an artichoke. You keep pulling layers back, and you keep making the game more difficult as you pull each layer. This one comes down perhaps to, on a night when Mark Wohlers was being clocked at 98 miles an hour, Javi Lopez calling for a slider, which he hung. That's the one pitch in the series that people will remember years from now.
This Yankee team, have you ever seen a more balanced Yankee team?
No, I mean, you're talking to a guy from Boston. You're talking to somebody who grew up hating them from New Jersey, who went to Boston where it's ingrained in the culture to hate them. It's the closest I've ever come to rooting for a Yankee team. I watched them a lot all year and admired them. I loved everything about them. I liked the way they played baseball. Michael knows, he saw them day in, day out. They were one of the most enjoyable teams. They appealed to the mind, they appealed to the heart. There was nothing bad to say about this team.
Forgive my parochialism, but in many respects, this team was very similar in the way it was a 25-man team where all the components were used for the final result of victory that the '93 Phillies were.
Watson vindicated?
Oh, absolutely.
And Torre.
He's the executive of the year in baseball. He is the executive of the year.
If he's not fired before they have the vote.
You know, neither one of them last November would have been my choice. And Bob Watson was the one who took it all this year from George Steinbrenner. Joe Torre was allowed to go about his business and did a magnificent job managing this baseball team. Watson took all the heat, he took all the abuse, and then you go back and up to last night, look at the little moves this man made. David Weathers, Graham Lloyd, Joe Girardi, who was one of the key players on the team.
How much can they keep this team together next year? Will they hold it together?
Hey, in a sport where there's no salary cap and no revenue sharing, this is all set up for them to be pretty good for a while.
There is a labor agreement, however, just the owners don't know about it. We will take a break now. Coming up next, the NFL at its halfway mark. Jimmy Johnson is back on the same field.
Having gotten a heart transplant on Thursday, Joe's doing pretty well, too, having gotten what he has pursued for 36 years in professional baseball. At the stadium in the Bronx last night, Game 6, Greg Maddux in the 3rd inning against Joe Girardi with Paul O'Neill aboard. Girardi blasts when Marquise Grissom can't run it down, goes all the way to the wall. O'Neill, sore hamstring and all, scores. Girardi's in a third with a triple. He would come home. 3 batters later, it's Bernie Williams at the plate with a
vindication. All I feel is this is what it's all about. We've won this doggone thing, and this is the best feeling in the world.
I feel like a father, and all my sons have done real good, man. I'm telling you. Hey, the guys responded, and I don't know, man. It's heavy, but I can hold on to it for a while.
Good. 2 months ago, I was on the last place team, and then all of a sudden, I'm catching the last out of the World Series.
I feel blessed. I truly thank God, for this opportunity to be able to be back in this situation.
Well, I tell you, this was a hell of a playoff for me. I had a good playoff, was able to come up with some big hits. And, you need that. You need guys like Bernie, who had a hell of a playoff himself, postseason, Jeter, the bullpen, everybody. We're the world champs. Everybody did good. We're the world champs.
Yeah, that says it pretty well. John Wetland accepted his MVP trophy humbly last night. He's the 3rd relief pitcher to win it after Raleigh Fingers and Larry Cherry. Wetland knows he owes it to the rest of the bullpen to get him in a position for the save. Mariano Rivera allowed just 1 run in 5 2/3 innings in the series. College football, number 25, Miami.
Throwing my first baseball to my brother Mitch, and we wanted to be battery mates up here, and we wanted to win the World Series together and hug each other after it was over. And but I don't think that you can ever be prepared for what that feels like.
It was an emotional night for all, in particular for Wade Boggs, who 10 years ago watched the Mets celebrate after his Red Sox were within 1 strike of winning the '86 series.
And just sitting there and looking up and knowing that my mother was looking down, and I looked at her right in the eyes and said, "Thank you, Mom. We're number 1."
The '96 Yankees were a team beloved by the club's longtime fans and even some longtime Yankee haters, because it was a very hard team to hate. They showed an amazing ability to come back in games when all seemed lost. Case in point, Game 4 in Atlanta when they recovered from a 6-0 deficit, a night that will always be remembered for Jim Leyritz's game-tying 3-run home run.
In the air to left field. Back at the track, at the wall, we are tied.
You'll forever be remembered. Do you have some sense of what that's all about?
Not right now. No, not right now. I didn't think about that. All I know is the battle line when I hit the home run. I said it didn't mean anything unless we won the whole day. We won it now. Now we go home. We go back with my family here, celebrate at home, and just enjoy the moment.
It's also a team with an amazing number of compelling stories. The comebacks. David Cohn came back from an aneurysm.
That's a lesson for some of the young guys in here that this is a real rare opportunity. It's something that a lot of players never get a chance to achieve or to even be a part of. And I think a lot of guys in here do understand that, though. All the comeback stories, and Joe Torre certainly understands that.
Dwight Gooden came back from suspensions and drug and alcohol addiction.
When you're away from the game for a couple of years, like I say, down at the bottom, and being able to come back and become world champion your first year and do it here in New York in front of the fans who've been very supportive of me, no words can describe that feeling.
Darryl Strawberry also came back from drug and alcohol problems.